will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Welcome to this course about Bootstrap 5. This course is up to date with the latest version of Bootstrap 5. Here's a quick overview of what we are going through in this course. In the first section, Introduction, we'll start by taking a closer look at Bootstrap 5. We'll learn a little bit about what it is, its history, and get a quick overview of all of the different parts that make up Bootstrap 5. Then we'll learn how to download and install the latest version of Bootstrap 5. I'll provide some starter templates for you to use. Then there's an in-depth guide to taking this course, including which order you should go through the various sections and lectures. And finally, there's an introduction to the special built Bootstrap 5 learning kit that I'll be using throughout this course. In section 2 to 7, we'll use the Bootstrap 5 learning kit to recreate the examples from all of the elements that make up Bootstrap 5. In this way, we'll learn all about layout, content, forms, components, helpers, and utilities. Some examples are grid, typography, images, tables, form control, input group, alerts, buttons, card, drop-downs, pagination, progress, spinners, colored links, embed, borders, colors, flex, shadows, and text. In this course, you'll also learn everything about Bootstrap 5 customization with Sass. You'll learn how to change various global options. You'll learn how to work with colors, adding colors, changing colors, and so on. You'll learn how to change the different parts of Bootstrap in the layout, content, forms, components, helpers, and utilities sections. You will also learn how to create various projects to practice what you just learned. A portfolio, a resume and CV page, a knowledge base, a survey, a landing page, and a small business website. Understanding Bootstrap 5. This is a quick introduction to Bootstrap 5. Bootstrap 5 is a free and open source front-end framework. It's semantic, mobile-first, and highly customizable. It's the most popular and used front-end framework. It has more than 150,000 stars and 73,000 forks on GitHub. And it has almost 3 million weekly downloads on NPM. It features more than 60 UI components created with Sass. Bootstrap 1 was released in August 2011. Bootstrap 2 was released in January 2012, and Bootstrap 3 was released in August 2013. The first alpha version of Bootstrap 4 was released in August 2015. The first beta version of Bootstrap 4 was released in August 2017, and the first stable version of Bootstrap 4 was released in January 2018. The first alpha version of Bootstrap 5 was released in June 2020. The first beta version of Bootstrap 5 was released in December 2020, and the first stable version of Bootstrap 5 was released in May 2021. Now let's see how we can easily create different component variations with Bootstrap. So here's an example of a button. It has the classes btn and btn primary, which will make it a primary button with the primary blue color on the background. Instead, we could have used the btn outline primary class, which will give it an outline style with no background color, but instead we see the blue color on the border and on the text as well. We can also make this a large button by adding the class btnLG. So here we have the first example, primary button, which has turned into a large primary button. We can also add this utility class wW9eWwYnWfJ to say the width should be 100% of the parent element. So this was just a quick introduction to how to use different component variations. Now let's take a quick look at all of the 60 UI components that's available with Bootstrap 5. First we have the category layout. These are styles for creating responsive grid systems. There's a total of 4 components. We have containers, grid, columns, and gutters. And here's an example of a simple grid. We can see that we have the container wrapping around 2 rows, and inside these rows we have various amounts of columns. So it's quite simple to do. The next category is content. These are styles for various content like text and images. There's a total of 4 components: typography, images, tables, and figures. And here's an example of typography. Here we have a paragraph that's turned into a lead paragraph by adding the class lead, which will make the text larger. And here's an example of underlined text by using the class text decoration underline. And here's an example of images. We can turn an image into a thumbnail image simply by adding the class img thumbnail. We can see that it now gets this white border with border radius on each corner. Forms is our next category. These are styles for creating various form elements as well as layout and validation. There's a total of 8 components, and they are form control, select, checks and radius, range, input group, floating labels, layout, and validation. And here's an example of a form control. So we can see that we have the label element first with the class form label, and then we have the input with the class form control. That's simply it. All you need to get the proper styling from Bootstrap. Here's an example of an input group where we have a wrapper around our input, and before our input we have this span tag, which has the hash symbol in this example. Remember, you'll learn much more about each of these examples that I show you now in the upcoming lectures. Components, it's the biggest category. These are various common user interface components, some of them interactive. There's a total of 23 components in this category, and these are accordion, alerts, badge, breadcrumb, buttons, button group, card, carousel, close button, collapse, drop downs, list group, modal, navs and tabs, navbar, off canvas, pagination, popovers, progress, scrolls by, spinners, toasts, and tooltips. So here's a simple example of how to create an alert. We simply use the class alert and an additional class to specify the color. So here it is, alert primary. And here's an example of a badge, which is positioned inside of a button. This is a span element with the class badge, and then we specify the background and text color using color utilities. In this example, BG light and text dark. And here's an example of a progress bar. We have a wrapping element with the class progress, and then some more complex code inside of this. But it's really only these 3 lines of code to create this progress component. Helpers is our next category. These classes are used to make minor formatting changes. There's a total of 7 components, and these are clearfix, colored links, ratio, position, visually hidden, stretch link, and text truncation. Here's an example of the clearfix, where we can see that we have floated 2 buttons to each side, and then we're applying the clearfix class on the parent element. And here's an example of text truncation, where we truncate the text in the end So we see these ellipses with 3 dots, simply using the class textTruncate. Utilities is the last category. Utility classes are used to make minor formatting changes. And there's a total of 14 components, and these are borders, colors, display, flex, float, interactions, overflow, position, shadows, sizing, spacing, text, vertical align, and visibility. Here's an example of borders. We can add borders simply by adding the class border and then specifying the color by adding, for example, the class border primary. And an example with using colors, we have the BG danger. So the danger color, which is the red color for the background, we're using BG gradient to give it a gradient color, and then text white to specify the text as white. And here's an example of how we can transform text. This is uppercase text by using the class text uppercase. We can see that the original text only has the first character in the uppercase. By using this class, all the text will be transformed. So this was a quick overview of the different categories and what components they contain, and then a few examples from each category. All of these 59 UI components will be explained in detail in the next several sections, so I hope you will follow along. To download and install the latest version of Bootstrap 5, we'll go to the official website, getbootstrap.com. Here we can click on this white and gray download button, and on this page we'll click on this first purple button here, download. Then we'll download the compiled CSS and JS into our folder. Now let's take a closer look at what this folder actually contains. First we have the CSS files. We have a normal version with the extension CSS. Then we have a right to left version with the extension rtl.css. Then we have a normal and minified version with the extension min.css. And then we have a right to left and minified version with the extension rtl.min.css. For all these files, we'll also find a source map file. We have the reboot CSS file, which we can see the list of here. It contains only the reboot styles. Then we have the grid CSS file. Here we see the list of these files. This contains the grid system and flex utilities. Then we have the utilities CSS file, which we can see here. And it contains all the utilities. And finally, we have the file that contains everything. This is what we will be using throughout this course. Then we have the JavaScript files. We have an unminified version and a minified version with extension min.js. We also have source map files for these. We have a Bootstrap only JS version that looks like this. It contains only Bootstrap code, so dropdowns, popovers and tooltips are not supported. But we also have the Bootstrap bundle version that looks like this, bootstrap.bundle.js. It contains Bootstrap plus popper.js, which is a third-party library used by Bootstrap and is required for dropdowns, popovers and tooltips. You can also use an ESM version of the Bootstrap JavaScript that looks like this, bootstrap.esm.js, if you're using Bootstrap as a module. We're not going to use that in this course. Here's a list of all the JavaScript components. So all the components that require that you use the JavaScript from Bootstrap. The ones marked with a star requires popper, so they need to use the bundle version of the JavaScript files. So we have alerts for dismissing them, buttons for toggling states, carousel, collapse, dropdowns, and this has a star, so that requires popper, modal, navbar for collapsing it, popovers, which requires popper, scroll spy, toasts, and tooltips, which also requires popper. Files used in this course are bootstrap.min.css and bootstrap.bundle.min.js, so I'll just recommend that you stick to them. Now we want to go into the folder that contains the file we downloaded from the Bootstrap website. Here we'll unzip this folder, open it up, and then select the CSS and JS files that we're going to use. So we'll select the bootstrap.min.css here and drag it up into our own CSS folder, which is empty, now contains only this file. And then we'll take the bootstrap.bundle.min.js and move it up into our JS folder up here that now only contains that file. We can then get rid of this folder here and this zip file. And now let's open up this folder with these files in our code editor. We have this index file with all the minimum required HTML already in place, so now we'll simply install the Bootstrap styling and scripting with JavaScript. So first we'll add a link tag here with the rel attribute with the value style sheet and the href attribute with the value css/bootstrap.min.css. And to install the JavaScript as well, we do that just before the closing body tag. So we add this script tag with the source attribute with the value js/bootstrap.bundle.min.js and close the script tag again. Now to actually see that we have installed Bootstrap, we'll create a dismissible alert. You can learn much more about how to do that in the lecture about alert in the component section. So here we'll simply add the div tag with the classes alert, alert success to give it the success color, alert dismissible to make it a dismissible alert, and fade and show to give it the correct animation. We also add the role attribute with the value alert for accessibility. Inside of this, we'll now create our close button, which you can also learn more about in the lecture about close button in the section components. We give it the type attribute with the value button and the class btn close, like so. And then to hook it up with the JavaScript, we have the data bs dismiss attribute with the value alert and the area label attribute with the value close. I'll just wrap my lines here in the code editor, and then we close the button tag. No content should go inside here. Then we create some content for our alert. We add a strong tag with the text success, and after this we add the text Bootstrap 5 has now been installed, and both the CSS and JavaScript is working. Now let's save this, go into our folder and select this index.html file and open it up in our browser. Here we see our success alert component. We can see that when we click the close button in the right hand side, it disappears. So we have now verified that we have successfully downloaded and installed the latest version of Bootstrap 5. All the lectures and other learning materials for this course have been set up in the most logical order, so I recommend that you take it from the start and all the way through. The goal is to learn all the different parts of Bootstrap first and then do the different projects to further practice what you have learned. I highly recommend to take section 1 to 7 in order. Inside these sections, the lectures and other learning materials, such as coding exercises and quizzes, should also be taken in order. At least do this for the sections Introduction, Layout, Content and Forms. The lectures inside the sections Components, Helpers and Utilities can, however, be watched in any order you want. While learning about all these different parts of Bootstrap, be sure to use the provided and custom-built learning kit, which is used by me in all of the videos. The learning kit will be further introduced in the next lecture. After going through section 1 to 7, you should take a deep dive into customizing Bootstrap in section 8. Here you'll learn about global settings, how to customize various parts of Bootstrap, how to use the utility API, and much more. In section 9, you'll learn about other topics and features related to Bootstrap. Here you will, for example, learn how to use the Bootstrap icons. After going through section 1 to 9, you should take section 10, Introduction to Projects, before you start any project. Here you'll get a quick overview of all the different projects, learn how to use the project resources, and learn about what third-party plugins are used for some of the projects. We have now come to the different projects, and these can be taken in any order you like. So pick the type of website that fits your learning goal or interest most. But remember to take the lectures inside each section in order. An alternative way to take this course is by starting with a project of your choice and then go to specific lectures in section 2 to 7 that further explain a certain part of Bootstrap. In addition to the video lectures, this course contains various kinds of learning materials. First of all, there's a custom-built Bootstrap 5 learning kit. This is a downloadable zip file that works offline with more than 200 source files included. It has source code for all parts of Bootstrap 5, and it features a reference section with many examples, a practice section which you can use while learning about Bootstrap 5, and a screencast section for coding along to my screencasts. You can view the source code directly in the browser, copy it to the clipboard, and export each example directly to a new CodePen. This learning kit will get introduced in more details in the next lecture. Many coding exercises are spread throughout the different sections. This is one of the best ways to learn how to code. No downloads or installations required. The coding exercises contain various amounts of tasks for you to solve. You can check your solution and will be guided if you make any errors. A few quizzes are located in the end of various sections. These are multiple choice quizzes that will test your knowledge on chosen topics you just learned in that section. For each project, you will find downloadable project resources as well as online demos and previewers to help you follow along with me coding in the videos. I'm constantly working to improve this course and updating it along with new releases of Bootstrap 5. This course was released as early as July 2020 when Bootstrap 5 was just released in the Alpha 1 version. Please know that it can be quite time consuming to re-record a lot of videos when major changes of Bootstrap 5 are released. Therefore, I have added text info overlays to videos showing old code that explains what have been changed and where to learn more about this. While re-recording the videos can be time consuming, all the source code will always be up to date with the latest version of Bootstrap 5. So you will always see the latest version in use and with all the correct code in the learning kit, in coding exercises, in quizzes, and in the various project resources. Remember to use the various playback controls in the Udemy player. You can easily jump 5 seconds back and forth, and you can also adjust the playback rate if you think I talk either too slow or too fast. This can be changed from 0.5 times speed to 2 times speed. I personally use these features a lot when I'm taking courses on Udemy. If you have any questions or comments for this course, then please use the Q&A section, or alternatively send me a direct message. I'll try to answer as quickly as possible. Here's a quick guide to the custom-built Bootstrap 5 Learning Kit. When you download this and unzip the files, this is what you're gonna get. Some folders and an index.html file. First, let us start by opening up this file, and this is the page you're gonna get. In the top, we have a menu that has the same structure as the official documentation, so it should be easily to navigate through. For example, let's go in and look at the card page here. Then we have all the various examples here. We can see we have a page navigation in the left side that has the scroll by function, and as well smooth scrolling when we click on one of these items here. So this is a way to explore the different examples. Now if we go to the spacing utilities here and scroll all the way to the bottom, we can see that we have some responsive examples. So let's now resize the browser window. Now you can use this breakpoint indicator right here. So this will tell you what breakpoint you're currently at, and now you can see these examples changing down here in the bottom, like so. So this is always visible, this breakpoint indicator. Alright, next up, let's try to find the carousel component here. For all examples, you can click this toggle code link, which will give you the markup. Then you can choose to copy this to the clipboard, like so. Go into your text editor and paste it in. Now let's just mark up this as HTML. You can see it looks exactly as what you saw on the screen. Let's erase that. You can also open this example directly in CodePen. By clicking this button, this will generate a new CodePen that you can choose to save if you have a user. We can see that this works. If you just wait 1 second here, we'll see that the slide changes, and you can resize however you want to. This CodePen export works with images, as you can see right here on this example. It also works with custom CSS. For example, if we're in the borders here, we have some custom CSS applied to these examples. Then if we open it up in CodePen, we'll see that this gets exported too. And this is also true for JavaScript. So if we go to, for example, the tooltips here, and we want to open this position examples in CodePen, we'll see that if we look in the JS tab here, or section, that we have the code for that as well exported. Now let's close this again, and let's go to the pagination component here. Now let's go back into our code editor, and remember, this is what we have in our zip file that we saw right here in Finder. So now we can open up the reference and go into the pagination page. And then let's just close this. We can scroll down. So here it starts with the pagination component. Then you can take a look at the code in here. If this is not good enough, you can go in here. If you want to practice, you can open up the practice version of this by going up here, the practice folder, opening up pagination. Let's close this again, scroll down. Now you can see that this is only HTML elements, no classes or attributes from Bootstrap have been applied. So if we go back here, we can click this practice tab, which will open up this page. So now you can practice by filling in the missing classes. If we click the screencast tab, we can see that this is completely empty. So if we go back here scroll up and go into the screencast folder and pick the pagination file again. Let's close this and scroll down. We can see that all this is empty. This is because this is the file I'm using when filming my screencasts. So you can use this file if you want to code along with my video. For some of the lectures, for example, the text utility one, right there, you'll see that here we have all the Bootstrap classes being applied, and then we have the practice section with just the HTML and no Bootstrap classes. But then at the screencast section, it's actually the same as the practice section. I do this for some lectures where I don't want to type everything again. Here we simply want to adjust certain elements by looking at, for example, text alignment, wrapping, word breaking, transforming, and so on. So for some lectures, the screencast will be the same as the practice tab, but for most of them, the screencast tab will be empty and containing only the headings, as you can see right here. So I hope you will find this learning kit really useful. I'll be happy if you'll send me any comments or feedback for the learning kit. In this section, we will learn how to create a fluid and responsive layout. To do this, we'll learn about containers, the grid system, columns, and gutters. Here's a quick overview of the different parts. Containers, used to limit the width of content and center it in the viewport. Grid, build layouts of all shapes and sizes using a 12-column responsive grid system. Columns, modify columns with options for alignment, ordering, and offsetting using the Flexbox grid system. Gutters, the padding between your columns, used to responsibly space and align content in the grid system. Breakpoints. Breakpoints are customizable widths that determine how your responsive layout behaves across device or viewport sizes. They are also referred to as grid tiers. Bootstrap is built with the mobile-first web design philosophy. That means that you should start small and adjust design for larger devices. So start with smartphones, then adjust for tablets, then adjust for laptops, and then adjust for desktops. There are 6 default breakpoints. We have the extra small, which is smaller than 576 pixels, and it has no class infix. Then we have small, which is greater than or equal to 576 pixels, and it has the class infix SM. Then we have the medium size, which is greater than or equal to 768 pixels and has the infix class MD. Then we have large, which is greater than or equal to 992 pixels and has the class infix LG. Then we have extra large breakpoint, which is greater than or equal to 1200 pixels and has the class infix XL. And finally, we have the extra large breakpoint, which is greater than or equal to 1400 pixels and has the class infix XXL. Now a little bit about the grid system. A grid is wrapped in a container. Then we have rows inside of that container. Then we have columns inside the rows. And then we have content inside the columns. There are a total of 12 columns in the grid, and there are 6 grid tiers based on minimum width. We are using column classes that have device infixes and numbers, which are referring to breakpoint and width of column. So here's a quick example. Here we can see that we have a container that is wrapped around our row, and then our row is wrapped around our columns. Inside of the columns we have the content. We can see the classes being used for these columns are col12, meaning that they will span all of the 12 columns. That is the full width initially. And then we have the class col LG6, so we can see the class infix LG referring to the large breakpoint, and then the number 6, so it will only take up 6 of the 12 columns. For large devices and up, that's equal to 50% or half of the width, so these two columns will now be next to each other. You will learn much more about how to use containers, grid system and more in this layout section. In this lecture you'll learn how to create containers. Containers are used to limit the width of content and center it in the viewport. Here we see the different containers. I'm sorry that this page looks a little broken, but this is necessary to really show how containers work. First we have the default container, and now let's resize the browser window. We can see that it sets a max width, adds some padding and center the content on the page. Right below it we have responsive variations. So here we see what is called a fluid container, which we'll get back to in a moment, that doesn't have a max width until the specified breakpoints happens. So here on the small breakpoint it will change into a regular container right there, and the next one will stay fluid until medium breakpoint right there, and so on. We can see now the large breakpoint happening, the extra large breakpoint, and finally there we have the extra large breakpoint. As I said, you can have a fluid container as well, and we can see that in the bottom where it won't have a max width no matter how large your screen size is. So it will simply have the padding on the sides. Now let's see how we create all of this. So in our code editor we'll start creating the default container. To do that we simply add the div tag with the class container, and then we can put whatever content we want inside. For this simple example we'll just add some text. So I'll copy and paste the text from the reference version of this file. Now let's also make the rest of the examples, since these are fairly simple. So to have the container work for small screen sizes, you must adjust this class to container SM. For medium it will be container MD, for large container LG, for extra large container XL, and for extra large container XXL. To make it fluid, which means it won't have a max width no matter how wide your screen size is, you can use the class container fluid. Let's save this, go back and click the screencasts tab here. Now we can see that we have the container up here. We can see they all have a max width since we are on the extra large breakpoint, and we have the fluid one that doesn't have a max width. When we resize the window we can see that responsive versions are working as expected. Now we're on the extra small screen size, and there is the small screen size, medium, large, extra large, and finally extra large. So this is how you can use containers. In this lecture you'll learn how to create a grid system, learn how to build layouts of all shapes and sizes using a 12-column responsive grid system. Here's an overview of the grid options. So once again, sorry about this page looking broken, but this is necessary to show these examples correctly. First of all, we have a simple grid with equal width between all of the columns, which we can see right here. And then we have a grid where one column in each row has a set width, and then the rest takes up the remaining space. We can also use what is called an auto value for a column, so it only takes up that necessary width it requires. And then the rest of the columns will take up the rest of the space. We can use responsive classes, so we can set, first of all, we can set the width of the columns across all device sizes, which we see right here. And then we can also change the layout, which we can see if we resize the browser window. So here we have a responsive grid. We can see that we have the two first columns being stacked on extra small devices and the other one having a 2-column grid layout. Then when we increase the width of our window, we can see that it changes. I'll explain much more about this when we get to it. Then we have row columns, which is an easy way to set the number of columns for a row, defining this on the parent instead of on the column. So here we have it with the auto value, and here we have it with a 2-column grid, a 3-column grid, and a 4-column grid. And finally, we can also change that responsively. So here we have everything stacked, and then it turns into a 2-column grid right there, 3-column grid, and a 4-column grid. Finally, we can nest a grid inside of another grid. So here we have a 2-column outer grid with a 3-column inner grid inside of it. So all of this becomes much clearer when we get to it in the code editor, which we'll go to right now. So first, let's create a grid with auto layout and equal width for all the columns. First of all, we'll wrap all of our examples in a container, which we just learned about in the previous lecture. This is to center our content on the page and give it a max width. Then we'll add the div tag with the class row, and inside of it we must directly define our columns. So we'll add the div tag with the class col, and I'll add the text.col. So this can be any content you want, but we'll keep it simple. So now we'll copy and paste this. So we now have 2 columns inside of our row, and they will divide the space between them. If we copy and paste this and copy a column, we have 3 columns there. So let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab. Now we can see our grid with 2 rows. First row have 2 columns, second row 3 columns. We can see that it will resize according to the width of the browser, and will always have 2 columns and 3 columns respectively, no matter the breakpoint size. Right now, when I have such a narrow screen, it will of course go to the next line, but that's only on very narrow screen points, or if you have too much content in your columns. So basically this grid doesn't change. We'll see how we can make it responsive later. Now let's go for the next example, where we have set the width on one of the columns. So we'll create a div with the class container first, and inside of this we'll add a div with the class row. Then we'll create our first column here, which will simply get the col class, and then we'll copy and paste this, and this second column will get the size 7. So remember, we have a total of 12 numbers we can use. So 12 is 100% width. So 7 is a little more than 50% of the width, or half of the width. We'll copy in a third column here. So this will take up 7 out of 12 of the width, and the other 2 will divide what's left. We'll copy and paste it and change this example to col 3 for the first column, and edit the text as well. So we can now save, go back and refresh, and here we see that it has 7 out of 12 width, and for the second row it has 3 out of 12 width. Let's continue with the next example, variable width content. So this is a grid with auto layout around columns with set width and natural or auto width. So I'll explain that now. First we add our container like so, and then we create our first row like so. Then we'll add a simple column with the class col, and then we'll add a column with the class col auto. So what it does is that it will only take up the width that is required of the content inside of it. Now we only have very little text, so it will not be wide, it will be quite narrow. Then we have a color again here. Now we'll copy and paste this and simply change the last column to col 2 and the text as well. So it will always be 2 out of 12 wide, and the auto column will only take up the width needed, and the last column will take up the remaining width. So let's go back and refresh, and here we see the 2 columns with the call auto class only taking up the width they need, and then in the first row the 2 other columns are dividing the remaining space between them, and in the last row we see the first column taking up all the remaining space, since the third column only needs 2 out of 12 width. Now let's see how we can use responsive classes. First we'll see how we can set the width across all breakpoints, so we have something to compare with. So we'll add a div tag with the class container. Inside of this we'll create our first row, and then we'll create our first column, just a simple column here, and it will be 4 columns in this row, and in the next row we'll have 3 columns with specified width across all breakpoints. The first should be 6 columns wide, which is half of the space, and the 2 others should be 3 out of 12, meaning 1/4 of the width, so col 3. Now we'll create a responsive example before we preview this in the browser. So we'll start with adding our container, and inside of this we'll add our row, and then we'll add our first column. So initially we wanted to span 12 width for extra small device sizes and up, but then we'll override it with the call MD6 class, so it will turn into a 6 column, or a column with 6 out of 12 width, meaning half of the space for medium devices and up, and override it again for large device to only have 3 out of 12 width, so 1/4 of the available width. So call 12, call MD6, and call LG3. Let's just copy this, paste it in, and add our dots like so. We'll copy and paste this, so we have 2 similar columns, and then we'll create 2 other columns, which will initially take up half of the width by using the call 6 class, and then override that for large breakpoint with the call LG3 class, so it will take up 1/4 of the width. So I'll just write these class names again here, like so. Now we'll copy and paste this. Then we'll create another row down here, and creating our first column, which will also take up half of the width initially, and then for small devices it will take up 1/3 of the width. We add the class names here again, just so we can better understand these examples, like so. And we'll have 3 of these. So initially it will take up 2 lines, since on the first line we'll have the first 2, and then the third one on the second line. Remember, all of them are half of the available width initially, and then for small devices they take up 1/3 of the width, so they turn into 1 line. Now let's save, go back and refresh, and see these examples. First, let's resize all the way down. So this first example, they have the same width for all breakpoints, so we can easily see that by resizing our browser window. And now we'll take a closer look at what happens in this grid here. So first of all, this take up all the width initially, and then for medium breakpoint it will turn into half of the width, and for large breakpoint 1/4 of the width. Down here it takes up half of the width initially, these 2, and then for large breakpoint 1/4 of the width. So these 4 columns will be on 1 line for large devices, each of them taking up 1/4 of the width. And down here in our second row we cannot see where one row ends and another one starts, but here we have our second row with the last 3 columns inside. They take up half of the width initially for small devices, turn into 1 line, taking up 1/3 of the space each. So let's see what happens on the small breakpoint. Right there, we can see it turn into one line, our second row. Nothing's changed here, but now for the medium breakpoint, the first 2 columns will change and now be on one line. And next up on the large breakpoint, these 4 columns will turn into one line with a 1/4 width for each column, as we can see right there. And they will stay like this for all larger sizes as well. Now let's see how we can define the row columns on the parent element. So first of all, we'll add our container as always, and then we'll add our row. Now we'll add one more class to the row, which is row calls auto. So now it will set the auto value for all of our columns inside of it. Remember that we used to set the call auto class here, like so, but now we set it on the parent, so all the children will have that same behavior. For the next example, I'll simply, or the other examples, I'll simply copy and paste this and change it to row calls 2. Now we'll have a 2-column grid on all device sizes. Next one will be row calls 3 and then 4. Now let's see that in the browser. Here we have the auto value for all children column elements, and then we have a 2-column grid, 3-column grid and 4-column grid, and these apply for all device sizes. Now we can also use this responsibly. So to do this, we'll create first our container, and inside of this we'll add our row. And now we'll first add row calls 1, so it will be stacked initially, a 1-column grid, and then we'll add a modifier or row calls MD2 to override that one for medium devices. Now it's a 2-column grid. And then we'll override that again using row calls LG, so for large devices, and 3. It will become 3-column grid. And finally, we want a 4-column grid for extra large devices using the row calls XXL4 class, a 4-column grid. Inside of this, we'll add 4 columns, just like so. Now we can save this. Save this, go back and refresh and resize our window. So here we have the extra small size, everything is stacked. They will be like that until we reach the medium breakpoint right there. Then it turns into a 2-column grid, and for the large breakpoint, it turn into a 3-column grid right there. And for the extra large, or the extra large breakpoint, it will turn into a 4-column grid. Now we are only extra large, and the next breakpoint right there, it turns into a 4-column grid. Finally, let's look at how we can nest a grid inside of another grid. First we add our container to wrap around everything. And then we add our row here. Then we add our first column, which will be call MD8. So initially this will stack, but for medium devices, it will turn into a column with 8 out of 12 width, so 2/3 of the width. Now we'll keep this empty for now and add our another column with the call MD4 class. So this will take up 1/3 of the width when they reach the medium breakpoint. Now inside of this, we'll add a new grid, a nested grid, by using the class row, and then define our columns inside of that. So now we have a new grid reference, so we can use the classes again. So let's say that these will stack initially, and then for medium devices this will be a 12-column grid, and for large devices a 6-column grid. We'll add the dot here. Then we'll add a new line. For medium devices, it will take up half of the width. So that is half of the width of the nested grid. And then for large breakpoints, 3 out of 12 wide. Then we'll paste that in here as text, the class names, and then simply copy this line. So as we can see, for medium devices, this one will take up one line and the other two will share a line. And then for large device size, they will all three be on one line, the first one taking up half of the space and the other two is taking up a quarter each. So let's save this, go back and refresh, and then resize down here. Here we have our nested grid. Right now we have the extra small device size. Everything is stacked. Then on the small device size, everything is still stacked. So now when we reach the medium breakpoint, something will happen. It will change. Now we have, first of all, a column that is 8 out of 12 wide right here. And the other one, which is 4 out of 12 wide, so 2/3 and 1/3. And inside of this, we can see that for the medium breakpoint, this also changed to a 12 column, or a grid that's 12 wide. And down here we have it half of the width with a call MD6 class. Now notice when we reach a large breakpoint, these three will be on the same line. Right there, the first one taking up half of the width and the other two taking up a quarter of the width. So this was a lot of examples about how to create a grid. In this lecture, you will learn how to create columns. Learn how to modify columns with options for alignment, ordering, and offsetting using the Flex utilities. Here we see an overview of how to change the columns in our grids. First, we can change the vertical alignment. Here we see the rows are being aligned to the start, center, and end. We can also change that alignment for specific columns for the start, center, and end. We can change the horizontal alignment of the columns inside of a row. Here we have 6 different ways to do that. We'll see how column naturally wrap onto new lines if it cannot fit one line. We'll see how we can break up a number of columns. We can see that these columns actually only take up a quarter of the width, so it would naturally have been a 4-column grid, but we can break that. We can do that for all breakpoints or responsively. We can also reorder columns. I'll explain that in further detail when we get to it, but all these 6 columns have another order in the DOM, in the HTML, but then on the screen this will be changed. We can offset columns by using offset classes or spacing utilities. And finally, we can use standalone column classes to set the width of any element. Remember, we have from 1 to 12, so this is 100% divided by 12. So that gives us 8.33333 and so on. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 out of 12. So that's a way to specify a width for any element you want if you use the call classes without it being nested in a row. I'll explain that when we get to it. So for these examples, let me just click on the screencast tab right now. We can see we already have all of the markup. So we're simply changing or updating this with new classes and so on. So let's go ahead and see how we do all of this. In our code editor, we'll start looking at vertical alignment. So here we have 3 rows with columns inside of it. Now to align these to the top, we can simply add the class align items start. Notice that the row must have a specified height. And for all these examples, in the top here, we can see that I have added some custom styling to make these examples work and look nice, just so you're aware of that. So back to the example, align item start. To align it to the center, we can use the class align item center, and to align it to the bottom, we can use the class align items end. Now we can also do this for specific columns only. So we can have the class align self start to align it to the top, align self center to align it to the middle or the center, and align self end to align it to the bottom. Let's save this, go back and refresh. And let's scroll up here. Now we see that we have aligned all of the columns to the top, middle and bottom. And here we've done the same thing, only for specific columns. Now let's take a look at horizontal alignment for these columns here. So here we have multiple rows with 3 columns in each, taking up a quarter of the width each. We have 6 ways we can align these horizontally. The first is justify content start, so all of them will be aligned to the left side as a group. Then we have justify content center, so as a group they will stay in the center. Then we have justify content end, they will align to the end, which is the right side for this example. And then we can use justify content around, with space divided equally around them, around all of the columns. Then we have justify content between, with space only in between them and not on the outer side. And then we have finally justify content evenly, where all the space is divided evenly between them. So all of these classes are actually Flex utility classes, which you can also learn more about in another lecture. Let's go back and refresh and take a look. Here we see the first one, start, center, end. Those are very simple to understand. And then we have the content around, where we can see that there's content around on the same content on both sides of the column. So that's why it looks like, or that's why the space is double as wide in the middle here as in the sides. You should think of this as the sides are on both, all of these columns here. So that is content around. Then we have content between, so they align all the way to the left and right side. The content is only in between the columns. And finally we have the justify content evenly, so there's the same space between the columns and on both sides of the first and last column. Now let's look at column wrapping, which is just some code I'm going to explain. So here we have the first column that is 8 out of 12 wide, and then one that is 5 out of 12 wide. So this will automatically wrap to a new line since the total is more than 12. And we also have the last column here. So this is just to show you that this is the default behavior. We don't need to code anything right now. Now let's take a look at column breaks. This was the example I just showed you. Now let's take a look at column breaks. We can create a grid with column break using sizing utility classes. So here we have an empty div element, and we'll give that the class wW9eWwYnWfJ. We can also do that responsibly using sizing and display utility classes. So to do this, we'll also add wW9eWwY to give it 100% width, and then also display none initially, and then for large devices it will become display block, and then it will break. So let's save this, go back and refresh. Now let's try to resize the browser here. We can see that we are now on the medium breakpoint. We can see that this first one is broken because it applies for all breakpoints, and the second one is not breaking the columns yet. It will do that when we reach the large breakpoint, then it will provide a break right there. So let's take a look. There we saw it. And for this one, we can see that if we remove this, it will not break either. So this is a way to force a break if you need to. Now let's take a look at reordering. So this is the DOM order. We have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, last. Let's go back and take a quick look and see that that is correct. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and last. Now we want to change that order, and we can do that using different flex utilities. We can have the order first and the order last, and in between that we have order 0 to order 5. So now we want this to be the last one by using the class order last. This one should be ordered as number 5 using the class order 3, and this should be ordered number 4 using the class order 2. This should be ordered as number 3 using the class order 1, and this should be first using the class order first, and this last one should be number 2 because it is not ordered, so it becomes number 2 since the default order is 0. So the first one is actually -1, which I have written up here, and order last is 6. So now we'll see that this becomes the first one since it has the order -1, and then the second one with the default order 0 because we didn't apply a class, and then we have number 3, 4, and 5, and finally the last one. We'll save, go back and refresh, and here we see fifth but first, last but unordered, so number 2, fourth but number 3, third but number 4, second but number 5, first but last. Next up, we'll take a look at offsetting using offset classes and spacing utilities. So first, we'll use the offset classes. Here we have one row with 2 columns that take up 10 out of 12 of the width totally. And we'll offset this by 2 columns using the offset MD2 class. And down here, we'll offset from large breakpoint and up 3 columns for both of these, like so. You can also see it written in the text here. In this third example, we'll offset this second one for the medium breakpoint, offset it by 2, and then when it reaches the large breakpoint, we'll delete that again or reset it by using the offset LG0 class. So let's take a look at that in the browser. Let's resize like so. So first we're on the extra small device size, nothing is being offset. Then when we reach the medium breakpoint, we'll see something happening. Here we see our second column being offset with 2 columns. Now on the next breakpoint, we'll see changes to this second row here. We can see that the first one is being offset with 3, as well as the second one also being offset with 3. And this is taking up 4 of the width and 2. So 3 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2, which equals 12. Then we have the last example. We'll just go back a bit. So we can see now for medium device size, or for small device size, this is 6 and this is 6. When we reach the medium, this will be 5. This will be 5, but offset 2. So we'll have some space in the middle, as we can see right now. Now when we reach the large device size, this will take up half of the width, as well as this one. And therefore we'll also reset our offset. So they will both take up half of the width right now. Now let's see how we can use spacing utilities to create different kind of offsets. So here in the first row, in the second column, we'll have the class MSAuto. This will set the left margin automatically. In the second row, for both of these columns here, we'll have the class MSLGAuto. So this will set the left margin automatically for large devices and up. In the final row, in the first column, we'll add the class wW9eWwYnWfJ. So this will set the right margin automatically for large devices and up. Let's save and see this in the browser. We refresh and then we resize our window. So here we can see that all of these columns are now stacked initially for extra small devices. Then when we increase the width of the window, let's see what happens. In our first row right there on the medium breakpoint, we can see it turns into this 2-column grid with some space in between. This happens because the second column has the MS auto class, which adds the auto value to the margin left, so it pushes the other one to the far left side. If we increase a little more to the large breakpoint, we can see the second row here, where both of these columns has the MSLG auto class applied. So for both of these, the margin left has the auto value applied for large devices setup. So it's making this space on both of the left sides of these columns. And in the final example, we can see that we have the MELG auto class for the first column, which means it applies the auto value to the margin right for large devices and up, which will push the other column to the far right side. Now let's take a look at the standalone column classes. We have these div element without any classes. Now we can use the column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 classes to set the width to the value we see in the text here. So let's say back and refresh. Here we see it. And notice when we go back, it's not nested inside of a row. So if we don't do that, we can use this to set width of any element we want. So this is not the real purpose of column classes, but it is something you can use them for if you need to or want to. So this was all about columns.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn how to use gutters. Gutters are the padding between your columns used to responsibly space and align content in the grid system. Here's an overview of what the different gutter sizes looks like. First, we see the horizontal gutters being applied. The width is from 0 to 5. And finally, we have a responsive version. So we can see if we resize the window, we can see that the gutter width in between these columns will change depending on the device size or screen size. If we scroll down, we see vertical gutters being applied for the top and bottom. We see the same sizes, 0 through 5, and finally a responsive one. We can see that when we resize it right here. Then we have gutters being applied both horizontally and vertically. In another great example here, this also has a responsive example. And finally, we see how we can use gutters for row columns. So this is just a few examples with the size 2, 3, and 4. All right, let's get started. In our code editor, we'll start creating an example grid system. So we add the div tag with the class row. Inside of this, we add a div tag with the class call3 to create a column that takes up a quarter of the available width. And inside of this, we'll add a div with the classes p3 to add some padding, border to give it a border, and bg light to add some background color, and then the text column. This will help us see the effect of using the gutter classes. Now copy this 4 times like so, and then we'll copy all of it. First, to create a gutter that has no width and only works horizontally, we must use the class gx0-0. So G stands for gutter, X is for the horizontal version, and then a dash and the size. So first we want the 0 size. Then we have the size 1. So we have the class gx-1. And then we have the gutter size of 2, horizontal gutter gx2, and then the horizontal gutter with the size of 3 using the class gx3, then a horizontal gutter with the size 4 using the class gx4, and then a horizontal gutter with the size 5 using the class gx5. Now we'll also see how we can use this responsively. So we paste in the code here, and then we add the gx0, which will work for all screen sizes. And then if you want to change that for the small breakpoint, we can add the gx-sm-1 class. So here we have the device prefix in between the gx and the size. Then we'll change this for medium screen size to the size of 2, and then for large to 3, and for extra large to 4, and finally for the extra large breakpoint to 5, which is also the maximum gutter size. Let's save this, go back into the browser and select this screencast tab here. We'll refresh. Now we can see we have the gutter width, which has different sizes, and finally we have the responsive version. Let's see, when we resize the window, we can see that it changes. Next up, let's see how we can apply this to only vertically for the top and bottom. We'll paste in the code from before, and then we'll simply change these columns here so we can better see these examples to col 12. So this is a full width column, 4 of them on top of each other. Now let's copy this, and then we can add our classes. Here we use the class gy and then -0. So very similar, except the x has been changed to and y. And we have the size of 1. We have gi2. Then we have gi3. Then gi4. gi5. And finally, we have the responsive versions, which we also saw before. So we'll add the gi0, then the gism1, then the gimd2, gilg3, gixl4, and gixxl5. So similar to before, we only changed the x to the y. Now let's go back and refresh. Here we see the vertical gutter being applied to our columns. And in the bottom here we have the responsive version. Now let's see how we can use gutters both for horizontal and vertical directions. We'll go back here and paste this code in and change it up a bit. So now we want our columns to be 6 columns wide, so they take up half of the available width. Then we can better see these examples. Now we simply need to add the class g dash and then the size. So the first is 0, and then g dash 1, then g dash 2, g dash 3, g dash 4, and g dash 5. And then we'll create the responsive version as well. So we have the G0, then the GSM1, GMD2, GLG3, GXL4, and GXXL5. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see both the horizontal and vertical gutters being applied, and the responsive version in the end here, we see that like so. Finally, let's look at a few examples for row columns. So we'll go back here and paste this code in. Now we want to change it up a bit. So for the first one, we'll remove this. So we are not specifying the width of the columns on the column themselves, but on the parent element. So we'll add a row calls 2. So this will be a 2-column grid with 2 rows, since we have 4 columns in total. Let's just copy this. And now we'll add our gutters to this. So we'll add the G2 to add gutters both horizontally and vertically with the size of 2. Next up, let's create row calls with 3 columns. So we'll change this to 3. And now we'll add the gutter with the size of 3 as well. We'll still have 2 rows, 3 on the first row and 1 column on the second row. And in our final example, we'll create a row calls with 4 columns. So we'll change this to 4 and add the G4 to add a gutter with the size of 4. So this will only be 1 row with 4 columns in it. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see our row calls with 2 columns, 3 columns and 4 columns. And we can see that we have different gutter size being applied, both horizontally and vertically. We have the size 2, 3 and 4. This also works with the size 0, 1 and 5, so this is just a few examples. This was all about how to use gutters with your rows in your grid system. In this section, we'll learn how to use and structure different kinds of content. We'll learn about the reboot styles, typography, images, tables, and figures. Here's a quick overview of the different parts. Reboot, a style sheet with a consistent and simple baseline to build upon. Typography, basic styling for headings, paragraphs, block quotes, lists, and more. Images, make images responsive, apply some styling, and align them. Tables, different styles for tables including contextual color classes, striped rows, hoverable rows, bordered table, small table, and responsive table. Figures, used when you need to display an image with a related caption. In this lecture, you'll learn how to use typography. We can use some basic styling for headings, paragraphs, block quotes, lists, and more. Here's an overview of the different typography styles. First we see the regular heading elements H1 to H6. And then we see how we can use heading classes to style various elements like one of the heading classes. So they look exactly the same even though they are different elements. Then we see how we can create secondary headings that have a gray color and is slightly smaller than the heading they are inside. Then we see how we can create display headings that are much larger than the regular headings and also a bit thinner. Then we see a lead paragraph with some larger font size. Then we see a bunch of different inline elements. Here we see all the default elements being used without any classes applied. And then we see how we can recreate some of these using different classes. So this is for highlighted text, fine print, underlined text, and text that is incorrect. I'll explain much more about this when we get to it. We can also create abbreviations. When we hover it, we can see a question mark and then an explanation inside of this pop-up here. So it's like a little tooltip where we have an explanation of what the abbreviation stands for. Now we see block quotes. First we have the default one and then we have one with an attribution. The author name is written down here with gray text, and we see block quotes with alignment to the center and to the right. Then we see how we can create unstyled lists, so we can remove the bullet points from either the first level only or also for nested levels inside of the first level. This goes for both unordered lists and ordered lists. We can also create inline lists out of unordered and ordered lists. And finally, we can create description lists using our grid system. So let's see how we create all of these examples. If we look at our screencast section right now, we can see that we have most or almost all of the HTML already there. We simply need to add some classes to make this work. So we go into our code editor, and first we take a look at the regular heading elements. We don't need to do anything because they are already there, as we can see. Now to use the heading classes for other elements, in this example paragraph, we simply add a class to them. So let's quickly select all of them and add the class H, and then for the first one we'll add the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now when we save this, go back and refresh, we'll notice that these paragraphs now look like the regular heading elements. Next up, let's see how we can change the styling for this secondary heading here that lives inside of the parent heading. So we can see that it's inside right there. The font size has been increased because we're using the small tag around it, which is an inline tag. But now we'll change the color using text utility for color. So we'll add the class text muted. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and now we see how it looks like with the secondary heading. Next up, we'll see how we can create the display headings. Right now they're simply H1 heading elements. We can now select all of them like so and add the class display. For the first one, we'll add the number 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So we have 6 different levels. We can see now it becomes much larger and also thinner as well. Next up is the lead paragraph. That will increase the font size. So we simply need to add the class lead to this. Save, go back and refresh. Now we see that the font size has been increased and also the font weight. So similar to how we increased the headings up there. Now let's take a look at inline elements. So if we go into the code editor, we can see that these are all created. First we have the highlighted text using the mark element, then we have deleted text using the del element, then text that is incorrect using the S, so they have a strike through, as we can see right here. Also the same as the deleted text, a strike through. The highlighted text has this highlighted background color. And then we have inserted text, underlined text, fine print, which is smaller in font size. Then we have a strong text, which is a bold, emphasized text, which is italic, and then bold text, which is also bold, of course, and the I tag, which will give us italic text, which are meant for alternate voice, technical terms, and so on. So all of these have different semantic values. So consider that when you're using them. Even though two of them might look the same, they have different semantic value. Let's see how we can create some of these using a class, no matter what element they are in. So we can do that for the mark tag by using the mark class. And also we can recreate the small tag by using the class small. We can create an underline for underlined text using the class text decoration underline. And we can mark text as being incorrect with a strike through or a line through by using the class text decoration line through, like so. Let's save this, go back and refresh. And now here we can see we have the highlighted text, fine print, underlined text, and text with a line through. And we have all the previous examples as well. So this is how you're using inline elements. Next up is the abbreviations. So here we simply see two abbreviations that lives inside of the abbreviations tag ABBR. We can see that nothing happens when we hover on top of them. That's because we need to add the title attribute with the word that is being abbreviated. So here it is attribute, and down here it is hypertext markup language. Now if we are dealing with this abbreviation here for multiple words and not just one word, we can add the class initialism like so. So this will change the text to capital letters. Now we see the question mark appearing, and we have a little tooltip for both of them. Next up is block quotes. So we'll scroll a bit down. We see we already have the HTML. And now for this block quote tag, we'll simply mark all of them for these examples, and we'll add the class block quote. This is enough for our first example, but to have the attribution with the block quote, we need to put it inside of a figure element, like so. And now for the figure caption, let's mark up these three. We'll add the class block quote footer. And then for the site attribute here, we'll also add the title attribute with the same text, source title. I misspelled this. Okay, like so. So let's just wrap the lines a bit. So to recap, we have this block quote inside of a figure element, and therefore we can add the fig caption element, which acts as our block quote footer. Now to align this differently, we can add a class to the figure element. So for this example, we'll add the class text center, and for the other example, we'll add the class text end. Now let's save, go back in the browser and refresh, and here we see the block quotes examples. We have the default block quote, the one with attribution, which we see here in the block quote footer, and then we have the different alignment options, the center aligned block quote and the right aligned block quote. Next up is the unstyled lists. So here we see what it looks like. Per default, we have the bullet point in front of all items. Now let's see how we can remove this from only the first level or from both levels. So in our code editor, we scroll a bit down. First we have the unordered list, but the same thing is true for ordered lists. To remove the styling, we can add the class list unstyled. It will now remove the bullet points and change the padding and margin, but only for the first level. So you'll notice the second level will still have bullet points. If we want to reset the styles for both levels or multiple levels, we must add this class for all the UL elements, also the nested ones, like this, list unstyled. Let's do something similar for the ordered list. First, only for the parent element, list unstyled, and then for both the parent and the nested one. So the class list unstyled. Let's save this, go back into the browser and refresh. First we see it being applied only to the parent element, and then to the parent and the nested element. And the same thing for the ordered lists as well. Now let's see how we can create an inline list out of unordered and ordered lists. So we'll scroll a bit down here. We already have the markup in place. So now we'll simply select these two here, parent elements, and add the class list inline, and then select all of the children elements here and add the class list inline item. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see the inline lists. Finally, let's take a look at description lists. So we scroll a bit down and see here we have the markup already. Now to create some better layout for this, we will use the grid system of Bootstrap 5. So for the parent element, we'll add the class row. And inside of this, we'll define the width of our columns. So let's start by marking up these DTs with the term, like so, or actually only the first one, these three. We'll give it the class call MD3. So initially we want all of this to be stacked, but for medium devices we want it to change into 2 columns. So for this next 2 or 3 descriptions, we'll add the class call MD9. So this will now take up the full width, a DT and a DD tag next to each other. The first one will have bold text. For this long one here, we'll add the class text truncate. So this will now truncate this term if it's too long to fit on the line. Now notice here we have a nested description list. So for this we also want to apply the row class, and for these 2 terms here we'll add the class call MD4 this time, not 3. And for the descriptions we'll add the class call MD8. So this will make up 1 line and this another line. Here we also have a long term description, so we add the text truncate class as well as we did up here. Now let's see what this looks like in the browser. I'll refresh, scroll down, and here we see the 2-column grid. So this is the one column, the first column, and this is the other column with the nested grid inside here with those 2 columns. If we resize the browser window to extra small or even small size, we can see that all of them are stacked. And here are the nested row or grid. And if we increase the width to medium breakpoint, we'll see that it now turns into a 2-column grid with a nested grid inside, also with 2 columns. So this was all about the various typography elements that we can use with Bootstrap and what they look like and how you can style them differently. In this lecture you'll learn how to use images. We can make them responsive, apply some styling and align them. Here we see the various examples for images. First we have the default image with no Bootstrap classes applied. Then we have a responsive image that will be resized to fill out the width of its parent element. Then we have a rounded image, which means it has some border radius on each corner. Then we have a thumbnail image where we can see it has this white border. And then we have different alignments of images, first using float, then using spacing utilities, and finally using text alignment. We also see how we can use the picture element with classes from Bootstrap. Alright, so in our code editor we'll start by creating the default image with no classes added onto it. So we'll take an image from the folder img 300 times 200.png. The alt text will simply be normal image. Now let's create the responsive version before we preview this in the browser so we can see the difference. This image is 1200 times 600.png and the alt attribute is responsive image. Now we must give this the class img fluid to make it responsive. Let's save, go back into the browser, select the screencast tab, and here we see it. Now let's see what happens when we resize the browser. We can see that the responsive image will scale along with the width of the parent element. And we can see here the first example, it doesn't resize when we change the width of the browser. That's because it's just a default image with no Bootstrap classes being applied. Alright, let's continue with the next 2 examples. a rounded image and a thumbnail image. First we'll add an image here, which will be the 300 times 200 image again. The alt attribute will be image with rounded corners. And then we'll add the class rounded. To create a thumbnail version of an image, we'll find an image here, 100 times 100.png with the alt attribute with the text image thumbnail. And now to create this thumbnail, we simply add the class img-thumbnail, like so. Let's save this, go into the browser and refresh. Here we see our image with the rounded corners, and here we have the thumbnail image with this white border. Now let's see how we can use different kinds of alignment for images. First we'll use float. So first of all we'll wrap this in a parent element with the class clearFix, so it won't collapse when we float the two images inside. Then we'll grab an image, 100 times 100.png. The alt will be image floated left, and the class will be float start. Let's copy and paste this. Change this to image floated right and float end. Remember, you can learn more about the clearFix class and the float classes in other lectures, as well as the spacing utility classes and text alignment classes that we'll use in the next two examples. So here we'll simply see how this works. We'll refresh, and here we see the first one being floated to the start, the second one being floated to the end. Now let's see how we can use spacing utilities. So we'll add the image again, 100 times 100. I forgot the img folder name here. 100 times 100.png. Alt, the alt attribute, left aligned image. The class will be dblock. Now let's copy, paste this 2 times, and update this text here to centered image. This will have one additional class, mxAuto, which will apply margin to both the left and right side of this image. And for the right aligned image here, we'll add the class msAuto, which will add auto margin in the start. So this is the left side, which will push the image to the right side. Save, go back and refresh, and here we see it. Left aligned, centered, and right aligned. Now let's see how we can use the text alignment as well. To do this, we'll wrap our image in a parent element. First we'll get the class text start, which will align it to the left side. And then we add the image here, 100 times 100.png. The alt attribute with value is centered image. We'll copy and paste this here. Adjust this class to text center, and I forgot this text in the first example should be, of course, left aligned image. I'll paste it in again. Adjust the alt text to right aligned image, and now the class is text end. So to recap, text start, text center, and text end. Let's save, go back, refresh. Here we see 3 different variations. Now let's see how we can use the picture element. If you're using the picture element, you should put the img classes on the img tag and not on the picture tag. So down here we can add the picture tag, and inside of this we'll add our source and the source set attribute, which will be our image that we have used in the other examples. Now we'll add the image here as well. So I won't explain how this picture element and source elements actually works, but you should check it out. So this is just a demonstration. Now we have the text, image, and picture tag. And then, as I said, we add the class to this img element that we have right here, and not to the picture element up here. This is actually being kind of removed by the browser when it discovers it. So all styling will have to be applied to the img element, including the Bootstrap class. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see it. Alright, so this was all about how to use images with Bootstrap. In this lecture you'll learn how to use tables. The different styles for tables includes contextual color classes, striped rows, hoverable rows, bordered table, small table, and responsive table. Here's the overview of all the different table styles. First we see a default table here, a very simple table. Then we see how we can add colors to different parts of the table. We can use it for the whole table, a specific row or a specific cell. We can also use what is called accents, so we can make a table striped or have background colors on hover, or even combine these two effects. And we can also mark a row or a cell as an active row or cell. We can add borders around all the cells. We can give that border a color. We can also create a borderless table, which we see here. We can create a small table where there are less padding on each cell. We can change the vertical alignment of content inside of each cell, which you can see right here. We can do that for the whole table, for a row, or for a specific cell. We can nest a table, which we can see right here, and nested table don't inherit any of the styles of the parent element. Then we see an example of head and foot. We can see that we can give it different colors too. We can add captions in the bottom or at the top. And finally, we can create a responsive table if we have a very large one that can be scrolled horizontally. We can do that for all breakpoints, or we can specify the breakpoints, and this will only work below that specified breakpoint. So this is kind of an opposite way to do it. So if I resize my browser window here down to, let's say, large, we can see that the first examples, they simply extend outside of the element, but here we have below extra large and below extra large. So here the effect is applied, so they are now responsive. But I'll explain that further when we get to it. Now before we start, let's take a quick look in the screencast tab. We can see we have all the table markup already being made, so we'll simply apply the different classes to change the styling of these tables. Let's get started. We will go into our code editor and take a quick look at the table markup first. So we have a table tag here. Inside of this we have a table head with a table row for the labels here for our table. Each cell is specifying that they are labeling up a column using this scope attribute. Then we have a table body element with 3 rows inside, and they each have 4 cells. The first one is also a heading where the scope is for the row. So horizontally up here it is vertically. So it makes sense when you see it in the browser. Now for this default table, to apply the default Bootstrap table styling, we simply add the class table. So let's save this and go back and take a quick look. Here we have the default table without this class being applied, and now when we refresh we can see that we have the default Bootstrap styles applied to it. And as I talked about, we have the various headings horizontally and vertically. Okay, next up let's see how we can change the colors for our table. So we'll scroll a bit down here. We can change colors for table, row and cells, and we can use all the contextual color classes that we know, but we must prefix them with the table word. So for example here, we'll first add the class table as we did from before, and then we'll add table primary. This will give the whole table the primary background color. To do something similar for only a row, we'll first add the class table to the table tag, and then for this row, if we want this to be primary color, we'll add the class table primary. And to only give one cell a color, we'll scroll down and first add the table class to the table, and then for this cell here, we'll add the class table primary. So now let's take a look at this in the browser. I'll refresh. Here we see the whole table being colored, one row and one cell. And the available colors are, as we know, primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light and dark. But this is just an example to show you how you do this. Next up is the accents. So we'll scroll a bit down. First, let's see how we create a striped table. First we add the class table, as we already know, and then the table striped class. Let's create the other examples in this section. To make a table with hover effect, we add the table class and the table hover class. Now there will be a background when you hover above the rows. We can combine these two by adding both the table striped class and the table hover class. We can also mark a row or cell as being the active one. So let's do that. First adding the table class to the table tag, and then if we want this row to be the active one, we add the class table active, and to make one cell the active one, we also add the class table active to that specific cell. That was in the wrong row, sorry about that. We'll add it here instead. Table active. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we first see the striped table and then a table with hover effects. We can see the background color being applied on hover, and then a combination of striped and hover effect, and finally how to make a row or a cell active. Next up we'll take a look at borders. So we'll go back to the code editor and scroll a bit down. Now to make this a table with borders around all of the cells, we'll add the class table as always, and then table bordered. Let's see how we can create a colored border before we preview this in the browser. So for example, to add the primary color to the border, we'll use the classes table bordered and then the modifier border primary, which you can learn about in the border utility lecture. We can also create a borderless table with no borders at all. To do this, we have the class table and then table borderless. So let's preview this in the browser. We'll refresh. Here we see the first example bordered, and then with the primary color for the border. And then we have the borderless version of the table. Now let's see how we can create a small version of table. To do this, we simply add the class table and table SM. This will decrease the padding around the cells. So let's take a look at that right there. Now let's see how we can change this vertical alignment. We can see that we have changed the markup of this table a little bit. So in some cells in the first two columns here, they are aligned in the middle. Let's see how we can change some of this. So we'll scroll down here, and for this table, we'll add the class table again, and now we want to align everything in the middle by using the class align middle. But let's override this for a row down here. So we'll add the class align bottom. So now this row and its cells will be aligned to the bottom, and then let's override this for a specific cell down here by using the class align top. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we can see that all things are now aligned in the middle. Then for the second row, they are aligned at the bottom. And then for this cell here in the last row, it's aligned in the top. So this is how you can play with vertical alignment. And you can learn more about these classes in the lecture about vertical align. Now let's see how we can style a nested table so it don't inherit the style of the parent table. So if we scroll a bit down here, we can see that we have this table here that we already know. And then inside of this table cell here, we have put another table, which is the same table as the parent element. So this is just a nested table example. Then for the parent table, we'll add the class table and table bordered to give this border around each cell, but we won't add anything to this table here except for the class table, but no specific styling. Now let's see how this table won't inherit the styles of the parent element. If it should inherit the styles, the border styles, it will have borders around each cell, but because it doesn't inherit this, it will just look like a default table. So let's go back and refresh. Here we can see that the parent table has borders around all cells, but the nested table doesn't inherit these styles. So this is the default behavior, just to show you this. Now let's take a look at head and foot of a table. So we'll scroll down here. We have already seen the table head. Let's see how we can add some colors to that. First we add the table class to the table tag, and then for this table we add the class table primary to give it the primary color. Below our table body we have a simple table foot with some simple content, and we can also add all of the colors to only the foot. So you can use the same color variants as we saw in the beginning of this lecture. Let's go back and refresh. And here we can see that we have given the head and the foot a background color. Next up, let's see how we can style a caption with the table. So first we'll add the class table. And now we can see that we have added this caption element right here. So this goes right before the table head. And in the other version here, we can see how we can put this on the top. Even though it's in the top up here, it will be placed in the bottom by default, which we'll see in a moment. But if you want this to stay in the top, we can add the modifier caption top to our table class here. So let's go back and refresh. Now we can see the first one with the table in the bottom, which is the default location, even though in the markup it's right before the table head. And then in the other variation, we have placed it in the top by adding the class caption top to the table element. All right, now we'll look at the final examples here on how to create a responsive table when we have a lot of content. So we already have the markup in place, and we'll add the class table. Now to make this scrollable horizontally, we need to add a class to a wrapping element, which is just a div tag with the class table responsive. So this will wrap around our table markup. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And we can see here it can now be scrolled to the left and right side. Now let's see how we create the responsive variations. So we'll scroll down here to the next example. First we'll add the class table to our table element. Then we must specify for which breakpoint we want this to apply below. So for example, we can add the class table responsive SM, and this will now be applied below the small breakpoint. So only for the extra small breakpoint will this be responsive. So if we take the next example here, we'll have class table. Now we want to make this responsive below the medium breakpoint. So to do this, we have the class table responsive MD. So this will now be responsive for extra small and small device sizes. And we'll continue with the next one. First add the class table, like so. And then the class here will be table responsive LG. So it will now be responsive below the large breakpoint. So for extra small, small and medium. And then we have the extra large. First we have the class table, and then on this wrapping element, table responsive XL. So this will now apply below the extra large breakpoint. And our final example here, below extra extra large. First we have the class table, and then we add the class table responsive XXL. We'll save this, go back and refresh. And now let's resize our browser window all the way to extra small. So first we have the example where it will be applied to all breakpoints. Then we have one that is being applied below small, and so on. So now all of them are active, you can say. Whoops, we have some kind of mistake here. So let's quickly fix that. Table responsive, I forgot an S. Let's save this, go back and refresh. So now all of them is responsive and can be scrolled horizontally because we are on extra small breakpoint here. If we then go to the small breakpoint, we can now see that the first one can be scrolled, but not the second one, because it's only below small breakpoints, so for extra small. So if we gradually increase the width here, we can see that they stop being responsive. So this is the way it works when creating responsive tables. Now, none of these are responsive, only the first one, which is for all breakpoints. So this was all about how you can create tables with Bootstrap 5. In this lecture you will learn how to use figures. Figures are used when you need to display an image with a related caption. So here's what figures look like. We have an image and then we have a caption under the image. So a figure caption. We can change the alignment of this caption easily to be centered or right aligned. Now let's go into the code editor and create the default example. We start by adding the figure tag with the class figure. Inside of this we add our img tag. We'll grab an image from our folder, 600 times 400.png. We'll give it the classes figure, img, and img fluid. We learned about img fluid in the previous lecture about images. But figure img is used when you're wrapping your image in a figure element or figure tag. Then we add the alt attribute, figure image. Now after this we want to add our figure caption. This is using the fig caption element, but the class is figure caption. So notice the difference, fig caption and figure caption. Then we'll add the caption for the figure, like so. Now before we preview this, let's create the two different alignment examples as well. So we'll copy and paste this down here. And to align this figure in the center, we'll simply add the class text center. To align it to the right, we'll add the class text end. You can learn more about how to use these text utility classes in another lecture. Now let's save this, go back in the browser, select the screencast tab, And here we see what we just created. Our default figure with the default left-aligned caption, and then 2 examples where we have changed the alignment of the caption to be centered and right-aligned. We used the img fluid class as well, which we can see right here. The image will resize along with the width of the parent element. So this was how to use figures with Bootstrap. In this section, we'll learn how to create different kinds of forms. We'll learn about various form controls, form layout, and form validation. Here's a quick overview of the different parts. Overview. A quick overview of how to create forms with Bootstrap. Form control. How to use the following kinds of form controls: input, text area, file, color, and data list. Select. How to create and use the select form control. Checks and radius. How to create and use checkboxes and radio buttons. Range. How to create and use the range form control. Input group. Add text, checkboxes, radio buttons, button groups, and drop-downs on either side of text input elements. Floating labels. Labels that float to the top of input fields. Layout. How to lay out forms in Bootstrap. This can be done using the grid system, but it's also possible to create inline forms and horizontal forms. Validation. Different validation methods provided by Bootstrap. You can choose between the native browser validation and the custom Bootstrap validation. The custom Bootstrap validation can be applied client-side and server-side and can have help text as regular text and as tooltips. In this lecture, you'll get a quick overview of how to create forms with Bootstrap. Here we see the overview for our forms. First, we can see that we can use the field set element to wrap around blocks of code in our forms to give semantic meaning. So this doesn't change any visual styles. So the native styles for field set has been reset by Bootstrap. Then we see that we can use the legend element for a heading inside of our form. Then we can see how we can use form text as helper text in either a stacked layout or inline layout. So here we can see that below the input or after the input. And then we'll see how we can disable specific inputs or a whole field set inside of a form. So let's go into the code editor. First, we'll create the form by adding a form element like so. And then we'll add a field set element like so. And inside of this, we can now build up our form. So we'll add a div tag with the class mb3 to provide some spacing in the bottom after this first input, which will be an email input. First, we create the label for it with the for attribute with the value input email and the class form label like so. Email input label. Then we create the input with the type email and the class form control and the placeholder email input placeholder, and finally the ID input email, which we used up here. So now we have this first input. We'll copy and paste this and change this for attribute and ID attribute to input password. We'll also change the type of the input to password so the characters are being masked. We'll update this text to password input label, and the placeholder will be password input placeholder. Finally, before our ending field set tag, we'll create a button with the type submit and the class btn and btn primary. So this would be a primary button with the text submit. Now let's save this, go into our browser, select the screencast tab, and here we can see our simple form where we are using the field set, but we cannot see any visual style of the field set. This is only here for semantic reasons. Now let's see how we can add a legend to this form. So we'll now copy and paste the form like so, and then we'll simply add a legend up here using the legend element and give it the text legend. We'll save and go back and refresh, and here we see the same form, now with the legend acting as a heading. Now we'll see how we can use form text as a helper text. So we'll go back and scroll down and create first the stacked version. So we'll create an input from scratch by adding a label tag with the for attribute with the input text stacked value and the class form label and the text input label. Then we add an input, the type text, class form control, and the placeholder, text input placeholder, and the ID being input text stacked, and finally the area described by attribute, the value being input text stacked help. So what this area attribute does is that it will connect this input to the paragraph we are creating now, which is the helper text. So this is for screen readers and accessibility reasons. So here we are creating the paragraph, which will give the same ID, input text stacked help, and we'll also give it the class form text. Now let's open up the reference section of this page and grab this random text here for this example and paste it in. And now let's also toggle word wrap so we can see it all. All right, let's save this, go back into our browser and refresh. Here we see the help text below it. Now let's see how we can change this to the inline version. Now to create the inline version of this, we'll use a grid to lay it out. So we start by adding a div tag with the class row, then G3 to add gutter, and align item center to align it vertically, these three columns that we'll create now. Remember, you can learn more about the grid system in another lecture. Then we add a div tag with the class call auto to set the width of the column automatically. And inside of this column, we'll first add a label, the for attribute with the value input text inline, and the class call form label, and the text input label. Then we'll create one more column also with the call auto class, and inside of this we'll add our input with the type text, class form control, the placeholder, text input placeholder, and the ID input text inline, and finally, as we saw before, area described by input text inline help. So now we'll create our final column with the call auto class, and inside of this we add the span tag with the ID input text inline help, which we were just referring to in the area attribute, and we'll also give it the class form text like so. And I'll add some text here, lorem ipsum $sid and met, like so. Let's save this, go into our browser and refresh. Here we see the inline example of the label input and the form text. Finally, let's see how we can disable one specific input or a whole field set inside of a form. So scroll down, we'll create our input, or first the label for the input. Input text disabled will be the value here in the for attribute, and the class will be form label. So nothing new here, and text input label. Then we add our input with the type text, the class form control, and the placeholder text input placeholder. And the ID will be the same as the for attribute, input text disabled. So now to make this disabled, we simply had to add the disabled attribute like so. This will now become disabled. And now to disable a whole field set inside of a form, we'll go up and grab this code block from up here. Scroll back down. Paste it in. Now we'll update these values to input email disabled and input password disabled, so it won't conflict with the other example. Alright, to disable this field set, we simply add the disabled attribute to the field set element. Before, up here, it was to the input element, here it is to the field set element. So all the input inside of the field set will now be disabled. Let's save this, go back into the browser and refresh. Here we see our disabled input and our disabled field set, where the inputs and buttons are all disabled. So this was the overview of the forms.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn how to use the following kinds of form controls: input, text area, file, color, and data list. Here we see the various form controls. First, we have a text input, which applies to various textual inputs, like for example, type text, type search, type email, type URL, type tell, type password, and type number. So first we have the label, and then we have an input with a placeholder. This is what the value will look like. Next example is the text area. We can set the height in a number of rows if we want to. Then we see different sizing of the text input. We have a small and large size. We can create a read-only variation of the text input. We can also create a read-only plain text variation where it will look like plain text. And notice that we cannot select these read-only, we can only read them, not select and not edit. Then we have a color picker right here. We can click it and it will open up a native color picker where we can change the color or type in the value. And finally we have this data list here that will come with suggestions when you type. But you can also add something else, like whatever you want. So this is just a suggestion to a text input. Please notice that there are other form controls as well. We have separate lectures for these. Select, checks, file, range. Okay, let's get started with the text input. So in our browser, we'll add a label, the for attribute, the value input text, and the class will be form label. We'll add the text input label. Now we'll connect this to our input with the type text and the class form control. We'll give it the placeholder text input placeholder, like so. And to connect these, we have the ID input text, which we were referring to up here. So this is how they are connected when the users are clicking. Let's create the text area example as well before we look at this in the browser. So we add a label with the for attribute with the value text area and the class form label, and the text area. Then we create the text area element with the class form control, the ID text area to connect this to the label, and we'll set the height to 5 rows using the rows attribute, the value of 5, and then at the placeholder write your message here. And for this element we need to close the text area tag again. So regular input elements are self-closing but not text area elements, so remember that. We'll save, go back and select the screencast tab, and here we see the text input and the text area input. Next up, let's look at the sizing for text inputs. So let's just copy these 2 lines here, scroll down and paste it in. Now let's update the for and ID attributes to input text small. And to make this small, we'll simply add the modifier class to the input element, form control SM. Let's copy and paste this down here and change this to form control LG, as well as change the for and ID attributes to input text large. Now we'll preview these different sizes in the browser, refresh. Here we see the small input and the large input. Next up, we'll take a look at how to create the read-only text input. So we'll scroll back up and copy this default code here, scroll down again and paste it in. Now let's update the for and ID attributes to input text read-only, like so. And then we'll add the read-only attribute at the end. We'll also create a read-only plain text variation of this. So let's just copy and paste this down here, update the for attribute to input text read-only plain text. We'll keep the read-only attribute, but we'll change this class for the input element from form control to form control plain text. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. You see the read-only input element and the read-only plain text, where we cannot see the background or the border of the input element. So these cannot be selected or edited, we can only read them. Next up is the color picker example. So in our code editor, we start with creating the link with the for attribute being input color, and then the class form label. We'll give it the text color input label, and after this we'll create our input tag with the type attribute with the value color this time, and it will give the class form control as well as the modifier form control color. We'll give it the ID input color, which we used in the for attribute before, and the value will be this hex value here, 7952B3. We'll also give it a title, the value choose color. So this is a kind of a placeholder or for the input element. We'll save this, go back and refresh. First we see the label, and when we click on the label or the color picker itself, it will open up this native control here where we can change the color. Next up is our data list example. So we scroll down to the last example here, add our label with the for attribute data list and the class form label, like so. We'll give it the text data list label. Now we'll create an input element with the class form control and the list attribute with the value data list options. Give it the ID data list and the placeholder type to search. So this list here has the value data list options, and we'll use that value now. We'll do that with a data list tag, like so, and the ID data list options. So now they are connected, and inside this we can add options with a value attribute. First will be Bootstrap, and notice we won't close these options. It's not that what we're used to from a select element. So it's just like this without any closing options. Next one will be foundation. It's a little annoying that VS Code is trying to auto close this option element. Then we have Bulma, and finally we have materialize. So once again, to recap, we have an input element with no type attribute. Instead, we have this list attribute that references this data list element here with options inside. And these options are self-closed. They are not like the other options found in a select element. So now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we can see our input. We can see the suggestions popping up natively, and we can type in some characters and see what happens. So you can type in anything we want. So this acts like a regular text input with these suggestions in the data list. So this was all about form controls. In this lecture, you'll learn how to use the select form control with Bootstrap. Here's what the select looks like. This is only styled when it's closed. So here we see the Bootstrap styling being applied. We have the label and then the select itself. When we open this up, it will have the native styling. So Bootstrap only applies styles for when it's being closed. We can change the size of this to a small or large variations. We can see here that the text inside the native open select is also being adjusted. We can have a multiple select where I can add or select multiple options by holding down the command key here on the Mac. And finally, we can set the visible options. So we can set the height of this box here. Here we still have those 5 options, but the height is limited to 3 options at a time. All right, let's see how we create this. So in our code editor, we'll start by creating the default select. We'll create a label tag with the for attribute, the value input select. We'll use that as an ID in a moment. Then we'll add the class form label, like so. We'll give it the text default select, and after this we'll add the select tag with the class form select and the area label with the same value as the text from before, default select, and then the ID with the value we used for the for attribute before. So that will be input select. Inside of this select, we can now add our options. We'll add our first option, and we'll have this be the selected one. So this is selected on page load. Then we'll add the text select option. Then we'll create one more option with the value being 1 and the text option 1. We'll now copy and paste this in a few times. Update these values to 2, 3, 4, and 5. And change the words here to 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's save this, go into the browser, select the screencast tab, and here we see the default select. First we have the label and then the select box that we can open up like so and pick another option. Now let's see how we can change the size of this. So we'll go back, we'll copy and paste all of our code, and now we'll first create the small variation. First, let us rename the for attribute and ID attribute to input select small, and then also the value and area label attribute to small select, like so. Now to style this as a small one, we simply need to add the form select SM modifier class. Let's now copy and paste this whole code here down. To make this a large select, we'll use the class form select LG instead. We'll also update the values for the for attribute and ID to input select large, as well as the text here and the area label to large select. Now we can save this, go into our browser and see it. Here we have the small variation and the large variation. Now let's see how we can create a multiple select. So to do this, we'll first copy the code from up here and scroll back down and paste it in. Now let's edit the for and ID attribute to input select multiple, as well as the text and area label to multiple select, just like so. Then we'll add the attribute multiple and it will now be a multiple select. But we'll also remove the first option here, since this is not really necessary when all the options are visible at once. Let's save this, go into our browser and refresh. And here we see the 5 options. We can see that this has a default height as well. We can change this height, however, and we'll see that with the visible options example now. So let's copy and paste this code here, like so. Update the for and ID attributes to input select size and the text and area label to select with size, like so. Now we'll remove the multiple attribute and instead use the size attribute with the value 3. This will now be 3 options tall, but remember that you can also combine this with multiple if you want to make it a multiple select. But right now we just move this so this will act as a regular select with only 1 option to be chosen, but we have changed the size. So let's go back into our browser, refresh and scroll down. Here we see we have the 5 options. We can see 3 options at a time since we used the size attribute with the value 3. And I can only select 1 option at a time. If we also added the multiple attribute for this example, we could select multiple ones like we could up here. So this was all about the select. In this lecture, you'll learn how to use checkboxes and radio buttons with Bootstrap. Here we see the different variations of checks. First we have the default one, where we can see that one is being checked. Then we have an indeterminate checkbox and the disabled checkbox. For radio buttons, we see the default one and the disabled one, with one radio being checked. Then we can also use switches, which are based on checkbox inputs. We have the default and disabled variations here. We can use inline checks and radios. We can use them without any labels. And finally, we can create toggle buttons using either checkboxes or radio buttons. And those can be in either the solid button style or the outline style. So let's see how we create all of this. First, we'll create the default checkbox. To do this, we create a div tag with the class form check. And inside of this, we'll add an input with the type checkbox and the class form check input. We'll give it the ID check default 1. Then after this, we'll create a label element with the class form check label, and we'll give it the for attribute with the value check default 1, which we also used up here. We'll give it the text default checkbox. Now let's copy and paste this like so, and update the ID and for attribute to check default 2 and the text to checked checkbox. So we'll make this checked by adding the checked attribute to the input element, like so. Let's save this, go into our browser, select screencast, and here we can see the two checkboxes, the default one and the checked one. Now let's create the indeterminate one. So we'll go back here and paste in the same code from before. Then we'll up the ID and for attribute to check indeterminate, like so. And also update this text to indeterminate. So indeterminate state cannot be set using HTML or CSS. This must be set programmatically, so using JavaScript. So we'll do that by adding a script tag here and create 2 lines of code. We'll create a variable checkbox that will grab this element by its ID, and that ID is check indeterminate. Then we'll create a new line with the semicolon here, and we'll take that checkbox variable and set the indeterminate attribute to true. So now when the page loads, we should see that. Let's try it out. Go back into the browser and refresh. Here we see the indeterminate state of the checkbox. When we check it, it will become checked. When we check it again, it will become unchecked. So the indeterminate state will only be there on page load. Let's refresh again, and here we see it. Now let's create the disabled check. To do this, I'll copy and paste the code from up here, the default code, paste it in here. I'll update these values, check default. I'll mark up all 4 of them like so, and change them to check disabled one. So the reason I'm always renaming or updating all of these IDs and for attributes is because we have to make them unique, so the label will act as a trigger for the input, and so they won't conflict with the other examples. Alright, now we have done this. Then we'll simply add the disabled attribute, like so, to the input element. Let's also update the text here to disabled default checkbox and disabled checked checkbox. Let's save, go back and refresh, and now we see what it looks like. We'll continue now with radio buttons. Once again, we'll copy this code from up here to save us some time and paste it in. Now first of all, we'll update the type attribute. So instead of checkbox, it will of course be radio. We'll keep the class names, and the ID will be updated as well to radio default, and the text will be default radio and checked radio, like so. We'll also keep this checked attribute right here. Now, because this is a radio button group, to group them together, we need to add the name attribute, like so. And we'll give it the value radio default. So now when you select one, it will deselect the other. So let's try this out. Go back and refresh. And we can see that something is wrong. So let's just quickly go back here and take a look. Yeah, I misspelled this. I can see that right away. Radio. Let's try again. Now we can see that the second one is being checked, and when we select the other, it will uncheck the other one. So this is because we're using the name attribute. Now let's create the disabled version of this by copying and pasting this code here. Then we'll update the value of the name, ID, and for attribute in both of these to radio disabled. We'll also update the text, disabled default radio and checked radio, and then we'll add the disabled attribute to our inputs, like so. Let's save, go back and refresh, and here we see it. Next up, we'll take a look at switches, which are based on checkboxes. So let's scroll up and copy and paste this up here. Paste it in. Now we have the normal checkboxes. So we'll now add a modifier class to the wrapping element, so it becomes form check and form switch. We'll update the ID for attributes of these two to switch default, like so, and also this text here to default switch. Now let's take a look in the browser. We can see that the second one here is checked. Here we see the switch with the second one being checked, and we can check and uncheck them just like so. Let's see what the disabled state looks like by copying and pasting this down here and adding the disabled attribute to the input element and renaming our ID and for attributes to switch disabled. We'll save, go back and refresh, and here we see the disabled switches. Now we'll see how we can create inline checks and radios. To do this, we'll scroll up again and copy the default code from our checks, scroll down and paste it in here. Now we'll add the modifier class form check inline, like so. We'll update the ID and for attributes to check inline, and we'll update the text to 1 and 2 so it doesn't take up too much space. And then let's copy this last check here to make a third variation. We'll update these values to 3, and this will become disabled. We forgot to add the form check inline modifier class to the second and third checkbox here. So now we have it for all of those 3. So before we preview this in the browser, let's recreate the radius in the same way. So we'll scroll up here and copy and paste the code for the radius, like so. Then we'll update these values here to radio inline, and also the text will be 1 and 2. We'll duplicate the last radio, change the number to 3, and add the disabled attribute instead of checked. And then we'll also add the modifier class to the parent element, which we did before, form check inline, like so. Now let's go into the browser and refresh, and here we see the inline checks and radius. Alright, now we'll see how we can create these with no labels. So we'll go back here, and for the first input we'll add the type checkbox and give it the class form check input. We already had the ID check no label, and we'll give it the area label attribute since this doesn't have a label. So this will be checkbox label. Then we have another input which is for our radio example. We'll give it the class form check input as well. And we have the name defined radio no label and the ID radio no label 1. And as we did before, we'll add the area label attribute to give it a label, radio label. So let's just save this, go back and refresh. Here we see the 2 different checks, the checkbox and the radio. We will now continue to our last example with toggle buttons. So first let's create the checkbox variation, and we'll create this from scratch. So we'll add an input with the type being checkbox, and then give it the class btn_check. Give it the ID check toggle button 1, and we must also use the autocomplete attribute set to off, since this will be a checkbox styled as a button. Then we'll add a label with the class btn and btn secondary, and the for attribute with the value check toggle button 1, which we just used above. Give it the text checkbox. So notice this time this class is different, btn check, so a button check. Let's create the radio one before we preview this in the browser. So we'll add this to a wrapping element, btn group, since we'll create 3 of them. First we add the input, the type radio, and the class btn_check, as we also used above for the checkbox. Then we add the name attribute, the value radio toggle button, and the ID radio toggle button 1. And also we'll use the autocomplete attribute with the value off. After our input, we'll create a label with the classes btn and btn secondary, and the for attribute will be radio toggle button 1 with the text radio 1. Now let's copy and paste this radio twice and update the number 1 to 2 and 3. So we have 3 separate radios. Let's save this, go in to our browser and refresh, and now we see our toggle buttons. We can click on this, it becomes darker because it is selected, and we can unclick it again or unselect it again. Then we have the radios, we can choose between them, so they will become selected. Finally, let's see how we create the outlined version of this. So you can learn more about the outline style in the lectures about button and button groups, but for now we'll just copy and paste these 2 lines and this block here. Then we'll simply select the class right there, btn secondary, and we'll add the modifier outline word to it, so it becomes btn outline secondary. And for the last 3 examples, let's change these so we have some other colors to look at. So the first will be a primary one, bt outline primary, and then it will be success, and then info. Now this should look exactly like the reference section. So we go back and refresh, and here we see the secondary outline style for the checkbox, and for the radio buttons we have the primary outline style, the success outline style, and the info outline style. So this was all about how to create checks. In this lecture, you'll learn how to use the range form control with Bootstrap. Here we see what a range looks like. First we have the default range, a label, and then the range itself with this handle here. The default value is 0 to 100. We can change this minimum and max value, so in the second example we have it from 0 to 10. So as you can see, there's only 10 individual steps along the line. We can also change the steps, so in the third example we still have a minimum of 0, a maximum of 10, but the steps are set to a half. So here we can select, for example, 2.5, 4.5, and so on. So we have a total of 20 steps on this line because the steps are set to a half. Alright, let's see how we create these. In our code editor, we'll start creating the default range. We add the label tag, give it a for attribute with the value input range, which we'll use for the ID of the input in a moment. Then we'll give this label the class form label. We'll give it the text range input label. Then we'll create the actual input with the type being range and the class form range. The ID will be the same value as we used in the for attribute, input range. Now let's just create the other examples before we watch this in the browser. So let us just copy this code and paste it in. First, let's update the for and ID attribute to input range, min, max, like so. Now to add those values, we'll use the min attribute, give the value 0, and the max attribute with the value 10. Now let's copy this new code, paste it in down here, update the for and ID attribute to input range steps, and then add one more attribute here, which are step with the value 0.5. Now these two last examples have a maximum of 10, but the last example have step of 0.5, so there will actually be 20 steps and not only 10. For the first example, the default is 0 to 100, so it will have 100 steps on the line. Now let's see this in the browser. Select the screencast tab, and here we see it. We have the default one with 100 steps on the line, then we have the one with only 10 steps on the line, and finally the one with the same minimum and maximum value, but with the steps set to a half. So this has 20 steps along the line. So this was how to use the range input.
In this lecture, you'll learn about input groups. With input groups, we can add text, checkboxes, radio buttons, button groups, and drop-downs on either side of text input elements.
Here we see an overview of the input group. First, we have examples with text. We have the text before the input, after, and both before and after. Then we have the text with other form controls. Here we have a text area, select, and a file upload, all with text in front of them. Then we have an input group with a label above it. And then we see how we can size the input group in 3 different sizes: small, default, and large. Then we have an example of input group with checks. So we see we have a checkbox and the radio in front of our input. Then we have a version with multiple inputs. We see we have one text here next to 2 inputs. Then we have an example with multiple text add-ons. So we have 3 before our input and 3 after our input. Then we see 2 examples with buttons. First one, we have the button in front of our input and then the button behind our input. And finally, we have a drop-down together with our input and a drop-down with a split button. Alright, so let's see how we create all of this. So we go into our code editor and we start with looking at texts together with our input. So first we must add a div tag with the class input group. Inside of this, we'll now add a span tag with the class input group text, and we'll give this the ID before. We'll refer to this in a moment. Then we add the hash symbol as our text content. And then we add an input with the type text and the class form control. We'll give it the placeholder with the value hashtag, then the area label attribute with the value hashtag, and the area described by attribute with the value before. So that value before is referring to the ID here, since the input is described by the input group text. Now we'll create another example where the text will go behind or after the input. So we add a div tag with the class input group, and then now first we add our input tag with the type text, class form control, the placeholder, the value username, then the area label with the username again, and the area described by attribute with the value after. After this, we'll create a span tag with the class input group text. We'll give it the ID after, which we used right up here, and then the text will be at example.com. Now we'll create the next example with text both before and after our input. So we start with a div tag with the class input group again, and then before we add the span class input group text, we add the $, then we add our input with the type text, class form control, the area label attribute like so, and I'll give it the value amount to nearest $. Then one more span tag with the class input group text and .00. Now let's save this, go back into our browser, refresh, select the screencast tab, and here we see our first 3 examples where we have text before, after, and before and after our input. Now let's see how we can create an input group with text and other form controls. So we'll go back here and scroll a bit down. First we'll create an input group with a text area. So we add a div tag with the class input group. Inside of this we'll first add a span tag with the class input group text, and we'll give the ID text area and the text message. Then we'll add our text area element with the class form control, and the placeholder, write your message here, the area label attribute with the value message, and the area described by attribute with the value text area. And then remember to close the text area tag again and leave it empty. Now let's create the select version with the div tag with the class input group as our parent element. Inside of this, I'll add a span with the class input group text, and the ID will be select, and we'll add the text select option. Then we'll add our select here with the class form select, the area label, default selects, and the area described by attribute the value select, the ID we just used. Inside of this we can now create some options. First one will get the value 1 and the text option 1. Let's just duplicate this a few times and update the values to 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the text to 2, 3, 4, and 5, like so. You can learn more about how to create selects in another lecture. Let's take a look at now how to create the file input inside of an input group. You can also learn more about how to create this file input in another lecture. But first of all, we need the wrapping div element with the class input group. And inside of this, we'll add the span tag with the class input group text, and the ID will be file, and the text will be upload. Then we'll create the actual file input by using a div tag with the class form file. Inside of this, we'll add our input with the type file and the class form file input. The ID will be input file. We'll use that in a moment. And the area described by attribute with the value file. Now after this, we'll add a label tag with the class form file label and the for attribute with the value input file, which we're just creating right there. Inside of this label, we'll add a span element with the class form file text and the value choose file, and then we'll add another span tag with the class form file button and the text browse. Now let's save this and view these three examples here. First we have the text area, then we have the select, and finally we have the file upload together with the text on the left side inside an input group. Now let's see how we can add a label to an input group. For this example, we'll use the input group we created first up here. We'll scroll back down and now we'll paste it in. Then we'll add a label in front of our input group. So we add a label tag with the for attribute with the value label and the class form label. Then we add the text input group label. Now we'll rename this ID of the input group text to label text and the value of the area described by to label text. And now since we're using a label for this input here with the for attribute with the value label, we'll also add an ID here with the value label. Let's take a quick look in the browser. We'll refresh and here we see it. Next up, let's look at how we can size our input group. So back here in our code editor, we'll scroll up and copy our first input group again. Then we'll scroll down and paste it in 3 times. For the first one, we'll change the ID and area described by attribute to small. And the next one, we'll change it to default. And the third one, we'll change the values to large. Now to make this a small input group, we add the class input group SM. The default value will just have the input group as we already know, and the large variation will have the input group LG as well. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see the 3 different sizes. Now let's see how we can create checkbox and radio buttons within an input group. So we'll scroll a bit down here in our code editor, and first we'll see an example with a checkbox. We start by adding the div tag with the class input group. Inside of this, we'll add the span tag with the class input group text. And inside of this, we'll now create our text box. So we add an input with the type checkbox and the class form check input and the area label checkbox for text input. Then after this, we'll add our regular input with the type text, class form control, and the placeholder text input with checkbox. We'll also give it the area label attribute with the value text input with checkbox. Now we'll copy and paste this down here. Then we'll change the type to radio. We'll keep this class here. We'll update this to radio button for text input and update this to text input with radio button and the area label attribute text input with radio button. Now let's save this, go back and refresh, and here we see the checkbox and the radio button. Next up, we'll take a look at how to use multiple inputs and multiple texts. So first, the multiple inputs. We'll add the div tag with the class input group, like so. And then we'll add our span with the class input group text, we'll give it the text first and last name. Then we'll create multiple inputs. So in this example, 2 inputs. We'll add an input with the type text and the class form control and the area label first name. Then we'll copy and paste this, change this value here to last name. Now we'll make the next example before we preview this in the browser. So this is multiple texts for an input group. So we add a div tag with the class input group. Inside of this, we add a span tag with the class input group text. And then we'll simply give it the number 1. And we'll copy and paste this 2 times, change the number to 2 and 3. Then we'll add our input with the type text, class form control, and the area label multiple text. Now let's copy and paste all of this code down here. In the first example, we had our input group texts in front of our input. Now we'll have them behind. So we'll simply change the order here. So the input is the first one. Let's save and go back and refresh. Here we see the example with multiple inputs and the example with multiple texts before and after. Now let's look at how we can use button inside of an input group. So we'll go back here and scroll a bit down. First we'll create an input group with a button before our input. We start off with creating a div tag with the class input group. Inside of this we'll now add a button with the type button, and we'll give it the classes btn and btn secondary to give it the secondary gray color. Then we'll add the text search. Then create an input with the type text and the class form control. We'll give it the placeholder, the value search text here, and the area label attribute with the value text input with button. Now let's copy this code and paste it in here. And now we want the button after our input, so we simply move it 1 line down like so. Let's save, go back and refresh. And here we see our 2 inputs, first with the button in front of the input and then with the button after our input. Next up is 2 input groups with a drop down and drop down split button in front of the input. So first we'll add the div tag again with the class input group. Inside of this we add the button with the type button and the classes btn, btn secondary, and drop down toggle. Then we'll give this the ID drop down and the data bs toggle attribute with the value drop down. After this we add the area has pop up attribute with the value true and the area expanded attribute with the value false. Then we add the text topic and close our button tag again. Now we're creating the drop down menu using a div tag with the class drop down menu like so, and the area labeled by attribute with the value drop down, which refers to this ID up here. Inside of this we add an a tag with an empty href attribute and the class drop down item. This will get the text first item, and remember to close the a tag. Let's duplicate this a few times and update the text to second item and third item. After this drop down menu we add our input with the type text, the class form control. We'll add the placeholder attribute with the value search text here and the area label attribute with the value text input with drop down. Now we'll also create the drop down split button variation before we preview this in the browser. So to do this we simply copy all of this input group code here. Now we can see that I'm missing this closing div tag here for the input group. So let's add that. And now let's copy all of this code here and paste it in. Now first we want to update the value of the ID and the area labeled by attribute to be drop down split, so they won't conflict. Then we need to add another button with the type button and the classes btn and btn secondary. We'll add the text topic for this button, and now we need to edit this toggle button here. We need to add one more class, drop down toggle split for this, and then we need to hide this text here. We'll actually also change it to toggle drop down and make it visible only for screen readers by wrapping it in a class, a span tag with the class visually hidden. It will now be hidden for screens but visible for screen readers. So here we can see that the text is now wrapped in this span tag. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and now we have our input group with the drop down in front of the input and with the drop down split button. So we click this split to open up the drop down menu. So this was all about how to use the input group.
In this lecture, you will learn how to create floating labels that float to the top of input fields.
Here's what floating labels look like. First we have a default text input. We can see that the label is placed inside of our input, and when we click inside of it, it will float to the top of that input. In the next example, we already have a value, so that is why the label is already being floated. Then we see it together with a validation example, and then we see it applied to a default text area element and a text area element with a custom height, and finally applied to a select form control. So let's see how we create all of this. In our code editor, we start div tag with the class form floating. So this should wrap around our input and label. And this time our input should come first and label last. Normally we add our label first and the input last. So this is opposite. So let's create an input with the type text, class form control, placeholder, text, input, placeholder. So this won't be visible since we're using the label inside of the input where the placeholder usually exists, but we still need to have the placeholder according to the Bootstrap documentation. So we'll keep that, and then we'll add an ID, floating, label, default. Now we'll add a label below it, the for attribute, floating, label, default, so they are now connected, and the class form label. We'll give it the text input label. Let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab, and now here we see our text input with a floating label. Next example, we'll simply copy this code here, and then we'll add a value after our ID. Let's just break the lines here so that value will be text input value. Let's save, or actually we'll update the ID and for attributes so they won't conflict. They should be floating label value. We'll save, go back and refresh. We can see that now the label has already been floated. If we delete this value and click outside, it will go back in the middle. Next up, let's see how we can use this with validation. We'll copy this code from the previous example and paste it in here. Update the ID to be floating label validation. And now we'll add the class is valid to our input. Let's go back and refresh. So here we see that it works with validation. We just added this simple class here. You can learn more about validation in a later lecture. Now let's see how we can use this floating label with a text area element. First, we'll add the wrapping div element with the class form floating, just like as in the previous examples. Then we add the text area element with the class form control. The placeholder will be text area placeholder. The ID will be floating label text area default, and we close the text area element again. Then we add label element with the for attribute being floating label text area default, and the class form label. The text will be text area label. Now before we preview this, let's create the example with a custom height. This first example has the default height. We'll paste this in and update the ID and for attributes to text area height, floating label text area height, like so. Now normally we could add the rows attribute and specify how many numbers of rows should be the height of a text area element. So for example 5 rows tall, but we can't not do this when we're using floating labels. So instead we need some CSS styles, which could be inline, which we'll do right here. So we add a style attribute with the value height of 100 pixels. Now let's save and preview these two examples. Scroll down. Here we have the default text area, and here we have the one with the custom height. So let's just quickly remove this style here and instead use the rows attribute with the value 5, as I just told you cannot do. So we'll save, go back and refresh. Here we can see that it's simply not working. This is not 5 rows tall right now. So remember, when you're using floating labels, you should use CSS to set the height. Now I just undo and go back to this and refresh here so we can see that it works with the inline style. Finally, let's create a select element with floating labels, or one floating label. So we add a div tag with the class form floating. Inside of this we add a select element with the class form select, the area label with the value select, and the ID floating label select. Inside of this select we add an option with the selected attribute with the text select option. Then we add another option with the value 1 and the text option 1. Let's copy and paste this a few times, like so. Update this value to 2, 3, 4, 5, and the text as well. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Finally, we add a label for this select with the for attribute being floating label select and the class form label. We give it the text select label. Now let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see the form or the floating label being applied. Remember that this will always be floated on select inputs, like so, or select form controls. The floating label will always be floated. Alright, this is how you can use floating labels in your forms.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn about how to lay out forms in Bootstrap. This can be done using the grid system, but it's also possible to create inline forms and horizontal forms. Here we see the various layout options for our forms. First, we have form groups, which is a grouping of labels, controls, optional help text, and form validation messages. Right now we can't see the validation messages since this form has not been submitted. Then we see that we can create what is called a form grid to specify the width of each input. We can also use gutters to change the gutter in between our inputs and columns. We can create a horizontal form, which we see here, where we have some nice alignment for the labels and input elements. And we can change the label size according to the input size. Finally, we have an example of an inline form that takes up as little space as needed. Now let's get started. So in our code editor, we'll start by creating the form groups. So first, we'll add the form element inside of this. We'll add the div tag with the class MB3. So this is used to add some spacing in between each form group. You can also use another size if you want, but this is the spacing utility for margin bottom if you were in doubt. You can learn more about spacing utilities in another lecture. Now we'll create a label, the for attribute being form group text, and then the class form label. We'll give it the text input label, and then we'll add our input with the type text, class form control, and a placeholder, text input, placeholder, and the ID form group text. Now we'll duplicate this and update this value of the for attribute and ID attribute to form group text 2. Now we'll add some optional help text for this. So we'll add a paragraph here with the ID being form group text 2 help. So for this ID to match our input, we'll add the area described by attribute with the value form group text 2 help. So if we just wrap our line here, we can see that this matches this. So the input is now described by this paragraph here. We'll give this the class form text, and now I'll just grab some text from the reference version of this file here. So let's do that. I'll just wrap a line here. I'll copy and paste this text here, like so. Then we'll add the validation feedback messages. The first will be for the valid feedback using the valid feedback class with the text valid feedback text, and then we'll copy and paste this, change the class to invalid and the text to invalid. Now let's preview this in the browser. We'll select the screencast tab, and here we see our form groups. As I said before, we cannot see the feedback, the validation feedback messages since we have not submitted this form. But you can learn more about this in another lecture. Next up is the form grid. So we'll go back here and scroll down. We'll create first the form element inside of this. We'll add the div tag with the class row and the G3 to add horizontal and vertical gutter. Then we add the div tag with the class call LG7. So for large devices, this will take up 7 out of 12 columns. Initially, it will take up the full width. Inside of this, we'll add our input with the type text, the class form control, and the placeholder, text input placeholder, and the area label, text input label. So we're using the area label attribute since we're not using any label element for this. And because we're not using any label element, we are not using any IDs either. Now we'll copy and paste this 2 times and change this one to the size of 3 and 2. So in total, this is 12, which is the maximum number. So let's see how this behaves. Initially, for devices less than or smaller than large, we can see that they stack on top of each other. I can now see that we placed these the wrong place, so let's just quickly go back and move it up here. And now let's go back. Here we see that we have our form grid, and when we increase this, we can see for large devices and up that it will change using the grid system. Now we can see how we can use gutters for this. So let's go back and simply copy all of this down here. Now I'll update these values here. So first we want only 2 of these, like so, and then we'll add some horizontal gutter with the size of 2. Now for some of these horizontal gutters, you must also add some spacing utilities to make it look right. So I'll show you that in a moment. So now I'll simply copy this row here and change the gutter to be both horizontal and vertical and the size to 4. Then I'll copy and paste this and change it to half of the width. The other row here is full width columns. So now let's save this and go back and refresh. Here you can see that they are very close, right next to each other. So that's why I said something about using spacing utilities. So here we'll use the MB4. Then when we go back and refresh, we can see that it looks correct. Next up is the horizontal form. We will scroll down here and create our horizontal form. So first we have the form tag. Then we have a div tag with the class row and MB3. Inside this we'll add our label, the for attribute being horizontal email, and the class call MD2. So initially it will take up full width, but for medium devices it will take up 2 out of 12 width. We must also add the class call form label to have the right vertical centering for the label in relation to our input. So we add the email text here, then we add the div tag with the class call MD10. So this will take up 10 out of 12. So in combination with this label, we have our 2 columns inside of our row. Then we'll add an input, type being email, the class form control, and the ID horizontal email, just like so. Now we'll copy and paste this row here. The next one, we'll update this value to horizontal password. We'll update the text as well, password, and the type will be password. The size of the columns, MD2 and MD10, will remain the same. Then we'll scroll a bit down here and now create a field set to wrap around some radio buttons. So inside of this field set, which is only for semantic reasons, we'll add the div tag with the class row and MB3, just like we did before. Then we'll add a legend to act as a label, and this will have the class call MD as our labels from before, and also the call form label. And then we'll remove the padding in the top using the PT0 class, so it aligns perfectly with our radio buttons. Now we'll add the text level here. And after this, we'll create a div tag with the class call MD10. And inside of this, we can now add our 3 radio buttons. So we add the div tag with the class form check. And out of this, we add an input with the type radio, the class form check input, and the name horizontal radio. We'll give it the ID horizontal radio 1, and after this we'll add our label, the class form check label, and the for attribute with the value horizontal radio 1. So they are now connected, and the text will be beginner. Then we can copy and paste this 2 times, change the value here to horizontal radio 2 and horizontal radio 3, and the text value to intermediate and advanced. After our field set here, we'll add a button with the type attribute with the value submit, and the classes btn and btn primary. We'll add the text register. We'll save, go back and refresh. We can see that for devices less than medium, everything is now stacked, and when we reach the medium breakpoint right there, it turns into a 2-column grid. We can see that the labels are aligned vertically since we're using the call form label. So if I remove this class, we can see it's not aligned vertically anymore in the middle. We can also see down here for the legend, I used the PT0 to remove the padding in the top. So if I didn't use that, we can see it will look like this. So this is a way to use spacing utilities to get the exact layout that you want. Now let's see how we can change the sizing of our form labels together with our inputs. So to do this we'll scroll down here, create a form. Inside of this, div tag with the class row and mb3. And inside of this, we'll add the label, the for attribute, call form label small, and then a class call md2, call form label. So just like we did before. Now to modify this to be a small label, we'll also add the class call form label sm. We'll add the text small label, and after this, we'll create a div tag with the class call md10, and here we'll create our input with type text, the class form control, and now we'll also modify this using the form control sm class, so it will become a small input. We'll give the placeholder small form control and the ID call form label small. So it's now connected to the label. Now let's copy this, paste it in, and remove this value in the for and ID attribute to call form label default. And because of this, we'll remove this class here and this class here. And we'll change the text in the label and in the placeholder to default form control and default label. Now I'll paste this in one more time, update the values of the for and ID attribute to call form label large, like so. And then we'll change this modifier class, call form label sm to call form label lg, and form control sm to form control lg. We'll also change the text of the label and of the placeholder attribute to large label and large form control. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see we have the 3 different sizes. Finally, let's create an inline form. We'll go back here and scroll down. First we'll create a form element and we'll add some classes to this. We'll add the row, and the row calls md auto, which means that initially everything will stack, but for medium devices this will turn into a row column script with the auto width, so each column will only take up the width that they need. We'll also add the G2 to add horizontal and vertical gutters with the size of 2. And then we'll add the align item center to align all items, both inputs and other elements, in the center vertically when they are in line. Now inside of this we'll add a div tag with the class call 12. So this will take up the full width initially. And then we add a label with the for attribute, with the value inline input group. We'll give it the class visually hidden to hide this on the screen and only make it accessible for screen readers. We'll add the text username and close the label tag again. Then we add a div tag with the class input group. Inside of this, we add another div tag with the class input group text. The text will be the add symbol. Then we add input with the type text, class form control, placeholder username, and the ID inline input group. So it's now connected to this label up here. Now we want to create the next column using a div tag with the class called 12. One more time. Then we add the label, the for attribute with the value inline input. We add the class visually hidden, the text password, close the label tag. Below that, we add the input with the type password, class form control, the placeholder password, and the ID inline input. Then we create our next column using the call 12 class again. This time it will be a check box. So we add a div tag with the class form check to wrap around our input and label. First our input with the type checkbox and the class form check input and the ID inline check. Then we add our label with the class form check label and the for attribute inline check. And then we add the text remember me. So this label element doesn't have the class visually hidden since we need to see this connected to the checkbox. For the two previous inputs, we have the placeholder with a value to show the user. Then we create our final column for our submit button using a div tag with the class called 12 again. And then we add the button with the type submit, and the classes btn and btn primary, and the text login. Now we can save this, go back and refresh, and let's resize our browser window to the smallest possible size. And here we see that we have all of the columns stacked on top of each other initially, and then when we increase the width of the browser, we can see that it turns into this inline form with the input group, input, checkbox, and submit button. So this was all about how to lay out your forms. In this lecture, you'll learn about the different validation methods provided by Bootstrap. You can choose between the native browser validation and the custom Bootstrap validation. The custom Bootstrap validation can be applied client-side and server-side and can have help text as regular text and as tooltips. We'll now see what the different validation methods looks like. First, we have the browser default. So if I try to submit the form, we'll see the default message here from the browser. We can fill in these fields here and we'll see the validation happening. So now when I do all of this, then I'm able to submit it if it were connected to the backend, that is. Next up, we have the client-side validation where we're actually using Bootstrap to validate our form. So if we submit this, we can see some instant feedback. We can see that we have a border on the input, we have an icon, and we have some feedback text for all of these inputs. Now, if I start to type, we can see that it instantly validates our input, and now we have a valid input here, so we can see that the icon changes from a quotation mark to the check mark here. We can see that for the other inputs as well. If I try to submit it now, we still have one error, so I need to select for all of them. Now I can submit it. If we scroll down, we can see those same styling being applied server side. That means that we won't have any instant validation or feedback. So if we type here, we can see that nothing changes, and we can submit this since there's no client-side validation happening either by Bootstrap or the browser default. So this is simply validation on the server side. Finally, we can use tooltips instead of our regular text feedback. So this works the same as the client-side method up here. So if I try to submit this, we can see that we'll still get the borders and the icons in the right side, but instead of text taking up space, we now have these pop-ups appearing here, or tooltips. So let's see how we create this. For this lecture, if we go to the screencast, we have almost the exact same HTML. So we have all the fields for our forms, so we don't have to create all of this from scratch. Let's go into our code editor now. Here we have our first form. And if we want this to validate using the browser defaults, we simply need to add the required attribute like so. So let's copy that and paste it in here, as well as here. And on the select, on the checkbox, oops, my mistake, on the checkbox like so, on each radio button, we have 2 of them, and on the switch, and finally on the file type. Now let's save, go back. Before I refresh, let me just show you that it submits without validating anything. Now, when I refresh, we can see that it will actually validate using the browser default. So let's just fill these out, like so. We can see that it validates all of them, just as I showed you in the beginning. So this is the default. Now let's go to the Bootstrap variation for client-side validation. First of all, we'll add these required attributes again for all of these inputs here. So let's see if we can do that and not forget anyone. Here we have the inputs and the text area, and then the select and the input for the checkbox, and 2 inputs for the 2 radio buttons, the input for the switch, and the input for the file. Now we scroll up again. Now to deactivate this browser validation, we must add the attribute no validate, like so. Now the browser won't try to validate it. Instead, we'll add the class needs validation. So now Bootstrap knows that it needs to apply the correct styling and messages when we validate this form, when we try to submit it. We must also add some text. So to do this, we'll add a paragraph with the class valid feedback and the text valid feedback text. We'll copy and paste this and change the class to invalid feedback and the text to invalid feedback text. Now let's copy this and paste it in here and here. And after our select, after our checkbox, but inside of this form check parent element here, and after our second radio button, after the label, so this will now belong to this group of radio buttons. After our switch, or inside of the switch parent element, but after our label, just like we did up here with checkboxes and the radio. So inside this parent with the form check class. Then we have the file. This will also be pasted inside of this form file parent. Now we need to add some JavaScript to make this happen, and I'll simply grab some code directly from the official Bootstrap documentation. That's where I've got this from, so I won't really try to explain what all this does. We'll copy this code here, scroll down. Oh, I forgot, it's actually already there, so I don't need to paste it in. But you can take a look. What it does is that it selects the form with the class needs validation, and then for each of this, it listens for the submit event. So when we click the submit button, and then it checks the validity of the form, and it adds the class was validated. All right, so we'll now go back, refresh, and try to submit this form. We can see the JavaScript is working, and we can now see that it has the styling for the invalid feedback, and it is showing the invalid feedback text for all of our inputs. If we start typing, it will change to the valid feedback. So we can see now I added some text, but it has to be numbers because this is a number input. Here's some content, and we select the select box, check the checkbox, select the radio, turn on or off the switch, or actually it has to be turned on since this is required, and we select a file. Now I can submit this form. Next up, we have this server-side example here. So let's go back into our text editor, scroll a bit down. This time we won't add the required fields or attributes for our inputs, but what we'll do is we'll simply add some classes to our inputs. So this class we want it to be valid, so we add the class is valid. The next one should be invalid, so we add the class is invalid. And for the next one, we add the class is valid. And for the select, we want to add the class is invalid. We'll scroll down. And for this input here, the checkbox, we'll add the class is valid. For both of the radio buttons, we'll add the class is invalid, like so. For the switch here, we'll add the class is valid. And for our file, we'll add the class is invalid. So this time, once again, we will not add the required attribute. We'll simply add this. But we also need to add the feedback messages. So I'll just grab it from up here and paste it in right there. After our input group here, after the text area, up here. Actually, this input group, it should live inside of it like so, so it's connected. Then we'll paste it for the select, right after the select. And now inside of the form check element here, for the checkbox, for the radio buttons, we'll add it to the second one. For the switch, paste it in, and for the form file, also inside. That was the wrong place, right here. So inside, I'm meaning inside of this parent element here. Now let's go back and refresh and see what this looks like. here we see the server-side validation, so we have all the styling. When we type into it, we can see that it doesn't change. This is because it's server-side validated. There's no JavaScript listening for when we try to submit this form. So we can submit it like so. So that is the server-side validation. Finally, let's take a look at how we can create the tooltips. So this is simply a variation of the second one we saw with the client-side validation. So if we start the form here, we need to add a class needs validation, and then no validate attribute will be added, so the browser won't try to validate this. Then we must add the required attributes, which will be used by Bootstrap. Paste those in to our inputs, and the text area, the select, the checkbox here, both of these radios, our switch, and our file input. Now we must add this feedback text here. For the first one, we'll add it like so, and then we'll change the class. So instead of valid feedback, it would be valid tooltip and invalid tooltip. We'll keep the text as it is. Then we'll copy this, paste it. So first it will be inside of this input group element here. Then it will be after our text area, after our select, inside of our form check element. For our checkbox, copy this. Then it will be after our second radio button. So that is right there. Then it will be after our switch, but still inside the parent element. And then inside of our file input in the end, like we did with the other ones. We'll save, go back, and refresh. Now we'll try to submit this last form here, and we can see that we get invalid feedback for all of our fields. This time it's appearing as a tooltip instead of text taking up space. Now we can add text, and we'll see that it will update instantly when we add something to our inputs. So we can see that it works for all of our fields. Like so. Now I can submit the form. So this was all about the different ways in which you can add validation to your forms.
In this section, we will learn how to build all of the 24 components available in Bootstrap 5. Components are what we use to build our user interface around the main content. With these reusable components, we can easily create buttons, cards, carousels, drop-downs, modals, navigation, and more. We'll go through each one of them and see how they are used and in what variations you can use them. But first, here's a quick overview of the different parts. Accordion. Build vertically collapsing accordions using Bootstrap's Collapse plugin. Alerts. Contextual feedback messages for typical user actions. Batch. Labeling and counting for notifications. Breadcrumb. Indicate the current page location within a navigational hierarchy. Buttons. Actions in forms, modals, and more. The button styles can be used with both regular buttons and links, and comes in different sizes and colors. Button group. Group a series of buttons on a single line, either horizontally or vertically. Card. A flexible content container that includes options for title, subtitle, header, footer, image, and various content, as well as contextual colors and various layouts. Carousel. Slideshow for various kinds of content, and it comes with controls, indicators and captions, and different options for behavior. Close button. A generic close button for dismissing content
like modals and alerts. Collapse. Toggle content on the page. Drop-downs. Contextual overlays that can be toggled to show a list of links. List group. Display a series of content as a list. Modal. Flexible dialog prompts with different options for functionality and styling. Navs and tabs. Navigation that can be styled as tabs and pills and have various functionality. Navbar. Wrapper that positions branding, navigation and other elements in a responsive header. Off canvas. Build hidden sidebars into your project for navigation, shopping carts and more. Pagination. For related content across multiple pages. Useful for long lists of content like search results. Placeholders. Used to indicate a loading state. It can be applied to various elements and you can set the width, color, size and animation. Popovers. Small overlay content to links and buttons with different options for custom HTML, position, animation, delay, triggers and offsets. Progress. Display simple and complex progress bars with options for adding labels, stripes and animated stripes. Scrolls by. Automatically update navigation targets based on scroll position. Spinners. Indicate the loading state of a component or page. Toasts. Push notifications to your visitors. Tooltip. For links and buttons with different options for custom HTML, position, animation, delay, triggers and offsets. In this lecture you'll learn about the accordion component. With this component you can build vertically collapsing accordions using Bootstrap's collapse plugin. Here we see the accordion component in action. First we have the default one. We can see that the first item is open on page load or active. When we click another one, the currently open one will close and the new one will expand, which we can see right here. If we click and open one more time, it will collapse as well. So the whole accordion is collapsed, but only one at a time can be expanded. Down here we have a flush version where we can see that some of the borders has been removed along the edges of the accordion so it can better fit inside, for example, a card component. Now let's see how we create this. In the code editor we'll start by creating the default one. We'll start by adding a div tag with the class accordion and we'll give it the ID accordion default. Inside of this we'll add a div tag with the class accordion item. We'll create 3 items for this example as we just saw before. Then we'll add an accordion header using an h2 heading element with the class accordion header. And the ID will be heading default 1. Inside of this heading element we'll first add a button, type button. The class will be accordion button. Then we'll add the data BS toggle attribute with the value collapse to hook this up to the JavaScript. We'll also add the data BS target attribute with the value being the ID of the content for this item, which we'll create in a moment. So this will be collapse default 1. We'll just wrap the line like so we can better see. And then for accessibility we add the area expanded attribute with the value true and the area controls attribute with the value collapse default 1. So these two are referring to the same thing. Here we must use an ID selector. This last one, area controls, will always be an ID selector, so we shouldn't include this here. Alright, we can now add text for our button, which will be accordion item number 1. Now after this heading element, we'll create a new div tag with the ID collapse default 1, which we just used 2 times above, and then we'll add the class accordion collapse as well as collapse and show. We'll also add the area labeled by attribute with the value heading default 1, which we used previously, and we'll add the data BS parent attribute with the value being the hash symbol and accordion default. So this is an ID selector that we used up here, the ID. Alright, inside of this we can now create our accordion button by using a div tag with the class accordion body. Oh, excuse me, I said button before, I meant body. So we are creating our accordion body. Now I'll just grab this random text here that we're using in the reference version and paste it in like so. Now the first item is complete, and we'll mark all of this and paste it in once. Then we'll update and change some values. First we have the heading default 1, which is referenced in the ID and the area labeled by attributes. We'll change these to heading default 2. Now we'll also take a look at this value, collapse default 1, which is being used 3 times. This should be changed to collapse default 2, like so. And now we have one more thing to change. So since this is not the currently active one, the previous one was the active item, but this should be closed, we need to change a few things. So here for the button, we need to add the class collapsed, so it becomes accordion button and collapsed. And down here we need to remove the class show. Now let's copy and paste this code here for this item to create our third item. And let's adjust these values to 3 and these 3 values as well. We'll change this text to 3, and I forgot to change it up here to 2. And we'll keep the classes here for the accordion button with the extra class collapsed, and here we will also keep this without the class show. This is only for the first active item. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab, and here we see it in action. We can see that only one at a time can be open, and we can click the currently open one to close the accordion totally, like so. Now let's see how we can create the flushed version where some of the borders has been removed. So we will start by copying all of this code here, like so, and pasting it in. Then we'll need to update several values. We'll select this default text here in the ID and select all these instances. I'm using Command D on my Mac right now. Or just be careful to select all of these. Like so. I'll change this word to flush. So now it's been changed all over. And now this should work independently next to the other accordion. But to make this a flushed accordion, we need to add the modifier class accordion flush right here to the parent element. We'll save, go back, refresh. Here we see the 2 independently accordions, and we can see that the second one doesn't have a border alongside its outer edges like the first one has. So this is the flushed version of the accordion. And this was all about how you can use accordions with Bootstrap. In this lecture, you'll learn about the alert component. You can use this for contextual feedback messages for typical user actions. Here's an overview of the alert component. First, we have the default alert with different color variations. We can see that these colors affect the text color and background color. We have primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, and dark. The next example has a link inside of the alert, and we can see that this link will get a darker color hue of the color also being used for the text and background. So here we have a dark blue, for example, and we have the same color variations being used for this example. Then we'll see how we can use icons and properly align that inside of an alert component. We'll see how we can use additional content. For example, here we are using an alert heading as well as 2 paragraphs with a link in one of them. Finally, we'll see how we can create a dismissing alert, where we can click this button to make it disappear from the page and the DOM. Now let's get started in our code editor by creating the default alerts. We'll add a div tag with the class alert, and then to set the color, another class alert, and then the color name. So alert primary for this first example, and the role with the attribute, or the role attribute with the value alert for accessibility reasons. Then we add the primary alert text, and then we can copy and paste this 6 times. Now we'll update the name of the color and the text here. So in the class and the text itself, this will be secondary, success, danger, warning, info, and dark. And now we'll change this first letter to an uppercase, like so. Save, go back into the browser, select the screencast tab, and here we see our first examples. We see the various colors being used, which also affect the text and the background color. Next up is the examples with the link inside. So to create this, we'll copy and paste this code here. Then we'll select all of these alerts and edit the text to be alert with, and then we'll add our anchor tags, and we must give this the class alert link to get the proper color styling. Inside of the anchor tag, we'll add the text example link, and after our anchor tag, we'll add a dot. We'll just wrap the lines like so we can see all of the code at the same time. We'll go into the browser and refresh, and here we see the examples. So the only difference is that we have changed the text a bit and wrapped the last 2 words in an anchor tag with the class alert link to give it this darker color compared to the text color. So here we have the dark blue color. Next up, let's see how we can use icons inside of our alerts. So we'll scroll a bit down here, create a div element with the class alert and alert success for this first example. And to properly align this with the text, we'll use some flex utilities. First, deflex to make this a flex container, and align items center to center align the flex items inside of this div element. Then for accessibility, we have the role attribute with the value alert, just like we did before. And now we can paste in SVG code for our icon. And we'll go to the Bootstrap icons by going to the URL icons.getbootstrap.com. And here we first want to use a check icon in the square variation. So we search for check space square, and here we have it. You can use any icon you want. And now I'll copy this SVG code here. Simply paste it in like so. We want it to be bigger than 16 pixels, so we'll change the width and height attribute to 24. After this SVG code, I'll add a div tag with the text success alert with icon. And now we'll copy and paste all of this code. one time down here. I'll change this alert success to be alert danger. I'll change the class and also the text here, danger alert with icon. Now we will use another icon, so we go back into the browser, go to the front page of the Bootstrap icons, and this time we'll search for an exclamation mark, also in a square variation. We have it right there. We'll copy the SVG code, go back here, and paste it in like so. Also change the width and height attributes to 24. Now let's copy this code block again, and we'll create our third example, which will be a warning alert. So we change the class to alert warning here, and the text to warning alert with icon. We'll use the same exclamation square icon, so we'll leave our SVG code as it is, and then we'll paste this code block in one last time. And here for this last one, it will be an info alert, and the text will be info alert with icon. And now we'll get the info icon over here from Bootstrap icons. So we search for info in the square variation, which we have right there. Copy this SVG code, paste it in like so, edit the width and height to 24, save, go back, close this Bootstrap icons tab in my browser and refresh. And here we can see that we have almost what we are looking for, but we still need some space between our icons and text. So to add this, we'll locate the viewbox attribute for these 4 icons. The reason for this is that we want to add a class to the class attribute. So now I have selected all of these class attributes in these 4 examples, and we want to add the class me2. This will put a margin in the end, so in the right side with the value of 2. So now let's go back and refresh, and here we see some margin being added to the right of the icons. Next up, we'll see how we can create additional content for our alerts. So we'll scroll a bit down here. We'll create our first alert using a div tag with the classes alert and alert success, and the role attribute with the value alert. Now we'll first create an alert heading. We'll use an h4 heading element, and we must add the class alert heading to give it the proper color. Then we add the text success. After this, we'll add a paragraph with the text you have accomplished, and then an anchor tag with the same class as in the second example, which was alert link, and the text your goal. You have accomplished your goal. And for our second paragraph, we'll also add the class mb0 to set the margin bottom to 0, so there's not too much space below this second paragraph. You can now continue and start defining a new goal to reach. Alright, we'll copy this code here, and for our second example it will be alert danger. So I'll change that class here. I'll change this text to danger, and I'll update this text in the paragraphs as well. So this will be something is wrong, and then please try again with the dot inside of the anchor tag for this example. And the second paragraph will be make sure that you enter the correct username and corresponding password. Copy, paste this code block one more time. This will now be a warning alert. So we add or change this class to alert warning, the text to warning here, and in the paragraph it will be careful when you drive. And in the last paragraph the text will be driving is a serious task and should thus be taken seriously. We'll paste in the code block again, and the last example will be an info alert. So we update the class to be alert info. The heading will be info, and the text will be first, please read the provided, and the text for the link will be information, and down here we'll add the text, the information will help you get a better understanding of the topic. Alright, we can finally save this, go into the browser, refresh. Here we see the additional content with this alert heading and the link inside of the first paragraph. And notice that we've removed the margin bottom of the second paragraph. So there's the equal amount of space on all four sides. Finally, let's see how we can create a dismissible alert. We do that by creating a div tag with the class alert, and this would be an alert success, but of course it could be any variant. And then we add the alert dismissible as well, and fade and show to get the fading animation when we dismiss it. We also add the role attribute with the value alert. Inside of this, we'll first add our close button, a button with the type button, and the classes btn close, and the data bs dismiss attribute with the value alert to hook it up with the JavaScript, and the area label attribute with the value close for accessibility. Remember to add the closing button tag, and there shouldn't be any content inside of this button tag. Then we'll add a strong attribute with the value success, and then the text, this alert will fade away when clicking the times button. So this is an HTML entity that will generate this time symbol. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see our success alert, and now when we click this close button, we can see it will disappear from the page and from the DOM. So this is how you can use the alert component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the badge component. This is primarily used for labeling and counting for notifications. Here's an overview of the badge component. First we see headings with badge, different levels of headings. Then we see a button with a badge, a button with an accessible badge. And then we have different background colors being applied to the badge. And finally, we have pill badges, which is a variation of the badge component. Now let's see how we create all of this. So here in our code editor, we'll start by creating some headings with badge. So first we'll add an h1 heading element, h1 heading with badge, and this will be followed by a span tag still inside of the heading tag. The span tag will get the class badge as well as a background color, so this will simply be the secondary color BG secondary. Then inside of this we add the text badge. Now we can copy and paste this a few times and update these values here. The number 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. To save this, go into the browser and select the screencast tab. Now here we see all the different headings with the badge being in the end of it. Now let's create a button with a badge. We'll add the button tag here and give it the class btn and btn secondary, like so. We'll add the text notifications, and then we want to add a badge that indicates the number of notifications. So we add a span tag with the classes badge, bg light for the background color, and text dark for the text color. Then we add the number 10. Remember to close the span tag and keep it inside of the button tag, like so. Before we preview this, let's also see how we can create a button with an accessible badge. We'll add the button tag here, the classes btn, btn secondary. Then we'll add the text profile. Then we add the span tag with the class badge, bg light, and text dark, and the number 3. So everything is the same as the previous example right now, but we add another span tag with the class visually hidden. So this will be hidden for screens, but available to screen readers. We add the text unread messages, so now they will better understand that there's 3 unread messages. We'll save this and take a look at these 2 buttons here. In the browser, refresh. Here we have the button with badge and the button with accessible badge. Now let's see how we can apply different background colors to these badges. We'll add a span tag here with the class badge and bg primary and the text primary. Then we'll copy and paste this several times here and update some values. We'll update the class and text to be secondary, then success, then danger, then we have warning, info, light, and dark. Now let's edit these letters here to be capital letters. And here we have the regular colors, but before we preview this, we want to change the text on 2 of these so it becomes a better design, better styling. So we have the text dark class for this warning badge and the same class for the light badge, text dark. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we see the different badges with the different colors. We can turn all these into pill badges quite easily. So to do this, we'll copy and paste these lines here, select all of them like so, and simply add the class rounded pill. We'll save, go back and refresh, and now here we see our pill badges. You can learn more about how to apply border radius in the lecture about borders, border utilities. So this was all about the badge component.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the breadcrumb component. This is used to indicate the current page location within a navigational hierarchy. Here we see the breadcrumb component. This is a nav element with an ordered list inside, and each list item is separated by the divider. The first item is a link to the specific page, and the last item is simply text, since that is the current page we're on. We can change the divider, we can use another character, SVG code, or remove the divider if we want to. Now let's see how we create these examples. So we go into our code editor here and we'll create our default breadcrumb component. We add a nav element with the area label attribute with the value breadcrumb. Inside of this, we add an ordered list OL tag, not a UL tag, since the order of the list items inside has specific meaning. We cannot change that order. Inside of this, we have our list item, the class breadcrumb item. Inside that, an anchor tag. And the text for this first one will be home. Then we'll copy this a few times. Change the text here to sports. Then ball games. And for our last item, we'll add a list item with the class breadcrumb item again, and also the active class. And we'll also add the area current attribute with the value page. The text for this list item will now be baseball, so there's no link inside of this list item. Let's save this, go into the screencast tab and see that we have now created this default breadcrumb. And we can see that the separators are in between each of the list items and not after the last one, just as expected. Now let's see how we can change the dividers. So we'll go back here and copy this code, scroll a bit down. First, let's see how we can change the character. We do that by adding an inline style to this nav tag. We can also do it in other ways, but the thing is that we need to override a Bootstrap CSS variable called BS breadcrumb divider, like so, BS breadcrumb divider. And we can now set that to a dash, like so, if we want that. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and now I can see that it uses a dash instead of the slash. We can also use SVG code inside of it. This is a little bit more complex. First of all, let's copy this code up here and paste it in. Now we want to change the value of our BS breadcrumb divider CSS variable right there. First, let's take our icon SVG code, and we'll use an icon from the Bootstrap icons. The chevron right icon will copy the HTML right there. And then we need to encode it, and here's a link I provided to do just that. Paste it in on the left side and copy the encoded code in the right side. Then we go back, and now we'll paste it in right here. And now we have to follow the next two comments. First, we take this code here and paste it in before the encoded code, so before this code here, like so. And then the next comment, we take this code and paste it in after the encoded code, so right there, just before the closing quote symbol or quote character. Now let's try to save this, go back and refresh. We can now see the SVG icon being used as the divider. Finally, let's see how we can create a breadcrumb without a divider. So we'll copy this code from up here again, paste it in. Now we simply use an empty string right there. So let's save this, go back and refresh, and here we see the breadcrumb without a divider. So this was how to use the breadcrumb component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the button component. The button component can be used for actions in forms, modals, and more. The button styles can be used with both regular buttons and links, and comes in different sizes and colors. Here's an overview of the button component. First, we see the default styling using all the common Bootstrap colors. We have the primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light and dark colors. Then we see an example where we style a button as a link. And then we see an example of how we can use these default button styles applied to different elements. So here we have a link and 3 different kinds of inputs. Then we have the outline style of our buttons, the same colors as we saw up here, just with the outline style. Then we have different sizing of button components, small, default and large. And then we can see different ways on how we can make this button take up the full width of the parent element, so it becomes a block button. We can do this in different ways and with multiple buttons as well, and we can also make it responsive. So right now these are default buttons, but if we decrease the width of our browser window, we can see that they are in fact block buttons initially. We'll take a closer look at that when we get there. Then here we see how we can set different states, not active and active, and also the disabled states for a button and a link. Finally, we have the button plugin we can use to create toggle buttons and toggle links. Notice that this is not active and this is active. When I click it, this becomes deactivated. When I click the first one, it becomes activated. So we'll take a closer look at that as well when we get to it. So let's get started in our code editor. We'll start by creating a simple button component by using the button tag with the type button and the class btn and btn primary. We'll give it the text primary. Then we'll copy and paste this several times and update these values here to secondary, and then success. Then we have danger, then warning, then we have info, we have light, and paste in one more, dark. Let me just edit these letters to be capital letters, like so. Now we can take a look in the browser. We'll select the screencast tab over here, and here we see the different colors with the button component. Now let's see how we create the link style. To do this, we have the button, the type button, and the classes btn and btn link. Add the text link, save, go back and refresh. Now it looks like a link, even though we used the button element. Now let's see how we can apply default button styles to anchor tags and input elements. So first, let's create a link or an anchor tag, like so, with the classes btn and btn primary. We'll give it the role with value button, since we want this to act as a button. We can also use these button classes for regular links if we want to style regular links as buttons, and in that case we don't need the role attribute. Now let's create 3 different kinds of input buttons. So the first will have the type button, the class btn success. I forgot the btn class as well, which is the base class. The value will be input for this first one. Let's copy and paste this, change the value to submit type, and the color here to btn danger, and the value to submit. Paste it in one more time, change the type to reset, the color class to btn warning, and the value to reset. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see our link and our 3 different input elements styled as buttons. Now let's see how we can create outline style of these buttons. So let's copy and paste all of these buttons from our first example, and then we'll select this modifier class here and add the word outline, so it becomes btn dash outline dash and then the color name. We'll save this, go back and refresh, and here we see the outline style. It will get the background color when we hover on top of the button. Now let's see how we can create different sizes of our button. Let's create a button, the type button, and the class is btn secondary. Give it the text default. Now to create a small variation of this, we'll add the class btn sm, and I'll update the text to small. And to create a large variation, we add the class btn lg, and I'll edit the text to large. Let's save, go back and refresh, and here we see it. Next up, we'll take a look at how to create block level buttons in some different ways. First, we'll create a full width block button using sizing utility. First, we'll add a button with the type button and the classes btn and btn secondary. Then we'll also add the wW9eWwYnWfJ to make this have the size of 100% to take up the full width of the parent element. Before we preview this in the browser, let's create the other three examples. We can also create a full width button using a display utility. So let's copy this code from up here, and first let's get rid of this sizing utility here. Now instead we want to wrap this in a parent element with the class dGrid. So it will display, the display value will be grid instead of block. This will automatically make it take up the full available width of the parent element. Let's copy this code up here, paste it in, and now we want to control the width of our button using some more classes here in the parent element. So we'll add the call 6 to make it take up half of the width. The total is 12 columns, remember that. And then we add the MX auto to set the margin to the right and left with the auto value. Let's see these three examples now in the browser. We have the full width with the class wW9eWwYnWfJ directly on the button, and we have another full width block button with the dGrid on the parent element, and then we have this column width button with the dGrid on the parent element and the call 6 class and MX auto class to center it. Now let's see how we can create multiple block buttons. We'll copy this example up here since we are going to use the dGrid again. Now we'll add the class gap2 to specify the gap in between these children elements, and I'll copy and paste this code here. We can also do this responsibly, so let's copy and paste this block here, and we'll keep these two classes, and then we'll say dlg block. So initially this will have the grid display value, and it will take up the full width of the parent element. Then for large breakpoint and up, it will turn into a block level element and just have its default width, so not 100% anymore. Now let's save this, refresh. You see the multiple block buttons with the gap, and if we decrease the width, we see that those two here are similar until we reach the large breakpoint, which we will reach right there. We see that it turns back into a block level element. Next up, let's take a look at states. Scroll a bit down here. First we have the active state. We'll add the button, the type button, classes btn and btn primary. Then we'll add the text not active. Let's copy and paste this, and now we simply add the class active. We'll edit the text as well to be active. So this is how you can specify the active state. We can also have disabled states To do this, we don't add a class, but the disabled attribute on the button element. Let the text disabled button. We can also do this for links. Style as a button, so let's try to do this. Create this link here with the values btn, or the classes btn and btn secondary. And here we must give it the class disabled instead of the attribute disabled. Then we'll also add the tab index -1 to remove it from the tab order. So you cannot tab to it with the keyboard. We'll add the role button, which we saw before previously. And we'll also add the area disabled attribute with the value true. And then we add the text disabled link. Like so. We'll save this, go back into the browser and refresh. And here we see the active, the not active and the active state and the disabled states of the button and the link. Finally, we're going to take a look at how to use the button plugin to create toggle buttons and toggle links. First, we'll take a look at the toggle buttons. We have the button with the type button, the classes btn and btn primary, and then we add the data bs toggle attribute with the value button, and the autocomplete with the value off. Then we add the text not active. Now let's copy and paste this code here and add the class active. Then we'll edit the text to be active, and we'll also add the area pressed attribute with the value true. So this will automatically be toggled by Bootstrap, but we need to provide it initially on page load if we want this to appear active. Then we also have the disabled version. Let me just copy this first example here, like so. We'll add the disabled attribute here and edit the text to be disabled. Let's take a look at this in the browser. Here we see it, the not active one, we can click it and it becomes active. And the active one, which we can click and it becomes deactivated, and the disabled one. Let's see how we create toggle links instead. We'll add this anchor tag here. The classes btn and btn primary, the role button, and now the data bs toggle attribute with the value button, which we also used before. Then the text not active. Copy paste this. Then we add the class active and the area pressed attribute with the value true, and we edit the text to be active, like so. And then finally we create our disabled link here. So we must add the disabled as a class and not as an attribute. Then we have the disabled text here. Now let's save, go back and refresh. We can see here we can click this to activate it and click this to deactivate it, and we cannot click the last one. So this was how you can use the button component. In this lecture you will learn about the button group component. This is a component used to group a series of buttons on a single line, either horizontally or vertically. Here's the overview of the button group component. First we see the default button group, where we can see the buttons are connected. Then we see the various states. We can set the active state and the disabled state. And then we see an outline version of the button group. We can see that we can also use this with links styled as buttons. And then we can create a toolbar where we have groups of buttons grouped together by a parent element. So here we have 3 button groups inside of a button toolbar. We can change the sizing of our button groups. We have the small, default and large size. And here we have an example of how we can nest a drop down inside of a button group. And finally, we have the vertical button group. So let's see how we create all of this. We'll go into our code editor and start creating the default one. So we add a div tag with the class btn group. This will wrap around our buttons. We'll also give it the role attribute with the value group, as well as the area label attribute with the value default button group. Inside of this, we'll now add our buttons, a button tag with the type button and the class btn and btn secondary. And we'll add the text home. We'll just copy and paste this a few times, change the text to profile and settings like so. And now we'll save this, go into our browser, select screencast tab, and here we see the button group. Now let's see how we can set the states of this. So we'll go back, copy this code here, paste it in. Now to make the first one active, we simply add the class active, and to make the third one disabled, we add the attribute disabled. So we'll save, go back and refresh, and here we see the first one being marked as the active and the last one being disabled. Now let's see how we can create an outline version of this. So we'll copy this code from before, paste it in, and to make this outline we simply need to change the classes on the buttons, not on the parent. So we change these classes to btn outline secondary. We'll save, go back and refresh, and now we see that we have the outlined version. Next up, let's see how we can use anchors. So we'll paste in the same code from before, and now we'll add or change these button tags here to anchor tag, add an href attribute, and delete the type attribute, and of course change the closing tag to A again. So now we have 3 links or anchor tags inside of our btn group. We'll save, go back and refresh, and now we can see it looks exactly the same. Now let's see how we can create a toolbar. So this is a parent element that will wrap around multiple button groups. So first let's create that parent element using a div tag with the class btn toolbar. It will get the role attribute with the value toolbar, as well as the area label attribute with the value toolbar with button groups. Inside of this we can now add our button groups. So let's just scroll up and copy the default one here, paste it in like so, and now we'll change this text here to first group. We'll also add some margin to the right using the spacing utility mr2. Then we'll copy and paste this 2 times, change the area label value to second group and third group, and remove this spacing utility from the last one. Alright, now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we see our toolbar with 3 button groups inside. The spacing between those 2, or between those 3 button groups, is because we used the spacing utility for the first 2 button groups where we're setting the margin right. Alright, next up let's take a look at sizing. So we'll copy and paste the default code again from here, paste it in. Now to make this one small, we'll add the modifier class btn group sm. This will now change the size of the buttons within it. We don't need to change anything there. Now let's copy and paste this code, to show the default size, we'll remove this class again and change this to default button group. And to create the large size, we'll change this class to btn group LG and update the text to large button group. Now let's save this, go back and refresh, and here we see the 3 different sizes. Next up, we'll see how we can nest a drop down inside of a button group. So we'll go back here and we'll copy the text from the first example and paste it in. Now for this third button here, we want to make this into a drop down. So let's just erase that, start from scratch, create a div tag with the class btn group. So this is why we're calling this a nested drop down. We can see that we are nesting an element with the same class as the one above. We'll give it the role group as well. Now we'll add a button inside of this with the ID btn group nesting, the type button, and the classes btn and btn secondary, and also the drop down toggle class. And then we'll add the data toggle attribute with the value drop down. And now let me just wrap this line here. And the area expanded attribute with the value false. And we'll give it the text settings like we did before. So we're still using the same button styling, but with an added arrow down icon and then the same text as well. And now we'll create the menu for our drop down using a div tag with the class drop down menu and the area labeled by attribute, the value btn group nesting. So that is the idea from up here. So this button will be labeling our drop down menu. Inside of this we can create our anchors and give them the class drop down item and the text drop down link. So this would be 2 links inside of our drop down menu. Remember, you can learn more about drop down in another lecture. Now we have saved this and we'll go back and refresh. Here we see our button group, and when we click this we can see that it will open up our drop down. So this is how you can nest a drop down inside of a button group. The final example is our vertical drop down or button group. So let's go back and copy the default code from here, scroll back down and paste it in. Now we'll update this area label value to vertical button group. To make this vertical, we simply need to change this class from btn group to btn group vertical. So this is not a modifier class you will add to the existing class, but another class that you'll have to use instead. We'll save that, go back and refresh, and now we see the vertical button group. So this was all about how to create the button group component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the card component. The card component is a flexible content container that includes options for title, subtitle, header, footer, image and various content, as well as contextual colors and various layouts. Now to create a card, you will first need a div tag with the class card. For these examples, I've also used the spacing utility wW9eWwYnWfJ to limit the width to 50%. So the examples look better on our screen. Normally cards will take up all of the available width, so just you know that. And then I'll create a div tag with the class card body, and inside of that I can add paragraphs with the class card text. This will give us the correct spacing between the paragraphs. So to grab the text for this example, I'll go to the reference section here and copy this text here and paste it in. Now we want 2 paragraphs, so I'll just copy and paste this like so. Let's continue with the next example. Once again, I'll create a div tag with the class card and W50. And inside of this, I'll create a div tag with the class card body, just like before. Now let's copy this for the next examples before we continue. Alright, inside of this, we now want to create our title. So we'll pick a heading element. This will be the H4, and give it the class card title. And then we'll give it the text card title as well. To create a subtitle, we'll first paste in this code from before and add another heading element, the H6, we'll use that, and give it the class card subtitle and the text card subtitle. Next up, we'll see how we can add a button. To do that, we simply create a button or a link styled as a button, which we'll do in this example. And here I'm just using the primary color of the button. So you can learn more about buttons in another lecture. Now I'll add some links to our card body in the next examples. So we'll add a link tag and give it the class card link. And we'll give it the text card link as well. So notice for these links, we have a specific card link class that we need to use. But for buttons up here, we don't need to use any new or specific classes related to the card component. We'll just create a normal button component. Next up, we have the list group example here. So we create a div tag with the class card and W50. And now we won't create any card body. If you want to use a list group, it should live outside of the card body element. So we'll create a URL tag with the class list group, and we'll also add the modifier class list group flush, which will remove the outer borders on this component. So it will match with the border of the card component. Then we add a list item with the list group item class and the list group item text. Copy and paste this a few times. The header and footer should also live outside of the card body, so the card header should be placed in the very top. So first we create this outer wrapper with the card and W50 class, and then we'll add an H3 heading element with the class card header and the text card header. So this will go in the top. The footer will go in the bottom. First we create the wrapper to show this, and then in the very bottom we'll add a div tag with the class card footer, and the text will just be created and then something that looks like a date. Alright, now let's save, go back in the browser and select the screencast tab. Here we see first the text being applied with the correct spacing since we're using the card text class. Then we have the title, subtitle, button, links, and the list group that looks correct since we are not putting it inside of the card body but directly inside of the card. And also we're using the modifier class list group flush. And then we have the card header and the footer. Now let's take a look at how to use images. So we'll scroll down here and we'll start by creating a div tag with the class card W50. Inside of this, to place an image in the top, we'll directly create an image as the first element. And we'll grab one from our folder, give it the alt text card image in the top, and now we must also give it the class card img top, like so. After this, we can create our regular body for the card using a div tag with the class card body. Inside of this, we'll add an H4 heading element with the card title class and the text card title. So this is a title that we learned above, and then we'll add a paragraph with the card text class. Then let us just switch tab here and add the text for this example. Paste it in like so. So here the image is on top, the first line inside of our card, and we have the card img top class. Now let's copy and paste this and change a few things so the image will stay in the bottom. First of all, let's move this down below our card body, like so. And then we'll change the class to card img bottom, and the text here to card image in the bottom. And once again, I'll paste the same code in here. And now we want to use this image as an overlay. So we'll update this text to card image as an overlay. To do this, we'll change this class to card img. So no top or no bottom in the end, just card img. And then the card body will instead be card img overlay. So remember that we will use the same content inside of it in all of these three examples. Now let's save, go back and refresh. And here we see the image on top with the correct border radius being applied, and here the image in the bottom. And finally, the image used as an overlay with the content on top of it. So it's more like a background, I would say. Next up is the tab navigation. So let's scroll a bit down and create that by using a div tag with the class card and W50. Then we'll create a div tag with the class card header, which will hold the code for our navigation tabs. So we'll add a URL tag with the class nav and nav tabs to get the tabs variant, and then also add the class card header tabs, so this will look correct inside of a card component. Then we'll add a list item with the nav item class, and inside of this an anchor tag with the class nav link and active, since this will be the active one. I'm going to give it the text active. Then let's just copy and paste this, remove the active class, change the text to link, and copy and paste this, change the text to disabled, and also adding the disabled class here to the link, like so. Now we'll grab the card body from up here. We want to use that with the same heading and same card text. So we'll paste it in right there before our closing, or actually right there after our card header and before our closing tag for the card. So first we have the card header with the navigation, then the card body. We'll create the next example before we preview this in the browser. So let's copy all of this and paste it in. Now to have pill navigation, we simply need to change two classes, this one to nav pills and this here to card header pills. We'll save this, go into the browser and refresh. Here we first see the tab navigation, and then we have the pill navigation. Of course, we cannot change anything right now. We have just showed how to create the visual styling of this inside of our header. So as we can see, we don't have any content to tap through, but you can learn more about this in another lecture. Now we'll have an example of everything together. So we'll go back here, and this uses the nav pills in the top. So we'll copy and paste this down here. Now we have the nav pills in the top. Before our card body, we'll add the image because we want that we want that right after our nav pills. So we'll grab the same image from before, give it the alt text card image and the class card img. notice that we're not using the modifier top or bottom or the class card img top or card img bottom, since this is not in the very top. We have this navigation or header in front of it. So this is used to not apply the border radius for this example. Alright, inside of this we have our class title. We'll add our subtitle, as we learned in the beginning. Card subtitle, like so. Then we have our text. Then we want 3 links using the class card link, the text card link. Copy and paste this a few times. Now let's scroll up and grab our list group here. We want to use that. We'll paste that in outside of the card body, which means right here. And then finally, after this, we'll add a div tag with the class card footer for our footer, with the same text as before. Let's save this, go into the browser and refresh. Here we see the example with everything. So first of all, we have this pills navigation in the top, and then image, title, subtitle, text, links, list group, and a footer. Now we'll see how we can change the colors of the background of the component and for the border and text, as well as the header and footer. So we'll go back in our code editor here, and now I'll just grab some code from the reference section, which is our card body. Before I paste this in, I'll create a div tag with the class card wW9eWwYnWfJ, like so, and paste this in. Now we have a standard example of what we know. Then I'll add an MB4 class to add some margin to the bottom, so this will look a bit nicer. Now before I change the background color, let us change the text color to white, so this looks better. Generally, to change the colors for the text and background, we just use normal color utility classes, which you can learn more about in another lecture. So here we'll add the BG primary to have the primary color. We'll now copy and paste this code and simply change this one class to secondary. And the next example will be success. Then we have danger, then warning, then we have BG info, then we have BG light, and here I'll just erase this text white so we can actually see this. Finally, we have the dark variation, BG dark. Let's take a look at this before we create the border and text colors. So we'll refresh. Here we see the various background colors: primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. All of them with the text white class being applied, except for this one here, the light version. Now let's see how we can set the border and text color. Let us just paste in the code from before and update this a little bit. So we won't need this text white class and the BG primary class, but we'll keep the other utility classes for the width and the margin bottom. Now we'll add the border primary to add the primary color to the borders, and inside here we'll add the text primary, so also add the primary color to the text. So these are the two classes that will now change when we copy and paste this. So we'll change that to secondary, Actually, we'll also change the button down here at the same time to secondary. Paste it in one more time. Update this to success. Whoops, I pasted this in the wrong place. Sorry about that. I have to concentrate a bit. So after secondary, we have success. Then we have the border danger and text danger and btn danger. Then warning. Then info. Then we have the BG light. And for this example, we'll also add the BG dark so we can actually see this on a dark background. And finally, we have the border dark, text dark, and btn dark. Now let's save this and take a look in the browser. So here we are. We see that the border and text and button color has now been changed throughout all these examples here. Let's take a look at how to change the header and footer color. Now let's see how we create the header and footer color. So let's go back here and let's create this example from scratch. So first we add a div tag with the class card, and then we'll add the border info to this to give it the info color. We'll add the class here to set the width, and then we'll add the h3 heading with the class card header and border info and bg transparent. So what we saw up here was what we used just before, but now to set the border for the header, we need to add the bg transparent and the border info on the header as well as we did on the top here for the card. Inside of this, or after this, we'll add a div tag with the class card body. And now we'll just grab these elements up here, change the button to btn info to match this example. Then we'll create our footer here with the card footer class and the border info class again, and the bg transparent class. The background is by default gray, so we need to add this bg transparent on both the footer and header to have this white look with colors on the border. Alright, now let's take a look in the browser. Go back and refresh. Here we can see that we now have borders on the outside of the card component and as well as on the outside of the header and the footer parts of the card. So this is how you do this. This is just an example using the info color, but of course you can use all the various colors that we have seen up here, the various border colors. Alright, now let's see how we can group cards together. So first we'll create the card group where the cards are kind of glued together. First we'll create each card. We'll start with the first one. This time we won't add the W50 class to it because it will be contained inside of a group. So the width will be limited in that way. Then we'll add an image to this example using the card img top class, and we'll grab an image from our folder. This will be the one 300 times 150.png. Give it the alt text card image. After this, we'll create our card body, like so. Inside this, we'll add a card title with an H4 heading element and the text card title, and then a paragraph with the class card text. Now I'll just go to the reference section here and scroll down. That was too much. here we have the card groups. I'll copy the text for the paragraph here. And now I'll copy this card one time and go to the reference section again and grab this longer text, go back and replace it here. Then I'll paste it in one more time, or copy and paste this block one more time and go back and grab this text here and replace this. So now we have 3 cards with various length of text. Now we'll wrap this in a new parent element, a div tag with the class card group. We'll also add the MB4 class to add some margin to the bottom, because we want to create 2 card groups. So first let's indent these 3 cards, one tab here, and add our closing div tag. This one, our closing div tag for the card group. And now let's just copy and paste this like so. We can remove this MB4 class for the second card group. So now we have 2 card groups, and each card group has 3 cards inside. And these cards have an image and a varying amount of text inside of the card body. So now let's save this, go into the browser and refresh and see what this looks like. Here we can see that they are glued together with varying amounts of text. So I actually forgot to add the card footer to the second card group. So let's quickly do that. So here we have the second card group. And now let's just find the closing div tag right there for the card body. And let's select all 3 places at once. And we'll add the div tag with the class card footer. And the same text as we used for our other footers, like so. We'll save, go back and refresh. So now we can see that our second card group here has the footer all the way to the bottom, and we still have the equal heights no matter how much text content there is inside. So it will match the card with the most content. So that is card groups. Notice that these aren't responsive, so they will always be, or actually they are stacked on top of each other for extra small screens, but then for small screens they will always have this horizontal layout, so it might get a little cramped depending on your content. So to have more responsive control over your grids or your cards, we can use what is called grid cards. So let's see how we create this now. This time we'll start by creating the grid system by adding a div tag with the class row, and then to lay out these different cards, we'll add first the row calls 1. This means that on extra small screens, or initially, they'll have only 1 column. Then we'll add row calls MD2. This means that for medium screens and up, this will change to 2 columns. And then we add row calls XL3. So for extra large screens, it will change to 3 column. And then row calls XXL4. So for extra large screens, this will change to 4 column grid. Then we also add the gutter using the G4 class, and we add some margin to the bottom using the MB4 class. So you can learn much more about the gutter and row classes and everything about the grid system in other lectures. Alright, inside of this we'll now create our first column simply using the class call. They will automatically take the correct size since we're using these classes up here. And now inside of this we'll create our div tag with the class card. We'll add an image with the class card img top. And we'll grab that image from our image folder, like so, and add the alt text card image. Then we'll add our card body. And inside of this, we'll add our heading element. First a card title for that heading element, and then a paragraph with the class card text. Now we'll also go into the reference section, scroll a bit down, and select this text to go in here. Now we'll copy and paste this column here. Go back in the reference version, select the paragraph which are shorter, and paste it in here. And copy this column here. Go back in the reference section and grab the text and replace this text here. And copy this a final time, like so. And copy this text here. And replace it right there. Now let's save this, go back into the browser and take a look. So first of all, we see that we have a mistake for the images. Let's just quickly fix that. Yeah, I forgot to add the .png. So that is fixed now. So here we see the images. We can see that these cards have varying heights, but they won't have equal heights. We'll take a look at that in a moment, but first let me show you how these are responsive all the way through the various breakpoints. So here we have the examples for extra small sizes and then for small sizes, and here for medium. We can see now it changes into a 2-column grid. Next up we have the large breakpoint, nothing changed, and then on the extra large it changes to a 3-column grid, and on the extra large device size right there it changes to a 4-column grid. Now let's see how we can create this with equal heights. To do this, we'll make sure to select all of these code here and paste it in. Now to make equal heights, we'll simply select all 4 of these cards here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and add the H100 utility class. This means that the height will be set to 100%. So we have saved that, go back and refresh, and now we can see that they have equal heights. Let's, for the final example, add a footer to these equal heights example. So we'll select this code starting from here down to here and paste it in right there. And now we'll go in and find the ending paragraph tag and just move down below our card body. And here we can create our div tag for our card footer using the class card footer, and then add the text created wW9eWwYnWfJ. We'll save, go back and refresh. So for this last example, we simply added the footer to each of the columns from the previous example. We can now see that the footer is stacked all the way to the bottom in these equal heights example, because we're using the H100 class. So this was all about how to use the card components.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this lecture you will learn about the carousel component. The carousel component is used as a slideshow for various kinds of content, and it comes with controls, indicators and captions, and different options for behavior. Here's an overview of the carousel component. In the first example, we can see that it automatically starts on page load and it changes slides every 5 seconds. When we hover above it, it will stop from sliding to the next slide. When I remove the mouse again, it will continue, and when it reaches the end, it will start all over. So this is the last slide, and in one moment, there we have it, the first slide again. We can also add controls, which we can see right here. Now we can change the slides using these arrows, and we can also use the keyboard, which I'm using right now. We can have indicators in the bottom, which we can use to jump between the different slides and see the progress between the different slides. We can add captions as text here on top of the slides. And here we see an example of everything at the same time: controls, indicators and captions. We can change the carousel to a dark mode, so we have dark text color on top of the slides and dark controls and indicators. We can also make a crossfade animation instead of the sliding animation, which we see right here. Finally, we can specify various options. So here in the last example, it won't start from the beginning again when it reaches the end. And when I hover above it, it's not affected, so it simply continue. We can also see that one slide is transitioning to the next in a shorter duration, so we can change the interval time. And finally, I cannot use my keyboard here. So we'll explore these options in the end of this lecture. Now, first, let's get started creating the basic carousel component. We'll start by adding a div tag with the class carousel slides only, and this should actually be an ID, like so. Then we have the class carousel and slide. And we add the data BS write attribute with the value carousel to hook it up with the JavaScript. Inside of this, we'll add a div tag with the class carousel inner, like so. And then we can create each item or each slide. So we add a div tag with the class carousel item, and inside of this we'll add an image. We'll grab it from the img folder in our learning kit, 1200 times 600 -success.png. The alt text will be first slide, and we'll give it the classes dblock and w100 to make it responsive and take up the full width. Now let's copy and paste this 3 times. Change the images. So this should be danger. And our second slide, this should be warning. And our third slide, and this should be info. And our fourth slide. To the first slide, we'll also add the active class, since this is the active one on page load. Now, let's save this, go back into the browser, select the screencast tab, and here we see it in action. We can see that it's already loaded, and now it starts changing to the next slide. So that is the basic carousel. Now let's see how we can add controls to that example. So we'll copy that whole example here, scroll a bit down, and paste it in like so. First, we'll update the ID to be carousel controls, like so. Now in the bottom here, after our carousel inner, but still inside of the parent element, we'll add 2 buttons to act as controls. So we use the button tag with the type button, and the class here is carousel control prev. Then we add the data BS target attribute, with the value being our ID selector. So hash carousel controls. Then we add the data.bs slide attribute with the value prev to hook it up with the JavaScript. Now I'll wrap my lines like so. Inside of this button element, we first add one span tag with the class carousel control prev icon and the area hidden attribute with the value true. We want to hide this for screen readers since they don't need it. Instead, for screen readers, we'll create another span element with the class visually hidden and the text previews. Now we'll copy this button here, paste it in again, and update this class to carousel control next. Change the value of the data.bs slide attribute to next. Change the icon here, or the class for the icon, to carousel control next icon, and change the text to next for the screen readers. Now let's save and go back into the browser and refresh. Here we see the same example, but this time we have controls, so we can click on them and we can also use the keyboard to navigate. Next up, let's see how we can add indicators to our example. We'll scroll up and copy the code from the first example and paste it in right here. Then we'll first update the IDE to be carousel indicators, like so. And now, before our carousel inner, just after our opening div tag, we'll add buttons for the indicators inside an element with the class carousel indicators. So this will wrap around our buttons that we'll create now. Button with the type button, then the data.bs target attribute with the value being an ID selector, like so, carousel indicators, then data.bs slide 2, the value being 0, so this is 0 based, the first slide has the number 0. Then we add an area label attribute with the value slide 1, so slide 1, but over here we use 0. We don't need anything inside of our button, so we can close the button tag again. Now I'll copy and paste this 3 times, change the value here to 1, and slide 2, and 2, and slide 3, and 3, and slide 4. Finally, to mark the active one on page load, we'll add the class active to this first button here. So class active. Now we can save this, go back and refresh. Here we see it with the indicators in the bottom, so we can use that to navigate and jump to a specific slide or just see the progress between the slides. Now let's see how we can add captions to our first example. So we'll scroll up and copy the code here, scroll back down, paste it in, and now first we want to change the ID again. So this should be carousel captions. To add captions, we go inside of our carousel item, so right after our image, we add a div tag with the class carousel caption. Inside of this, we'll add an H3 heading element. It can be anything, of course, with the text caption and the paragraph. This text describes the first slide. Now, let's copy this and paste it in here. This text describes the second slide, and in here, this text describes the third slide, and for the final item, this text describes the fourth slide. Let's save and go back and refresh. Here we see it with the captions. This is the first slide, and in a moment we'll go to the second slide right there. we'll now create an example with all of these things combined, so that is controls, indicators, and captions. Let's first copy the code from our last example, paste it in here. Then we'll change the ID to be carousel all. Then we'll first copy some controls from up here, scroll back down and paste it in. So after our carousel inner, right there, we paste it in. We update this value to carousel all. Then we'll take the indicators from up here, scroll back down and paste it in right after our opening div tag, and we'll also update this value to be carousel all. Now let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see the one with everything. We have controls, indicators, and captions. We can see that everything works as expected. Now let's see how we can create a dark mode of this. So we'll copy this current example here, like so, and paste it in right there. Now we'll update the ID value up here and all the corresponding values to be carousel dark. And now to make this a dark carousel with the dark text color and dark colors for controls and indicators, we add the carousel dark class up here to the parent element. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we can now see that we have dark controls, indicators, and captions, and everything is working as the other examples. Next example, we'll see how we can create a cross-fading animation instead of the sliding animation. To do this, we'll copy the code from our very first example, the basic example up here. Copy this code, scroll back down to the crossfade example right there, paste it in. We'll update this ID to be carousel fade. And now we can see that we have this 4 items only with images. To create this fading transition between them, we simply add the carousel fade class up here. We save, go back and refresh. Now let's wait and see what happens when it changes to the next slide. You can see it changes right there. Alright, so the final example will explore various options that we can use. So we'll go back, and the code for this, we want to copy all of this code here from the everything example, which we have right there, and paste it in. And to make this example look correct, we'll also remove our captions. Like so. The last caption. Let's update this ID and the corresponding values to be carousel options. Okay, now we are ready to add our options. So we do that by using data attributes up here. First of all, we'll disable the pause feature when we hover on top of our carousel. We can do that by using the data bs pause attribute with the value false. Now it will continue changing to the next slide even though we hover on top of it. We can also disable the wrapping feature so it won't start or jump to the first slide when it reaches the last slide. We can do that by adding the data bs wrap attribute with the value false. We can change the interval speed, so the duration of each slide, using the data bs interval and then specify the milliseconds. I'll give it 2000 for 2 seconds. The default is 5 seconds. We can also do this individually for a specific slide. So let's do that for the third slide down here on the carousel item. We can add the data BS interval, and we'll add 1000 for 1 second. The final global option we want to add up here to the parent element is to disable the keyboard navigation, so we cannot change slide using the arrow keys on our keyboard. We do that with data BS keyboard attribute and the value false. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. First notice that the duration is quicker, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, and only 1 second for the third slide. And we can see that it doesn't jump to the first slide when it reaches the last slide. If we go back by clicking the arrow, and now I'll use the keyboard arrows, but it doesn't work. We can also see that it simply continues through the different slides even though I'm hovering on top of it. That's because we use the data BS pause attribute with the value false. So this was different ways you can change the options for the carousel component. And that was all about using the carousel component. In this lecture you will learn about the close button. With this component you can easily create a generic close button for dismissing content like modals and alerts. Here we see what the close button looks like. First we have the default variation up here, which we can hover and then it changes the style. Then we have the disabled state, where the style doesn't change and hover. And then we have a white variant of this close button. We see the default white variant here that changes style and hover, and the disabled variant here of the white variant. Okay, let's see how we create this. So first we'll add a alert component to better see these examples. So we add the alert class and the alert success and give it the role alert. So this is just a basic alert component. Inside of this we'll now create our close button by using the button tag with the type button and the class bgn close. We'll also add the area label with the value close. Then we'll simply close the button tag again and leave it empty so there's no code inside of the button tag. Now let's copy this code and paste it in here to create the disabled version or state. We do this simply by adding the disabled attribute right there on the button element. Now let's see how we can create the white variant. We'll first create an alert component again using the alert class, and this time the bg dark to give it a dark background color, and it will get the role alert. Now we can add our button with the type button and the class bgn close as we saw before, but also bgn close white like so. And we add the area label, the value close, and leave the button tag empty. We'll copy and paste this and then add the disabled attribute to the second one here to see what this looks like. Now we can go into the browser, select the screencast tab, and here we see it, the default one that changes style and hover, the disabled one, and then the white variant with the default and disabled state as well. So this was all about the close button. In this lecture you will learn about the collapse component. The collapse component is used to toggle content on the page. Here we see what the collapse component can do. First we can see how we can show and hide other content using a link. So this link here, styled as a button, will trigger the content below it like so. So we can show and hide that content by clicking the link. We can also use a button, which we have here. It looks the same, but it is a button when you look in the code. And here we see the same content being shown and hidden. We can also target multiple elements. So we have multiple targets right here. We can see when we click this button, we have 2 elements appearing and disappearing, showing and hiding like so. Now let's see how we create this. So in the code editor, we'll start by creating a link that will show and hide other content. So we add an anchor tag and we'll give it the ID on the content that we want to show and hide, which we'll create in just a moment. And this will be href collapse. You can call it whatever you want. The class will be btn and btn primary to style our link as a primary button. Then we add the data BS toggle attribute, the value collapse, to hook it up with the JavaScript. And for accessibility, we add the area expanded attribute, the value false, and the area controls attribute. Let me just wrap the lines. Area controls attribute with the value being href collapse, so the ID which we were referring to up here as well. Now we can add the text link with href. And below this link, we'll add a div tag with the class collapse, and the ID will be href collapse, which we were referring to. Then we add a div tag with the class alert and alert success. So inside of this div tag, you can add whatever you want. So I'm simply creating an alert to show this example here. I'll grab the text from the reference version of this file and paste it in like so. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab. So here we see it in action. Now let's see how we can create it using a button instead of a link. We'll add a button tag with the type button. Classes will be the same as before, btn and btn primary. Then we add the data BS toggle attribute with the value collapse. And this time we must add the data BS target attribute as well, because we don't have the ID being defined in an href attribute, since this is a button element. So here we add the ID data target collapse. We'll use that ID in just a moment. And then we add the area expanded attribute with the value false, and the area controls attribute with the value data target collapse. We'll give the text to the button with data BS target. And now we can create our collapsed content. We'll copy this code from up here and paste it in, and be sure to update this ID to the new ID, which is data target collapse. The content inside is just the same. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. We can see the button looks the same. It's styled as the same kind of button, and when we click on it, we can see that we will show and hide this content just like the link did. Finally, let's see how we can show and hide multiple elements at the same time. I'll start by creating a button with the type button, classes btn and btn primary, the data BS toggle attribute with the value collapse, the data BS target attribute with the value which will now be a class selector and not an ID selector, since we want to select multiple targets. So we add dot multiple collapse like so. Then we add the area expanded attribute with the value false, the area controls attribute with the value multiple collapse 1 space and multiple collapse 2. So this is a list of ID selectors which we'll use in a moment. you don't, or you shouldn't add the hash symbol. It can only accept ID selectors. For the button, we add the text button with data BS target. Alright. Now we'll create our wrapping element for the content using a div tag with the class collapse, and also this time multi-collapse. So this is what we were referring to up here for the target. We'll also give it an ID just like before, but this ID is actually only being used for accessibility reasons since we are referring to it right here. Now inside of this, we'll grab the code from up here and paste it in so we have this alert. And we'll now copy and paste this code here and change the ID to multiple collapse 2. Alright, so before we preview this, remember that this class is used on both of these elements. That's why we will see in a moment that these will both be shown and hidden when we click the button that has that class as the value of the data BS target attribute. So now let's go back here, refresh. We see the button, we click it, and we can see that both elements will show and hide when we click again. So this is how you can use the collapse component. In this lecture, you will learn about the drop-down component. Drop-downs are contextual overlays that can be toggled to show a list of links. Here's an overview of the drop-down component. First, we have a button, and when we click on that, we'll see the drop-down. We can close the drop-down by clicking the button again, clicking outside, or clicking the escape key. And hover, nothing will open or close. We can also use a link instead. We can have a split button where this button don't do anything in this example, but the split at the right side has the drop-down menu. We can change the sizing of our button and drop-down. We can have a dark variation which looks like this in a navbar, a dark navbar. We can change the direction to up, right and left. We can also change the alignment, so here it's being right aligned, and we can also do that responsively. We'll go into more detail when we get to that. We can have different button items or items in the menu, so here we have button items in the drop-down menu. And here we have an active item, a disabled item, a header item, we have a divider, that line right there, and we can have regular text as an item in our drop-down menu. We can also change the reference. So here we have a drop-down split button, and remember in one of the first examples, when we click this split button, the drop-down menu will appear right here. But now it's appearing in relation to the parent element, so the group as a whole. So you can change that reference. Finally, you can also provide an offset for your drop-down menu. Here we can see it's being offset a little bit, both horizontally and vertically. Alright, so let's get started. First we'll create the regular drop-down attached to a button. We add a div tag with the class drop-down to wrap around all of our code, and then we create the toggle button, which is a button element with the type button, and the classes btn and btn secondary for styling, and then drop-down toggle, like so. Then we give it the ID drop-down button and the data BS toggle attribute with the value drop-down to hook it up with the JavaScript. We also add the area expanded attribute with the value false, and the text for the button will be drop-down button. After this, we can create our drop-down menu using a div tag with the class drop-down menu, and then we add the area labeled by attribute, the value drop-down button. Inside of this, we'll now add 3 links, with the class being drop down item. And the text will be first item for the first one, and then we'll duplicate this and update the text to second item and third item. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab. Here we see the button with the drop down working. Now let's change this to a link instead of a button. Let's copy this code here and paste it in. Then we'll change this button tag to an anchor tag, remove the type attribute and instead use the href attribute, and finally update this value for the ID and the area labeled by to drop down link. We'll save this, go back and refresh, and here we see our link with the drop down. Now let's create the split button. We'll copy this code up here, the drop down with the button, and paste it in. Now we'll add an additional button. So as the first button, we'll create this button with the type button, and the class is btn and btn secondary. This will get the text drop down split button. Now for this second button here, we'll keep this classes, but add one more class, drop down toggle split, and we'll change this text to toggle drop down and wrap it in the span element with the class visually hidden. So this will only be available for screen readers. So like so, a span element inside of our button. We'll also update this ID and area labeled by attributes to be drop down split. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. We can see that something is wrong. This is because we forgot to put or change this parent element from drop down to btn group, a button group. Go back and refresh, and now they are stuck together. So nothing happens when I click the first button. When I click the second one, it opens up like so. Alright, now let's take a look at sizing. We'll go back and make sure that we have this code here on our clipboard, and then we'll paste it in. We'll now update these values to be drop down small, and we'll now add the modifier to this button here, btn sm. The next one will be our medium example. Let's just change this text to small button and copy all of this, add a line break first, then update this value to be medium. Then we can remove this class since this is the default size. Paste the code in again, update these two values to be large, and change this btn sm class to btn lg. Let's change the text here so the examples are more clear. So now we have a small, medium and large button. The small button has the btn sm modifier class. The medium button is the default, so it doesn't have that class, and the large button has the btn lg class. Let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see the three different sized buttons with the drop down. Now let's see how we can create a dark button or a dark drop down. So let's scroll up again here, copy this code, scroll back down and paste it in right there. We'll update these values to drop down dark, like so. Now we'll add a modifier class to the drop down menu, which is drop down menu dark. So let's save this, go back and refresh, here we see we now have the dark background. Now let's see how we can use that inside of a navbar component. So I'll now paste in some code from the reference section so we have this navbar component and we don't need to build it from scratch. I'll open up the reference file for the navbar and locate the drop-down example here. There's another lecture where you can learn much more about how to create navbars. So I'll simply copy this, close the tab and paste it in. Now let's get rid of these list items here. So we only have one left. We want this navbar to be dark, so we use the navbar dark class and the bg dark class here. Then we can see that we have the navbar brand and the navbar nav. And this nav item is turned into a drop-down. Let's update the ID value and the area labeled by value to navbar drop-down dark. Just like so. Alright, now we must add the modifier class to this drop-down menu class here. Drop-down menu dark. And now this should work. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. Here we see a dark navbar with this drop down with the dark background. Alright, next up we'll take a look at how to change the direction. We'll scroll to the top first to copy the code from the first example and scroll back down. Now we'll paste this in and we'll update this value here to be drop up. Now we'll edit the parent class here, change it from drop down to btn group, and now we can change the direction. So we'll add the drop up class here to make the direction up. We'll copy this code, add 2 line breaks, paste it in, and now we want this to be to the right side. So the ID will be drop end, and this class here will be drop end. Let's change the value of the text to drop right here, and up here to drop up. And our final example in this section is the drop left. So this uses the class drop start. The ID will be drop start as well. The text will be drop left. Remember to change the drop down parent class to btn group for this to work. Alright, let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see the drop up, the drop right, and the drop left. Next up is alignment. We'll grab the code from our first example up here, scroll back down, and paste it in. Then we'll update the ID and area labeled by attributes to be drop down and aligned. So this is a right aligned example. The text will be drop down right aligned, and we'll edit the parent class to be btn group. Now we will add the modifier class to the drop down menu, which is drop down menu end. This will now align it to the right side. We can also do this responsively, and let's do that before we preview this example. So let's copy this code here and paste it in. Now we want to right align this drop down menu for large devices and up. So we do that by using the modifier class drop down menu LG end. We could also use another breakpoint prefix if we want to. Let's copy this code and paste it in here. Now we want to left align this drop down menu for a given breakpoint. So first we have the drop down menu end to right align it, and then we add the drop down menu LG start to left align it for large devices and up. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and let's decrease the width of our browser window to medium. So here we can see this is left aligned, which is the default, and this is right aligned since we used the drop down menu end class. Then when you reach the large breakpoint right there, the first one becomes right aligned and the second one becomes left aligned. Now we'll take a look at how to change the items inside of the drop down menu. In our code editor, we'll grab the first example again up here, copy this, scroll all the way back down to the button items example. We'll paste it in, and now we want to use buttons instead of links as our drop down items. So let's select these three, change the A tags to button tags. Also remove the href attribute and instead use the type button. Now we'll create the next example before we preview this in the browser, or the rest of the examples in this section here. So to have an active item, we simply add the class active, and we must also remember to update this ID here. So this would be drop down active, and the previous one should be drop down button items, like so. Alright, we can continue with the disabled item. We update. This value should be drop down disabled. And now to disable an item, which is a link, we simply add the disabled class. Next up we have a drop down header. We'll update this value to be drop down header. Now we'll add that header in front of our three drop down items. So we'll use an h6 heading element with the class drop down header and the text drop down header, like so. Then we'll create a drop down divider. Update these values here to drop down divider. To create the actual divider, we'll do that between the second and third item using a div tag with the class drop down divider, like so. And close the div tag but leave it empty, no content goes inside. We can also use a text item. Let's update this value first to drop down text, and then we can simply change this a tag here to a span element, and instead of drop down item we use the drop down item text class. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and here we are now using buttons instead of links inside of our drop down. Here we have an active item, here we have a disabled item, here we have a drop down header, here we have a drop down divider, which we cannot see. So let's go back and try to fix that. Yes, I'm missing the letter D. I spelled it wrong. So let's refresh again. Here we see our divider. And we have a text item. We can see the cursor is not the same as for the second and third item, since this is simply text and not a link. Finally, let's see how we can change the reference. So to do this, we'll scroll to the top here, almost to the top, and we'll take the example with the split button, and then we'll scroll back down and paste it in here. Now this drop down will be attached to the drop down toggle split but we can change that. So here on this toggle button, we can add the data BS reference attribute with the value parent. It can also be another HTML selector, but now we want this to be connected to the parent element, which is this button group up here that is wrapping around both of our buttons. Let's update the value of the ID and the area labeled by attribute one last time to drop down to reference. We'll save this, go back and refresh. Here we see our button and the split button. Now when I click the split button, we can see that the drop down is attached to the parent element and not the split button itself. Finally, we'll see an example of how we can provide an offset for the drop down button or for the drop down menu. We'll start by scrolling up and copying one of the first examples here, actually the first example. Copy that drop down code and scroll all the way back down to the offset example right here and paste it in. Then we'll update the ID and the area labeled by attribute to be drop down offset. Alright, now to add this offset, we simply need to add a data BS offset attribute, and here we'll add the value 30, 10. Now let's save this, go back and take a look. We'll refresh. Now when I open it up, we can see that it's now being pushed or offset 30 pixels to the right and 10 pixels up. So the first value is the horizontal offset and the second value is the vertical offset. So this was all about the drop-down component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the list group component. This is a flexible component for displaying a series of content as a list. Here's an overview of the list group component. First, we see the default list group only created using an unordered list with text inside, so no links here. We can mark an item as the active one and disable it. Then we'll see a list group where we're using links inside and another one with buttons inside. Then we see a variation called flush, which can be used, for example, inside of cart. So the border on all the outer edges is removed. We only have the border in between each item here. Then we can create a horizontal list group, which we see right here, and this can be made responsive, so it will only turn into a horizontal one on that specific breakpoint. So if I resize this browser, we can see that some of them right now is stacked on top of each other, and they become horizontal when we reach their specific breakpoint. Then we can also create an equal width list group item, which we see right here, so they will take up the full width and divide the width equally between them. We can use contextual color classes for a list group, which we see right here. We can also use it for a list group with links, as we see right here, and we can hover above them like so. We can insert badges into list group, which we see right here, or custom content, which we see right here. And finally, we can use a list group to create an interactive tab panel. So here we can click the tabs, which are created using the list group, and it will dynamically change the content to the right side here. Alright, so let's go ahead and see how we create all of this. First, we'll create the default list group using an unordered list. So we add the URL tag with the class list group. Inside of this, we add a list item and give it the class list group item. And then we add the text list group item 1. We'll copy and paste this 2 times and update the values to 2 and 3. Now let's also see how we add an active and disabled item before we preview this in the browser. So to create an active item, we add the class active as well as the area current attribute with the value true. To create a disabled item, we'll add the class disabled and the area disabled attribute with the value true. Let's save this, go into our browser and select the screencast tab. Here we see the first 3 examples using an unordered list to create the list group. Now let's see how we can use links and buttons for the list group. So we'll just paste in all of this, and now we'll change the UL tag to a div tag like so, and we'll change the list item tags. Whoops, sorry about that. I'll try again. We'll select these list item tags and change them into anchor tags, both in the start and the end here, and then we'll add the href attribute like so. And now we must also add another class, which is list group item action. We'll do that when we're using anchor tags and buttons. Now for the second one, we want to mark it as the active one, so we add the active class again and the area current attribute with the value true. And we want to disable this one, so we add the disabled class and the tab index attribute with the value -1, so it can't be tabbed to, and the area disabled attribute with the value, let's spell this correct, like so, with the value true. And we'll just wrap this so we can see all of it. Okay, so this is similar to up here, but since we're using anchor tags, we're also adding the tab index attribute here. So that is the main difference. Now let's copy and paste this down here and change the anchor tags to button elements. And let's erase that href and add the button attribute like so with the type and now we will paste this in to the button here, button example. We'll select the anchor tags and change this in to a button tag, erase the href tag and add the type attribute with the value of button, and then we'll select the closing anchor tag like so and change that to button as well. So we can see that we're using the same classes as we did from before, but now for the disabled one we must remove that, and we'll also remove the tab index, and we can also remove the area disabled attribute. Instead we're simply adding the disabled attribute on the button, since this is a native feature, so we don't need it as a class, and we don't need the tab index and area disabled attributes to communicate this. So we've saved this and go back and refresh, and here we see the example using links and the example using buttons. Now let's see how we can create a flush version. So let's scroll up and copy our first example here like so, scroll back down and paste it in. Now we simply need to add the class list group flush to the parent element. This will remove some of the borders, as we can see right here, so it's easier to use in other places, for example in a card, which you'll see in the lecture about cards. Now let's see how we can create a horizontal one. So we'll paste this in here, and then we'll add the list group horizontal. To create responsive variations of this, we'll copy and paste it down here and see how we can do that. So we'll simply append this two letters here for the breakpoint, SM, so it becomes list group horizontal SM, and here it becomes MD, then LG, then XL, and for the extra large devices, we'll add XXL. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we see the examples. We'll just resize the browser window. So here we are at the extra small breakpoint. Only the first one is horizontal. The other ones will change when we increase the width. Here we are with the small breakpoint, medium breakpoint, large, right there, extra large, and finally the extra large breakpoint. Now let's continue, see how we create the equal width list group item. So we'll copy the code here for the horizontal list group and paste it in. Now to make these equal width, we will add the class FlexFill, which is a Flex utility class that you can learn more about in the lecture about Flex utility. We'll refresh the page, and now we see that they are taking up all the space and dividing it equally between them. Now let's see how we can create color classes, different contextual color classes. We'll build this out from scratch using a UL tag with the class list group. And inside of this, we'll add an li tag with the class list group item. So this will be the default list group item. And we'll copy and paste this once and add the modifier class list group item primary and update the text to primary list group item. Now we'll copy and paste this a few times and update this value from primary to secondary, and then success, then danger, warning, info, light, and dark. We'll edit this text so we have capital letters, like so. And now before we preview this, let's do this with links also. So we'll copy and paste this, and let's change the UL tag to a div tag here and here. And let's change all of these li tags to a tags and add the href attribute, and also the closing tag should be an a tag. Now, as we know from before, because this is links, we'll also add the modifier class list group item action. So we'll keep the classes for the different colors like they were in the previous example up here. Now we'll save, go into the browser and take a look. Here we see all the contextual color classes being used. First on a normal list group with text only, and then on a list group with links. Notice that the background color changes when we hover on top of it when we're using links. Now let's see how we can create a list group with badges inside. We'll also create that one from scratch. So we'll start with the UL tag with the class list group, like so, and then we'll add a list item with the class list group item. And now we'll also use some Flex utility to give this a nice visual layout. So first we'll specify the Flex container, then we'll center the content with space between the children elements and align the elements vertically centered using the align items center class. Then we'll add the text list group item 1 and then the span tag with the class badge to create the badge and give it the rounded pill class to make it look like a pill badge, and then the BG primary to give it the primary color. Then we'll simply add this hash symbol here. Now let's copy paste this 2 times, change this to 2 and 3, and also change this content a bit. So now to explain this again, we are using the dflex to creating a flex container, and then for the items, which are the text and the badge, we'll space them with content or align them with content in between, so they will move to each side since the space will be in between them, and then we'll vertically align them in the center using this class here. Let's save, go back and refresh, and now here we see the badges all the way to the right side, and we can see that these are pill badges since we are using the modifier class rounded pill. Now let's see how we can use custom content for our list group. So we'll go back here and start from scratch again, create a div tag with the class list group, and this time we'll create anchor tags inside so they can all be clicked and used as links. So we'll add an anchor tag like this, add the classes list group item and list group item action, so as we know from before. Then we'll also add the active class here, since this will be the active one, and we'll add the area current attribute, the value true. Inside of this we'll place our actual content, so we'll add a heading element with the text active item and then a paragraph, and for the text for this I'll just get it from the reference version of this file here. Scroll a bit down to find it right there. Alright, I'll paste it in and I'll finish with this small tag here with some small text. We'll just open this up again and grab that text right here and paste it in. Now we can copy and paste this anchor tag first once, remove the active class and the area current attribute, and change this to normal item, then copy and paste this again and make it a disabled item by adding the disabled class here, changing this text to disabled as well. Now let's save this and see what this list group with custom content looks like. We'll go back and refresh, and here we see it. We can see that we can click everywhere inside of these big list group items since they are wrapped in an A tag. So this is how you can use it with custom content. Finally, let's see how we can create tab panels. So to lay out this, we will first use the grid system. So we add a div tag with the class row, then we add a div tag with the class call for our navigation part. Inside of this, we add a div tag with the class list group, give it the role tab list. Inside of this, we'll create our first link. The value will be an ID selector for tab pane 1. We'll create the element with that ID later. This link will get its own ID, tab 1, and the classes list group item and list group item action. Then we'll add the data BS toggle attribute with the value list to hook it up with the JavaScript, the role with the value tab, and the area controls attribute with the value tab pane 1. So this is the same as the href attribute, but with no ID selector. This is implicit. The text will be tab pane 1. Now we can copy this link 2 times. We change this number value from 1 to 2, and here from 1 to 3. After this, we will create our next column using a div tag with the class call 8. Inside of this, we add a div tag with the class tab content. And here we'll create the different panes. So we have a div tag with the ID tab pane 1, which we were referring up to here in the href attribute, as well as the area controls attribute. This will get a class tab pane, as well as fade for the fading animation. Then we'll add the role attribute, the value tab panel, and the area labeled by attribute, the value tab 1. So this is labeled by the element with this ID up here. Now we'll paste in some text, which I'll grab from the reference section of this learning kit, of this page here. So here we have the text, tab pane 1, and then some lorem ipsum text. Now we can copy and paste this twice, update this value tab pane 1 and the tab 1 here, and 1, 2, the number 2. And down here we update the number to 3. So now they correspond to each link up here. Finally, we want to mark the current active one on page load. So this will be the first link up here. We add the class active, and for the first tab pane down here, we add the classes show as well as active. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Scroll to the bottom. Here we see the first one currently being active, and the first tab pane is number 1. Now we can click on these and we can see that we'll change to the next tab pane with this fading animation. So this was all about how to create the list group component.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the modal component. Modals are flexible dialog prompts, and they come with different options for functionality and styling. Here's an overview of the modal component. First, we have a static example, which is just so you can see it displayed on the screen without having to open it up. So we can see that we have a modal title, a close button, some text in the body of the modal, and a footer with an action button and a close button. Now let's see the different variations we can create. Here we have a trigger button that will open up a modal with a header only. So that means a header with its close button and the modal body. We can close it by clicking the close button, clicking outside of the modal, or clicking the escape button. Next up we have a header and footer example. Here we see an action button that doesn't do anything right now, but we have an additional close button that does the same as this close icon up here. So we can close it. We can have a long scrollable content inside of our modal. So here we can see that the page kind of scrolls, or the whole modal scrolls. We can also have a scrollable body, which means that we can see that the header and footer stays the same place, but only the body of the modal scrolls. We can make our modal vertically centered. We can size it. Here the width is small, then medium, large, and extra large. We can make it full screen always, or for specific breakpoints. So for example, let's view below large, and let's resize the browser window. Now we're on the extra large breakpoint, now we're on the large breakpoint, and now when we get below a large breakpoint, right there, it becomes full size or full screen. We can disable the fading animation like so. And finally, we can create a static backdrop, which means we cannot close it by clicking outside or using the escape key. You must use the close keys up here, or the close buttons, like so. So this was a quick demonstration of what we're going to create now. We will skip the static example and go straight to the header only example. So first we'll create the trigger button for our modal using a button element with the type button and the classes btn and btn primary. Then to hook this up with the JavaScript, we add the data bs toggle attribute with the value modal. And also we give it the data bs target attribute with the value being an ID selector, modal header. We'll use that later. So then we add the text for our button, open modal. We'll just break the lines here like so. After this button element, we can create the code for our modal. So we add a div tag with the class modal at fade to have the fading animation. The ID will be modal header, which we were referring to up here in the database target attribute. Then we add the tab index -1, since it shouldn't be possible to tap inside of this modal when it's being closed. Then we add the area labeled by attribute with the value modal header title. We'll create an element with that ID in a moment. And then we add the area hidden attribute with the value true. Inside of this, we'll add the div tag with the class modal dialog. Inside of this, we add another div tag with the class modal content. Now we can create our header. We'll use a div tag with the class modal header. Inside of this, we add an h5 heading element with the class modal title, and the ID will be modal header title, which we were referring to up here. So this modal is labeled by this h5 heading element with the text modal title, like so. Then inside of this header, we'll also add a button element with the type button and the class btn close. So this is the regular close button component. We add the data bs dismiss attribute with the value modal and the area label attribute with the value close. And then we'll close the button tag, but there shouldn't be any content inside of this button tag. After our modal header, we'll create our modal body using a div tag with the class modal body. Now I'll grab a paragraph from the reference section of this page here and paste it in like so. Let's save this, go into the browser, select the screencast tab. We can see that we skipped the static example, and now the next example, header only, we have this trigger button. We'll click it and we can see the modal appearing. We can click the link to close it. We can use the escape key or click outside of the modal, and we can see it has the fading animation. Next up, let's see how to add a footer to a modal. We'll copy all of this code here inside and paste it in like so. And now we'll update some values, which will be modal header footer and modal header footer title, so it won't conflict with the other code. Now we want to add our modal footer below our modal body using a div tag with the class modal footer. We'll add two buttons. First, a button with the type button and the classes btn and btn primary and the text action. So this could be any action that you create with JavaScript yourself. And then we have a button with the type button and the classes btn and btn secondary and the data bs dismiss attribute with the value modal and the text close. So this will also close the modal, and the reason this works is because we're using the data bs dismiss attribute with the value modal, just as we also used that for the close button up here. So we'll save that, go back and refresh, and see that we now have a footer, and the action button doesn't do anything, but the close button dismisses the modal as it should do. Now let's see how a modal behaves when we add long scrollable content to it. We'll go back here and now copy our latest example, paste it in, then we'll update this value header footer to be simply long. So we have modal long and modal long title. Now I want to grab some more paragraphs from the reference section. You can do the same if you want and paste it in right here. So now we have a lot of text inside of our modal body. The rest of the code is the same except for these 4 values up here I changed to avoid conflict. Then we refresh, we open up our new modal, and we can now scroll the whole modal, so we can see that the header and footer will also scroll along with the body when we have a lot of content. Now let's see how we can create a scrollable body only where the header and footer stays in place. So we'll copy this latest example like so and paste it in. Then we'll first update these values here, the modal long value to be modal scrollable body and modal scrollable body title. Alright, we'll keep the long text here. Now we must add a modifier class to the modal dialog. This will be modal dialog scrollable. So let's save this, go back and refresh, and open up our new modal. We can see that we can now scroll inside of the body while the header and footer stays in place. Next up, let's see how we can create a vertically centered modal. As we saw before, the default is placed in the top of the screen, but we can also place it in the middle. So we'll go back here and scroll a bit up and copy the example here with the header and footer. Copy that, scroll back down to the vertically centered example right here. Now we want to update these 4 values. Modal header footer should be changed to modal vertical and modal vertical title. Now to make this vertically centered, we add a modifier class to the modal dialog, which is modal dialog centered. Let's save this, go back and refresh and open up our modal. Now we can see that it's being vertically centered. Next up, we'll take a look at sizing, so how we can change the width of our modal. Paste in the code with the header and footer example again right there, and we'll update this value header footer to be small, so modal small and modal small title. To make this small, we add the modifier class to the modal dialog, modal SM. Then we'll copy this code here and paste it in. Update the modal small values to be modal medium. And then we'll remove this modifier class since this medium size is the default size. We'll paste in this code again and update the values to be modal large and modal large title. Then we'll edit this modifier class to be modal LG. Then we have the large or the last size, which is the extra large size. This will be modal extra large and modal extra large title. And we'll edit this modifier class to be modal XL. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. So here we have the small modal, the medium, which is the default modal, the large modal, and the extra large modal. Now let's see how we can create a full screen modal. We'll scroll down here and paste the code in from before and remove the modifier class modal SM, and we'll also update these 4 values here to modal full screen always. Now if you want a modal to be full screen always, we add the modifier class to the modal dialog, modal full screen. But we can also do this responsibly. So let's create these examples before we preview this in the browser. We'll copy and paste this, and then we update these values here to be modal full screen small, or SM actually, we'll use that. And then we must edit this modifier class modal full screen. It should be modal full screen SM down. So now it will be below small sizes, which means only for extra small sizes. Let's copy this code right here, paste it in there. Then we'll update these 4 values to be modal full screen MD, and we'll change this class to be modal full screen MD down. Paste it in again here, update these 4 values to modal full screen LG for large, and edit this class to be modal full screen LG down. Paste it in again, update these 4 values to modal full screen XL, edit the class to be modal full screen XL down. And we have the final example below extra extra large. Paste the code in again, update these 4 values to modal full screen XXL, and we edit this class to be modal full screen XXL down. Now let's save this, go back and refresh and take a look. So here we have the example with always full screen. So we can see I resize the browser window, it's always full screen. The next one is only full screen below small. So we can see if I decrease the width here, now I'm below small and it goes full screen. And when I reach the small breakpoint, it becomes a regular modal. The next one is below medium. So here you can see I'm on the medium breakpoint. Now I reach the small breakpoint. So below medium, it will become full screen. And we have the below large. We can see right now we're on the large breakpoint. Now we're on the medium, small and extra small. So for large and up. Then we have the full screen for below extra large. Right now we're on the extra large screen size, and now we're on the large. So below extra large. And the final example, which will be below extra extra large. So now we're on the extra extra large, and this will become full screen below that. So for extra large breakpoint right there and below. The next example is how to disable the animation. Go back here, and now we'll scroll a bit up to the top and copy the code for the example with the footer and header. Just like so. Copy and scroll all the way back down here to the no animation example. We'll update this value here to be modal no animation and modal no animation title. Then to remove this fading animation, we simply remove this class fade that exists on the parent element with the modal class. So normally we use modal and fade. For this example we only use modal. Let's save, go back and refresh. Now when we open it up and close it, we can see that it appears and disappears instantly without any animation. Finally, let's see how we can create a static backdrop where we cannot close the modal by clicking outside of it or using the escape key. We'll go back here and paste in this code with the header and footer example and update these values to be modal static backdrop and modal static backdrop title. Now we must add two data attributes to our trigger button up here. So after the data BS target attribute, we add the data BS backdrop attribute with the value static, so you cannot click outside of the modal, and the data BS keyboard attribute with the value false, so you cannot use the escape key. We'll save that, go back and refresh, open it up, and now when I click the escape key, we can see this little animation here, and it won't close. And when I click outside, the same thing happens. I have to close this using one of the two close buttons here. So this was all about how to use the modal component.
In this lecture you will learn about the navs and tabs component. Navs can be styled as tabs and pills, and they can be used to create tab panels. Here's an overview of the navs and tabs components. First we have the nav element created with an unordered list. We have an active link, two regular links, and a disabled link. Then we have the same thing created with just links and no unordered list. Then we see an example where it's being used as a navigation bar. And then we see examples of horizontal alignment, centered and right aligned. And then we have the vertical variation. And then we see the tabs component. Here's regular tabs, and here are pill tabs. We can use a fill variation for these and a justify variation. I'll explain that in more details what the difference are between these two when we get to it. We also have a responsive variation where we can see that for smaller screens they are vertical, and then for larger screens it becomes horizontal. We can also add a drop down inside of our nav component. And finally we see different kinds of tab panels. We see a tab panel created with a list, a tab panel created without a list. We see a vertical tab panel with pills variation, and then we see a tab panel with a fading effect. All of these tab panels are created with buttons and not with anchor text like all the previous examples. Alright, so let's get started. We'll start with the basic to create a simple nav from an unordered list. So we add a UL tag and give it the class nav. Then inside of this we add a list item with the class nav item, and inside of this we add an anchor tag with the class nav link, and the first one will get the text active, and we'll also add the active class to it as well as the area current attribute with the value page. Next up is an anchor with the class nav link and the text link. And whoops, I forgot to put that inside of a list item, so sorry about that. Of course we need another list item with the nav item class, and then we can put it in like so. We'll copy and paste this, and then we'll create the final one, which is a disabled link. So first we edit the text here, like so, and then we add the class disabled to it. And we must also add the tab index attribute, the value -1, so it cannot be tabbed to using a keyboard. And then we add the area disabled attribute with the value true. Next up, let's see how we can create this using links. So here we'll use a nav element with the class nav. Inside of this we'll add a link directly with the class nav link. So no nav items for this one, and the first should be the active one, so we also add the active class and the area current attribute with the value page, and then the text active like before. Then we add another link with the class nav link and the text link. We'll copy that once, and for the last example it should be disabled, so we add the disabled class like we did before, and also the tab index with the value 1
or -1, and the area disabled attribute with the value true. So the same classes as before, but this time it's a nav element, that's the parent element, and then a tags as children elements. Now let's see how we can use this as a navigation bar. To do this, we'll wrap everything. Whoops, sorry about that. We'll wrap everything in a nav element like this, and then we'll actually just copy and paste this code from up here, like so. Now it could be used as a nav component. Next up is the horizontal alignment. So I'll paste in this code again that we just used. The default code, we'll use it throughout this lecture here. So now to make this center aligned, we'll add the flex class, justify content center. You can learn more about the flex utilities in another lecture. To make it right aligned, we'll paste it in again, and then we'll add the class justify content end. Now let's take a look at this. It's time to preview this in the browser. So we'll click on the screencast tab over here. Now we see the unordered list, the list made of links, and the nav component as a navigation bar. We can see that's a small mistake right there. Let's go back and fix that. Yeah, we see it right there. Save, go back and refresh. Now it's gone. And then we also created the two versions of the horizontal alignment, the centered one and the right aligned one. Now let's continue with more examples. We will now create a vertical variation, so we paste in this default code again. And now we simply add the flex class, flex column, so this will turn it into a vertical one. Let's create two more examples before we preview this. So if we want to turn it into tabs, we can add the nav tabs class to the parent element. And if we want to turn it into pills, we can add the class nav pills to the parent element. So now let's save this, go back and refresh. So with one class we can turn it into a vertical nav component, a tabs nav component, or a pills nav component. Now let's see how we can create the fill and justify. So we'll go back here, scroll a bit down, and now we'll paste this code in. So here we want the nav tabs, and then we'll add the class nav fill. Now to do something similar with links instead, we'll scroll up here to our second example and copy this code block and then scroll back down right there. Then we'll add the nav tabs class as well as the nav fill. So just the same as we did up here. Now let's save, go back and refresh. And here we see what that looks like. Now let's see how we can justify them. So we'll start with this links here, since we already have this code ready. Then we'll simply add the nav pills this time and the nav justified. Then we'll copy this code from the very top, since we need that again. I'll scroll back down. We have it right here, that example. And we'll also add the same classes, nav pills and nav justified. Let's save, go back in the browser and refresh. And here we see it. Now let's take a closer look. We can see that if we inspect these, we can see that they are not the same width. Notice the pixel number on the pop-up, 242, 227, 227, and 261. Now if we do something similar down here, you can see it says 240, 240, 240, 240. So it's being justified, and all of them is the same width. Next up is the responsive example. We'll scroll down here and paste our default code in. Then we can add the flex column to make it vertical, as we already know, and then to make it a row again, or horizontal, we'll add the flex MD row. So now for the medium breakpoint and up, it will be horizontal. Let's refresh and resize to small. Here we see it being vertical on the extra small and small breakpoint size. Now when we reach the medium, it becomes horizontal. So that is how you can make a responsive nav component. Now let's see how we can add a drop down to it. Scroll down here, paste the code in. Now for the second nav item right here, we want to turn this into a drop down. So we'll start by adding the drop down class to this parent element. Then for this nav link inside of this, we'll add the drop down toggle. We'll also add the data BS toggle attribute with the value drop down to hook it up with the JavaScript. And we'll add the role attribute with the value button, since this should act as a button even though it is a tag. We'll add an area expanded attribute with the value false as well. Now we'll change the text from link to drop down, like so. And after this a tag still inside of the parent element we have up here, we'll create our drop down menu using a div tag with the class drop down menu. Inside of this, we'll add 3 a tags with an href attribute and the class drop down item. Give it the text first item, duplicate this 2 times and change the text to second item and third item. Remember, you can learn much more about drop downs in another lecture in the components section. We'll go back here and refresh, and here we have our nav bar with the drop down as our second nav item. We can open it up like so and close it again. Next up, we'll take a look at how we can create different kinds of tab panels. Let's scroll a bit down here, and then we'll start by creating a UL tag with the classes nav and nav tabs. We'll give it the role attribute with the value tab list. Inside of this, we create a list item with the class nav item and the role presentation. Inside of this, we add a button element with the type button, the ID tab list 1, the class nav link, the data BS toggle attribute to hook it up with JavaScript with the value tab, the data BS target attribute with the value being an ID selector, tab list pane 1, we'll use that later, the role tab, the area controls attribute, the value tab list pane 1, so this is the same as over here, except we don't need the ID selector. This is already an ID selector. And then we have the area selected attribute, the value false. We'll give it the text panel 1. Now we can copy and paste this 2 times, update these numbers here to 2 and 3. The first one will also add the class active, since this is the current active one on page load, and we'll change this area selected to true. Now we can go down below our UL tag and add a div tag with the class tab content. So this will be our tab panes with a div tag with the ID tab list pane 1, which we were referring to just before, and the class tab pane, and the role tab panel, and the area labeled by attribute with the value tab list 1. So this element here is labeled by the button up here because these two are connected like so. Inside of this we'll add a paragraph, and I'll just grab the text from the reference version of this page here. So we'll scroll down, tab panel with list. I'll grab this text here, close it up, and first add panel 1 and then paste this random text in. Then I'll copy and paste this twice, update these numbers here to 2 and 3. Then I'll add the active class to this first tab pane up here. And now all of these 3 are connected to each button. So we can now preview this in the browser, refresh. Here we see it, and we can see that the content changes when we tap these or click on these tabs here. Now let's see how we can do this without a list. So if we go back here, we'll copy all of this, scroll a bit down and paste it in. Now we'll first update the unique ID, this one, and all the related ones. So tab list, select all the places with tab list and change that to tab buttons so it can work independently from the other one. Now we want to make this not a list, so we'll change this URL to a div tag, and then we'll get rid of the list items. I'll select these and erase them. Also the ending li tags, like so. Indent this a little bit. Now I'll select all these nav link classes, and I'll add the nav item class to the same element. So let's look at the example from before. We had the nav item on the list item and the nav link on the button inside. In this example we have both classes on the button element. A final thing we want to do is wrap all of this in a nav element, since this should have some semantic value. So we do something like this. Alright, now we should be able to see this in the browser. Go back and refresh, and here we see it. A tab panel without a list. Now let's see how we can create a vertical tab panel. So we'll go back here and copy the code from our first tab panel, paste it in right here. Now first we want to update this value here, tab list. We want to change that to tab vertical, and then we need a grid system to make this layout. So we'll add the div tag with the class row inside of this, another div tag with the class call 3, and after this a div tag with the class call 9. So the first will take up 1/4 of the available width, and the second column will take up 3/4 of the available width. Now we'll take this code here and move it up there, and then we'll take this code down here and move it up in that column. So now we have the grid system in place. Now we need to change the styling here, change it from nav tabs to nav pills, and we'll also add the class flex column. This will give the menu a vertical layout inside of this first column. So now let's go back and refresh. Here we see the vertical layout of the menu inside of the first column, and we can see that it works. The content changes in the right column. Finally, let's see how we can create a fading effect for our tab panel. So we go back here and we copy the code from the first tab panel, scroll down and paste it in. Now we want to update these values again here. And we want this to be tab fade. Now to get this fading animation, we simply need to add the class fade to the tab panes, like so, and also the class show to the active one, like so. We save, go back and refresh. Here we see it looks like a regular tab panel, but now when we click on it, we can see that we have this fading animation. On the previous one, it changes instantly, but here we have the fading animation. So this was all about the navs and tabs. In this lecture, you will learn about the navbar component. The navbar component functions as a wrapper that positions branding, navigation and other elements in a responsive header. Here we have the overview of the navbar component. First we see the brand, which can be a link, a heading with simple text, an image with a link around it, or an image and text around it. Then we can see that we can use a nav component inside of our navbar. We can use an unordered list, we can use links, and we can even use a drop-down as one of the nav items. We can also use forms inside of our navbar or simple text. We can use different colors, dark colors and light colors for our navbar. And then we can use a toggler, which is only visible for specific screen sizes. So here we can see when we decrease the width, they will be visible on the screen. When we click it, they will collapse or expand the menu that we have right here. We can do that responsively, so we can specify at which breakpoint the menu should collapse or expand. Finally, we can also have external content like so, that doesn't need to belong inside of the navbar. And here we have an advanced example. We can see that we are using a drop-down inside of the nav component and a form as well inside of this navbar. And then we take a look at scrolling behavior in the end. Here we can specify at which height we want to have this vertical scroll bar. So I have two examples. For this, we have the default one, and then we have one with a custom max height. We can see it right there. Alright, let's get started. Go into our code editor, and first we'll create a simple nav bar with the brand using only a link. So first we must use the nav element and give it the class nav bar, and then we want this to be a light version, so we add the class navbar light and the background bg light, which is a light gray background. Inside of this, we'll now add the class container to give us the right padding and spacing. And inside of this, we'll add an a tag with the class navbar brand. The text for this will be navbar. Now, before we view this in the browser, let's create the other examples. So I'll simply copy this and paste it in. Now we'll only change what is inside of the container. So here we'll add the span tag, the class navbar brand, same class as before, and we'll start it as an h1 heading element and remove the margin in the bottom using this utility class, and add the text and close our span. So this is how we can use heading inside of our navbar or inside of the navbar brand component of our navbar. Now let's see how we can use an image inside of the brand component. So we'll paste all of this in again. We'll erase this, or actually we'll keep this. So we'll still need a link outside of our image, but instead of text, we'll add an image. So we use the img tag with the source being image in our image folder, 50 times 50.png. Give it an empty alt attribute. Now the final example, let's copy and paste this. Now we want image and text, so we simply add a span tag after our image here with the class align middle. So this is another utility class to align it in the middle vertically. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab here. Here we see the brand component with a link, heading, image and text. Now let's see how we can use the nav component inside of our nav bar. So back here we scroll a little bit down and then we'll start creating our nav element again with the class nav bar. We want the nav bar light theme and the BG light background color. We'll also add the nav bar expand, so it will be visible at all times. Inside of this, we'll add the div tag with the class container. And now we can create our content. So the first thing is our navbar brand, which we just learned to create using the navbar brand class. This will simply get the text navbar. After this, we'll add another div tag with the class collapse and navbar collapse. So this won't collapse right now since we've used the navbar expand class up here. Inside of this, we'll add a UL tag, the class navbar nav, and inside of this, an li tag, the class nav item, and inside of this, an anchor tag with the class nav link, and the text active. Now let's copy this, and before we paste it in, we'll simply add the class active to this first one, and also the area current attribute with the value page. Now we can paste it in for this second item here. The third item here, we're simply changing the text to link, and the fourth item here, this will be a disabled one, so we'll add the disabled class, and the tab index should have the -1 value, so we cannot tab to it, and the area disabled attribute, the value true. We'll change the text to disabled. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see our navbar. When we resize this, we can see that it will always be visible. It will always be expanded. Next up, let's see how we can use links instead. To do this, let's copy and paste all of this code from before, paste it in here, and then we'll remove this nav section and build this again using links. So first we'll add a div tag instead of a UL tag with the navbar nav class, like so. Then directly as a children of this, we'll add anchor links with the nav link class, as we saw from before, and the text will be active. Let's copy this, and before we paste it in, add the class active and the area current attribute with the value page. Then we can add it twice, change this text to link, and add it another time, and add the disabled class tab index attribute with the value -1, as well as the area disabled attribute with the value true, and change the text to disabled. Now let's quickly preview this in the browser. We can see that it looks exactly the same. Now let's see how we can add a drop down instead of one of the links. We'll go back here and we'll scroll up and copy this first example here with the unordered list and paste it in. Now what we want to do is that we'll add a drop down instead of this second, or inside of this second nav item here. So first we add the drop-down class to this nav item here, and then we want to edit this anchor tag. Remember, you can learn more about the drop-down component in another lecture. But first we add this drop-down toggle class to the nav link class. Then we add the ID navbar with drop-down, and then the data BS toggle attribute with the value drop-down to hook it up with the JavaScript. Then the role with the value button, since this will act as a button, and the area expanded attribute with the value false. We'll also change the text to drop-down. After this drop-down toggle link, we want to add a URL tag, an unordered list. We'll give it the class drop-down menu, and we add the area labeled by attribute with the value navbar with drop-down. Notice that we don't need the ID selector here. This refers to an ID which we have just up here. Now inside of this unordered list, we add our first list item with the li tag, and inside of this an anchor tag. We'll give it the class drop-down item and the text first item. Now we'll copy and paste this list item 2 times, change the second one to second item and the third one to third item. The remaining 2 nav items is a regular nav link and then a disabled nav link. Now we can save and go into the browser and take a look. We can see it looks the same, but we now have a drop down as our second link. Alright, let's see how we can create a navbar with a form inside of it. In our code editor, we want to scroll up here and copy the code for a simple navbar with a navbar brand formatted as a link. Then we'll scroll back down here and paste it in. Now we'll add our form. So we add the form element right here, and inside of this we add a div tag with the class input group, since we're creating an input group consisting of an input and a button. So first the input, the type attribute, the value search, the class form control. We'll give it the placeholder search text here, and since we're not using any label element, we'll add the area label attribute, the value search input. After this, we'll create our button tag, the type attribute with the value submit, and the classes will be btn and btn secondary. And then we'll add the search text for our button. Before we preview this, let's create the version with simple text as well. So right here, we want to add a div tag with the class navbar text, so right inside of our container. Now I'll simply get the text from the reference section here, which is right there. Go back, paste it in, and close up our div tag. Now we can save this, go back and take a look. Here we have our navbar with the navbar brand and our form consisting of an input group here to search, and then we have a navbar with some simple text. Next up, let's see how we can change the colors of our navbar. So we'll scroll a bit down and paste in this text. No, we won't. We will scroll up again and grab this text here from our very first example. Now we'll scroll back down. We can paste it in. So now we have this navbar brand. We'll update the text to primary, since we want this to have the primary color. We also are looking at dark navbars first, so we'll change this class from navbar light to navbar dark, and then our background will be bg primary for this first example. So we'll copy and paste this, change the second one to secondary, the third one will be success, then we have danger, and we have warning, then info, then we have dark. Now we have some light themes as well. So let's paste this in and change this navbar dark back to navbar light. So this controls the color of the text, which should match what background color we are applying. So now we are applying the BG light, which we have seen in the previous examples. Now let's copy and paste this. Next one will be with the white background. The final one will be transparent, so BG transparent. Now let's simply update these text values. So we have capital letter here before we preview this in our browser. So like this, we'll save, go back and refresh. Here we can see the dark nav bars. We have the primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, and dark, and then the light nav bars, the light, white, and transparent versions. We will now create the toggler, which we can use to toggle the visibility of our nav items for smaller screens. So here in our code, we'll start out by adding the nav tag with the classes navbar, navbar light, BG light, and navbar expand LG. We're using LG, so for this example, the nav items will always be visible for large devices and up, but for smaller devices, it will be possible to show and hide it using the toggler. Inside of this, we add a div tag with the class container, and then we add our toggle button using the button with the type button and the class navbar toggler, the data BS toggle attribute with the value collapse to hook it up with the JavaScript, the data BS target attribute with the value being an ID selector. We remember the ID sign here, and then navbar responsive left, which we'll use just in a moment. And we have an area controls attribute with the same value but without the ID selector, so simply navbar responsive left. Then we have area expanded attribute, which will be false, and area label attribute with the value toggle navigation. Inside of our button, we have the span tag with the class navbar toggler icon, just like so, and close the span tag again. After this, we can now create our navbar brand and our nav items. So to do this a little bit quicker, we'll scroll up here to the example with the nav with the unordered list, and here we'll copy everything inside of the container. So we copy the navbar brand and this collapse element that wraps around our navbar nav. Okay, I'll copy this, scroll back down and paste it in after our button, still inside of our container div here. So paste it in right there. Now I want to add an ID to this collapse element, navbar responsive left, which were what we were also using up here. So here we have the target, which is this element. So when we click the button, it will toggle the visibility of this element and all the children elements inside of it. So let's see if this are working now. We go back to the browser, refresh. Here we see our items. We have the navbar brand and we have our nav items. Currently we're on the extra large screen size or breakpoint. Now we're on the large, and remember that this would be expanded for large devices and up. So now when we go to the medium, it will disappear, and instead we see the toggle button. We can click it to toggle the visibility of our nav items. We can also change the position of the navbar brand and the toggler. So right now it's left aligned, we can also make it right aligned. So let's see how to do this. We'll copy this nav element and all the code inside and paste it in here. Then we'll update this value navbar responsive left, all three places, to navbar responsive right. And now to do this, we'll simply move the navbar in front of our toggle button like so. So here's the navbar brand and here's the button. They have changed the order. Let's go back and refresh. And here we can see that they have changed order. They will both be hidden for large devices and up. We can also do this in a responsive way. So let's see how to do that. We'll go back here and let's copy the previous code for the right aligned example and paste it in here. First we'll change these three values to be navbar responsive small. Now we want to change this class here. This should be navbar expand SM. So now this navbar items here will be visible for small screens and up. But for extra small devices it will be hidden and the navbar toggler will be shown. So let's take a look. We can see that now it's visible. It's still visible for small screen sizes, and for extra small screen sizes we can see that it's being hidden. Now let's create the other examples and then take a look in the browser. Copy this, paste it in. Then we change this navbar expand SM class to navbar expand MD for medium. And we update this value to navbar responsive medium. We paste it in again here, change this class to navbar expand LG, and change this value to navbar responsive large. Paste it in here, change the class to navbar expand XL, and the ID or the values of these three attributes to navbar responsive extra large, and paste it in a final time. Update this class to navbar expand XXL and update these three values here to responsive or navbar responsive extra large. Now we'll save, go back and refresh, and initially we'll see on extra small devices all of the navbars are hidden, and we see the toggle button for all of these, and we'll verify that this actually works. Then when we increase the width here of our window, we can see that one by one they will show the nav items depending on the breakpoint. Now let's see how we can toggle external content. If we first go to the reference section here and scroll down, we can see that we can use this to toggle other content that is outside of the nav element. So in our code, let's scroll a bit down here and create a div element with the class collapse. Then we'll give it an ID so we can control it later. Navbar external content will be our ID. Inside of this you can create whatever content you want. I'll add some padding here on this div element and add a heading element, collapsed content, and a paragraph where I'll remove the margin in the bottom and add the text toggleable via the navbar toggler. Alright, now after this collapse, I'll create a nav element with the classes navbar light, and bg light. Inside of this, I'll add my container, and inside of this, I'll toggle button, a button element with the type button, class navbar toggler, the data bs toggle attribute with the value collapse. So all of this is very similar to before, and the data bs target attribute with the value being the ID selector. Remember the hash symbol. So navbar external content. Let's see if this matches. Yes, it does. And then the area controls attribute with the value being that ID again, but without the hash symbol. And the area expanded attribute with the value false. And finally the area label with the value toggle external content. Alright, inside of this we need to add our span element with the class navbar toggler icon to get the correct icon. Let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab here and scroll down. Now we see the toggler, and we can see that we can show and hide this content that exists above this nav element. Finally, let's take a look at an advanced example of a navbar. Let's go back to the reference version, scroll all the way down. Here we see we have the navbar brand, we have nav items. The second one is a drop down, the first one is active, and the fourth one is disabled. And then on the right side we have a form here. We can also see that all of this will be hidden for medium devices and down. So expanded for large devices and up. We'll start by copying one of the examples from before. The navbar here that expands its contents for large devices and up. So we copy that and paste it in here. Now let's update these three values here, and I'll just wrap the lines like so. We'll update this to be navbar advanced, like so. And now we want to use a drop down for our second nav item here. So we'll find that, scroll a bit up until we find that. It's right here. So we'll copy this whole list item, scroll back down to the bottom and replace the second list item. And we'll update these two attributes. The value should be navbar advanced dropdown, like so. Then we need to have a form in the end here after our unordered list, but still inside of our collapsed div. So we'll scroll up to grab the form that we saw at the beginning of this lecture. Here we have forms, so I'll simply copy that, scroll back down and paste it in after the closing UL tag, but still inside of the collapse div element, like so. Now we'll save and take a look in the browser. Scroll down here, and here we can see it. For screen sizes less than large, we can see that the nav items will be hidden, and we can toggle the visibility using this toggle button. We need to make a few adjustments. As you can see here, this should be aligned at the right side. And to do this, we need to add some utility classes. So we locate our navbar nav. So this is the UL tag that's right before our form. So first of all, we want to add some margin to the bottom, and we want to remove that when we reach the large breakpoint. So when it's vertical and hidden behind this collapsed parent element, it will get some margin in the bottom. And when it becomes horizontal and it's no longer collapsed, we'll remove this margin again. Then we'll also add the margin right with the auto value using the ME auto class. This will push the form element to the far right side. So we'll save, go back and refresh. Here we see that it's been pushed to the far right side. And we can see for medium devices and below, when we open this up, we can also see a little bit more distance here. Now we'll take a look at the scrolling feature, where we can set a vertical scroll bar and a max height for the content when it is collapsed. So we go in here in our code editor and we'll scroll a bit up and take the example here with the nav bar with the toggle, copy it and scroll back down and paste it in. Now first we want to remove this class here so it's always collapsed. Then we want to update these values here to be navbar scrolling default, like so. And as I mentioned, this vertical scroll bar will appear if the height exceeds 75% of the height. So we want to have a lot of more links here. I'll remove this last one and then I'll make sure I have a total of 20 nav items. So now we have 5. The first is the active one. And we'll copy these for, this is 9, 13, 17, 21. Remove the last one, like so. And then we'll add this navbar scroll class to the navbar nav class. Navbar nav scroll. Let's save this, go into the browser and refresh. First of all, we can see that it's being collapsed on all screen sizes, and when we open this up, we can see that we have a long list with 20 items. So it's more than 75% of the height, and that is why we can now scroll inside of this content here. Let's take a look at what would happen if we didn't add this class, the navbar nav scroll class. So we have that class right there. If I remove that, we'll see the full height of the menu. So this is a way to limit the height of the menu. Now let's see how we can add a custom max height for a smaller menu that doesn't have to be 75% of the height. So we'll go back here and let's scroll up and copy one of these examples up here. We'll copy the one that's large, so that one, like so. Scroll back down to the custom max height example, paste it in. Now let's first update this value to navbar scrolling custom, like so. And here we can see that this will expand for large screen sizes and up, and that's also what we want. Now here, as we did before, we'll add the navbar nav scroll. Now it will behave in the same way, but this is not high enough. We only have 4 nav items. So what we want to do now is we'll add an inline style and then set the custom CSS property with the name BS scroll height with the value of 5 rem. So this will be the new height that it will start scrolling when we exceed that height. So let's go back and refresh. We can see that we are currently on the extra large screen size. Now we're on the large. And remember that we had to go below large before this will be collapsed like so. Now when we open it up, we can see that it has now added a vertical scroll bar since the height is more than 5 rem, which we specified via the inline style. So that's how you can work with vertical scrolling in your navbars. And that was all about the navbar component.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.